Just out on the table over there. If you haven't signed in already, please do so. And then in the hallway there's another table that has some informational documents, so please feel free to browse and keep a copy of those if you wish as well. So we're going to go ahead and get started with some federal updates. We have a video from the Congresswoman again today, and then I believe Raven's going to come up and give another quick little update. So we'll start with that.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first day of policy meetings at Club 20. I'm excited to provide you all with another legislative update concerning today's topics. Recklessness has a price, and our ranchers will be paying it with the reintroduction of gray wolves in Colorado. Gray wolves have made an incredible comeback in the United States. They're thriving, fully recovered, yet still tucked under taxpayer-funded protections of the Endangered Species Act. With over 6,000 wolves, the science is clear. Gray wolves are fully recovered abundantly. It's time to let science, not politics, guide our decisions. I introduced the Trust the Science Act to delist gray wolves from the Endangered Species Act, and I'm happy to report that the House passed my bill as part of the Interior Appropriations Bill. Additionally, my standalone bill has passed the House Committee on Natural Resources. I will continue to stand up for our ranchers that have endured relentless attacks on their livestock. My Convey Act recently passed the House with unanimous bipartisan support. This bill directs the Bureau of Land Management to convey over 31 acres to Mesa County for new economic development in Clifton. This legislation will create jobs and long-term economic growth in the region by removing the bureaucratic red tape that has stalled this conveyance for more than 5 years. Totally unnecessary. This is my first standalone bill to pass the House, so I am very proud of that and thankful to have worked with great folks in the community on this bill, as well as House Republican Minority Leader and former Mesa County Commissioner Rose Puglisi to make this happen. Also, my Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin's Endangered Fish Recovery Programs Reauthorization Act, that's a mouthful, passed the House Committee on Natural Resources with unanimous bipartisan support. I worked closely with Senator Hickenlooper, local stakeholders, and numerous people in the room that you are sitting in right now on this bill and look forward to seeing it pass the Senate and be signed into law. The programs reauthorized by my bill provide Endangered Species Act compliance to ensure 2,500 water projects, including 1,200 in Colorado, continue to function by providing legal certainty for water users throughout Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. This bipartisan and bicameral legislation offers a straightforward 7-year extension for the Upper Colorado and San Juan recovery programs. These programs safeguard 4 at-risk native fish species in the Upper Colorado and San Juan River basins, ensuring the continuation of conservation efforts at existing funding levels for an additional 7 fiscal years. Without these programs, the 2,500 water and power users that benefit from the program would have to perform extremely burdensome Section 7 consultations for all 2,500 individual projects. We don't need that. All right, Club 20, water, water, water. The West is in the midst of a serious water crisis that can no longer be overlooked. I am tired of lower basin states abusing the century-old Colorado River Compact. Colorado always gets the short straw because lower basin states keep using millions of acre feet each year that they are not entitled to. Colorado needs more water storage, and I was thrilled that the House Committee on Natural Resources passed my bill that will unlock hundreds of millions of dollars for new water storage and infrastructure. I also successfully secured $19.7 million for important water and infrastructure projects in the 3rd District through community project funding requests. I also passed 2 appropriation amendments that allocate $5 million for the Upper Colorado River Basin Development Fund to increase water storage and the Colorado River Storage Project. Given our historic drought and water challenges, it is clear that we need more storage and need to be capturing more water to which we are entitled to. When you see my staff walking around today, be sure to ask them about the water storage project in Rangeley, the Wolf Creek Reservoir, something I am very excited about. America's public lands, as we all know, are not for sale. Back in October, the SEC proposed a rule that would allow natural asset companies, NACs, to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. NACs buy the rights of public lands and drain those lands of all their natural resources for personal gain. NACs are also commonly owned by China and Russia. Allowing our enemies to own America's public land is extremely dangerous and should never happen. Thankfully, following pressure from myself and other members on the Natural Resources Committee, the SEC withdrew their proposal. I call that a win. Before I let you go, I want to address the obvious. I remain fully committed to representing Colorado's 3rd District. My offices are operational, ready to serve, and my team and I are actively passing and pursuing legislation for the district. All in all, I love Colorado, and we need to benefit our state at all costs. No farewells just yet, and we are far from finished. In fact, we are just getting started. I look forward to working with all of you throughout the remainder of my term and far beyond that. Please continue to reach out to me and my staff. We are here to serve you, and I look forward to working on projects that benefit Colorado, the West, and America. Club 20, thank you for being an outstanding advocate for the abundance of resources that we have been blessed with. We all endeavor to be good stewards of those resources. I hope to see you all in person soon. Until then, God bless you all.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Raven Finnegan, Western Colorado Regional Director for Congressman Hoover. I won't take up too much of your time, but I just wanted to mention one other thing that wasn't mentioned on the videos, and that is our community directed spending projects. So with that, we do anticipate to get those rules in the next couple of weeks. McKenna and myself have created a distribution list. If you would like those rules in that application process to come through your email, please let me know. I'll be here all day and I can add you to that just so that we don't miss you in that process. And then I also just wanted to say that we do have an extended grant process on our website. It shows all kinds of different federal grant applications that you can put in for, how to use all of that, and then we can also assist with any letters of support that you all might need in the next couple of months. So thank you so much, and if you have any questions, find me.
Next, we have a video from the Office of Congressman Neguse, so we're going to play that, and then we will. I also believe that Julie Suter from his staff is online, so if there's any questions for the congressman, we can ask him as well. Maybe just go to the link that he sent us. Let's sit down.
Hello, everybody. Joe Neguse here. I am proud to represent Colorado's Western Slope in the United States Congress, and I am so excited to have the opportunity to share with you an update on our recent work in the Congress. I wish I could be there with you in person, but I want to say thank you to the folks at Club 20 for organizing today's meeting, and my apologies again for not being able to be there in person. If you have any questions or you're looking for additional information on any of the issues that I mentioned today, I hope you'll reach out to my office and Julie Suter, our Western Slope Regional Director, because she and our team is always happy to help. Now, in recent months, our team has been hard at work here in Washington, D.C. As some of you know, I serve as ranking member on the Subcommittee on Federal Lands here in Washington, and I've partnered with a bipartisan coalition of lawmakers to advance legislation that confront issues of importance to Club 20 and rural and mountain communities across our great state, including my bill with Senator Michael Bennet to address housing shortages by extending and strengthening the authority of the Forest Service to lease underutilized administrative parcels to local government partners. We've also moved forward with bills that help tackle the rise of western wildfires and restore our public lands, wildfire mitigation and resiliency dollars, protecting threatened and endangered fish in the Upper Colorado and San Juan River basins, expanding outdoor recreation opportunities, boosting rural economies, and more. I also am a founder and co-chair of both the bipartisan Colorado River Caucus and the bipartisan Wildfire Caucus, where we've fought to address water scarcity, improve drought preparedness, and support wildfire mitigation and recovery efforts. In fact, just along the same lines, just last week we announced over $35 million for Colorado to expand work on the Forest Service's wildfire crisis strategy to reduce the risk of wildfires to our local communities, critical infrastructure, and natural resources. I am committed to continuing to advocate for all of our Colorado communities, including those on the Western Slope, to ensure that they receive the resources they need to tackle the wildfire crisis head on. And I'm excited to see those investments begin to make their way to our state. We're also continuing to work to deliver on numerous other areas, including improving roadway safety along Colorado's I-70 transportation corridor, building on our state's broadband infrastructure and connectivity, as well as securing federal funding at a lower energy costs for households and provide more reliable and accessible public transportation for everybody. Needless to say, this past year has brought forward many challenges. Through it all, please know that my team and I remain focused on ensuring a better and brighter future for everyone on Colorado's Western Slope, working to build a Colorado that, to me, is rooted in taking care of our neighbors. Our number one priority will always be working in good faith to solve the challenges that face our families and our communities. I've never believed that any one political party has a monopoly on good ideas. And so to me, that means rolling up our sleeves and working together across party lines to get things done for the people of our state. I'm so grateful to have the privilege to do that, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the months ahead. Take care. Thanks again for inviting me.
And Julie, I know you're online, so if you have anything to add, feel free to. Otherwise, are there any questions for the congressman in the room?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Julie. If anything comes up, we'll shoot you an email and make sure it comes your guys' way, okay? So then next we will move over to the Senate. I believe we have Hillary Henry online from Senator Bennett's office to provide the update today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to joining you a little bit later today, but I'm giving you an update this morning online. I wanted to start out and talk a little bit. Senator Bennett is on the Senate Agriculture Committee, and the biggest piece of work and legislative work that committee does is on the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill is reauthorized roughly every 5 years, and I know you've all been getting lots of updates from us over the past couple of years about that process. In the fall, they did pass a 1-year extension. So we are looking at a 1-year extension right now, and then are hopeful that there could be Farm Bill passage later this year. As part of our role on the Senate Agriculture Committee, part of the work is introducing marker bills to say what should be included in this very large legislative vehicle. And we have introduced over 20 marker bills, a lot that you all have helped us develop, have given us feedback on and lent your support to. And those are really focused around 5 big priorities. One is addressing the Western water crisis. The second is ensuring that USDA programs work for Colorado and the West. The third is investing in our forests and watershed health. The fourth is addressing climate change and deploying clean energy. And the fifth is fighting for families and strengthening local and regional food systems. So that's been a huge priority of our office over the last couple of years. And the most exciting is that we just introduced a Watershed Recovery and Forest Protection Act. It was a bipartisan, bicameral bill with, in the Senate, Senator Romney. And what it was based off of what we heard happened after the East Troublesome and Cameron Peak fires. And that is that there was lots of money to do recovery work on federal lands to protect federal assets. And there was money to do work on private lands to protect private assets. But there's oftentimes infrastructure, like all of our drinking water infrastructure is really affected by what is happening on public lands. But there's not a lot of money to do work that's specifically aimed at ensuring clean water after a fire. And so this would create a new funding authority that would allow tribes, states, and local governments to protect downstream private property and water resources following natural disasters. I think in Colorado, most relevant is fires, but it would also be applicable to other natural disasters. And it would also speed up the timeline and recovery process for that. And it would also waive match guidelines. So that's really big. It would make it easy and quick for local governments to get funding and utilities to make sure that their water resources are protected following a fire. So we were very excited to see that get passed and to have a Republican co-sponsor on that. I also just wanted to talk a little bit, yesterday I talked some about all of the bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act investments we're seeing in Colorado. For today, as we're talking about ag and public lands, I wanted to say in that fiscal year 2023, we saw $5.39 million in agricultural conservation funding, and that's something that Senator Bennett championed in those package. We saw 2.97 in EQIP and 2.6 million through CSP. And we also saw over 170 million for forest restoration work through the United States Forest Service. And I think what's really exciting, we've written a couple of letters to the Forest Service about this, and we also have requested a briefing about it, is that we, in their process for spending money from the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act, the Forest Service identified priority fire sheds. And in Colorado, there is a small priority fire shed around Durango and a very large priority fire shed on the Front Range. And as Club 20 has been very vocal in saying, our water also depends on good forest management. We need some of that money on the Western Slope, and it needs to not just go to the Front Range forest. So we've been very vocal in helping carry that message. And this year we did see about 46 million go to areas outside of those priority fire forests, with over 35 million coming directly to Western Slope forests. So I think that's a huge win and something Club 20 should be really proud of your advocacy on, because that helped us raise your message with the Forest Service. And it's something that we'll continue to advocate for, that funding needs to go to forests across Colorado, not just in the Front Range. Nancy, I saw you raised your hand. Do you have a question on that? Okay, maybe. I'll
Nancy,
circle
you're
back.
still muted if you're talking. Okay, yeah, we'll just wait then.
Okay, great. If she jumps back on, I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, I think something our office has been working hard on this year is the bipartisan infrastructure law temporarily raised wildland firefighter pay, which was desperately needed. We were losing wildland firefighters because they were not paid enough. And given the severity and growing scope of wildfires and our continuing to be what's becoming more and more year-round wildland firefighters, not having the workforce we need to protect our communities, to reduce risk our natural resources was really problematic. So the bipartisan infrastructure law temporarily raised this pay, but it's temporary. And without a permanent pay fix, I think we are at a risk of having a massive exodus of wildland firefighters. I think it's also wildland firefighters put their lives on the line for our communities. They have really difficult, dangerous jobs. And so we worked with Representative Neguse to introduce the TIMS Act, which would raise their base wage to $20 an hour, provide paid rest and recuperation leave, as well as a host of other benefits, including mental health benefits. And so we are looking at working to get a permanent pay fix to retain that workforce and to provide those men and women the support they deserve. So Senator Bennett has been able to meet with wildland firefighters in Grand Junction last fall, and then just last week in DC. And he also spoke on the floor of the Senate about the need to permanently increase pay last fall. And I think was really clear that, you know, the people who are protecting our communities shouldn't have to worry where their next paycheck is going to come from. So we are seeing in the continuing resolutions that the pay increase is included, but we still are working on a permanent pay fix. And I think that's really important also for the mental health of our wildland firefighters, is that they're not worried that next week their pay might be 50% less than it was before. Two other things, and then I'll let you go. So Senator Bennett with Senator Hickenlooper, Jared Polis, and Representative Neguse in October 2022 asked President Biden to initiate administrative mineral withdrawal in the Thompson Divide. We saw President Biden announce later that month that he'd be willing to do that. And so the BLM and the Forest Service have been working to initiate that administrative withdrawal. The public comment period closed for that in early January. And we are hopeful that we'll be looking at a finalization of that 20-year withdrawal in the coming months. We did write a letter asking the BLM to move expeditiously to finalize that. And we also raised that there's several minor boundary modifications that need to occur. One is to remove some leases that Gunnison Energy had in the proposal that our Core Act had removed, but the administration, just to make lines simpler on a map, had accidentally covered up. And two is to make sure that a mining exchange with the Mount Emmons Mining Company, a land exchange, excuse me, with the Mount Emmons Mining Company in Crescent Butte to go ahead. And that land exchange is really important for a bigger agreement between the partners in Crescent Butte, and will allow for the cleanup of legacy mining. And then finally, we're continuing to work on the Dolores National Conservation Area, which is a bipartisan bill with 3 counties in Southwest Colorado. And the Core Act, which protects lands across Western Colorado, to move those through Congress. And so we saw them move out of committee in December with bipartisan support. And that's the first time that happened. And I think a really good recognition of the decades of work that our local communities have done on those bills. And so we are excited to see them move to the Senate floor and are hopeful for their eventual passage through Congress. So I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I can turn it over to the Senator Hickenlooper's office, but thanks so much.
I think there was one big one in the chat. If you want to read that out to the group, and then we will move on because we are getting short on time here.
Sure, of course. So
Yeah, that's just, yeah.
So Nancy Fishering is asking, does the Watershed Protection Act allow ag downstream water as well as drinking water? Did you hear that, Hillary?
I did. Nancy, I want to double check on the language of that. I believe it does, but I think that's a good question. So let me follow up and get back to you on that. Our goal was to protect resources, private resources downstream of federal land. So I believe it does, but let me double check on the language and I will get right back to you.
Great, thanks, Hillary. So next from Senator Hickenlooper's office, we have Azrael Madrigal joining us, and I hope I said your name correctly. If I didn't, please let the group know.
Good morning, everybody. Coming to you from Alamosa. Really sad I couldn't make it over to your side of the state. But no, you got it. Azrael Madrigal. I'll jump into a couple updates. Feel free to interrupt with any questions. And I'm gonna try to have not too much overlap with what Hillary's update just was. So I'll stick to some of the near stuff. I'll kick it off with water. This past year, Senator Hickenlooper introduced a bill to increase funding through the Indian Health Services, United States Department of Ag, and Bureau of Reclamations to support water infrastructure projects in tribal communities and to help provide clean water to the large number of Native American households who currently lack access. Another big water highlight was Senator Hickenlooper has been helping lead the convening with senators from across the Colorado River Basin to figure out how to best use resources and find a solution that collaborates with the 7 states that are affected by this basin, while also prioritizing Colorado priorities. And this bill has not yet been introduced, but we are working on introducing the Multi-Benefit Water Coordinators Act, which is looking at how can we get more resources, establishing new resources through the reclamation program to fund a coordinator positions at partner organizations such as state, local governments, tribes, special districts, to help develop applications and multi-benefit water projects that can be projects to enhance water conservation and efficiency efforts and encourage sustainable groundwater management, improve management for delivery of water resources, and enhance habitat ecosystems to benefit fish and wildlife. This has been us trying to listen to our partners and look at how capacity has really been a barrier in order to access some of these Bureau reclamation programming. So this bill, again, would establish a funding source to kind of help alleviate that. I'll take a quick pause on water there before I jump into public lands. We good to go?
Are there any questions? Harry, go ahead. And please
Awesome.
introduce.
Harry Poulos. I guess my question is for all the representatives, for the senators and Julie for the congressman. But I'm coming to you as an invalid. I am a private citizen, and we don't know how to do anything for ourselves. So I asked, why would we testify at all the hearings from the private sector when these reports, the only thing they really give us is what the government can do for us? What about deregulating? What about how about some reports on what you guys are doing as our representatives to get out of our way so that the private sector can do what built this country instead of what the government's doing to tell us how good they're doing for us? Joe is a representative for the small town of Hayden, not just his district, but when I see the C-SPAN hearings and watch what's going on, I see everybody going party line, sitting on their side of the aisle. But both sides are telling us how much the government can do for us rather than get out of the way and let us prove to you what made this country great. It's the private sector, it wasn't the government.
I'm happy to jump in. I know that that's not exactly some of the updates that I just covered. I would just say, Senator Hickenlooper sits on the small business entrepreneurship committee and definitely has as an entrepreneur himself, has a great respect for the private sector. Hillary, I know I saw you came on camera.
I just was wanting to say thank you for the comment. I'm happy to share that with the senator. And I think we're always thinking about how we can better serve Coloradans. And so I appreciate your feedback and input.
All righty. Well, yeah, continue going because we are short on time. So thank you.
All right, I'll try to make it snappy. I'll jump into wildfires. Senator Hickenlooper alongside Senator Bennett and Agus announced nearly $750 million in federal funding to support the state of Colorado and by bolstering forest and watershed health and preventing fires. And as part of this investment, we did welcome $35 million in order to help support wildfire mitigation and preparedness across the state. Then I'll jump into another piece. Another really exciting thing that happened this year was the Senator Hickenlooper helped shepherd the effort to change the name of Colorado's Mount Evans Wilderness to Mount Blue Sky Wilderness. And this change aligns with the U.S. Board of Geographic Names decision to officially rename Mountain Evans to Mount Blue Sky, which has a name that has great significance to our Native American communities. And then I'll just briefly touch, since I know a couple of the former reps had a chance to touch on this. Of course, Senator Hickenlooper has been a huge supporter of the bipartisan piece of the Upper Colorado and San Juan Basins Endangered Fish Recovery Program, and that, of course, doing a lot of pieces, but also ensuring that we ensures the continued endangered species compliance for over 2,500 water projects spanning federal, tribal, and non-federal jurisdictions, including the reclamation project upstream of Lake Powell. And the only other piece I'll touch on ag, of course, Senator Hickenlooper joined Senate colleagues on calling for the Senate Committee on Ag to make sure that the bill continues to address long-term drought solutions in the upcoming Farm Bill reauthorization. And that's primarily all of the big updates I had for y'all today. Again, happy to take any questions or follow up with any additional information at a later time.
Great, thank you, Azarel. We are going to go ahead and move on, but there is a question for you here in the room, so we will get you two connected. If that's okay with you, Katie. Okay. Awesome.
That sounds great. I'll hang around on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we will go ahead and start the Ag Committee then.
All right, thanks, Brittany. I'm Brendan Boehner, with the Colorado Farm Bureau. I'm co-chair for the California Ag Committee. My co-chair Ron could not be here to an issue at his house. So I just want to read a sheet from California real quick, and then we'll have one announcement before we jump in. So in accordance with our bylaws, we ask the current California members to participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a California member, please see a member of our staff for more information or Mr. Beck. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it's pretty part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear. For those speaking in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the picture chair acknowledges you, and then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, until 20 staff, we'll be walking around with a microphone for you to use. We will now ask that we're not going to risk introductions due to time. So one last introduction is Mr. Leakey.
Use the handheld mic.
He's up there.
Yep. Yeah, nope, the wire got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's on. Thank you. So thank you, Brandon, for letting me speak up and try to talk fast. Okay, this is a book. This is the Colorado Ag in Classroom Project. Some of you all heard of it. I'm not going to talk much more about it because you can look it up, and I'm already getting evil looks from Brittany. However,
Clean.
there is a great connection because one of my takeaways so far, and Mr. Schuler yesterday mentioned this, how everything is connected to everything. That's one of my themes from what I've learned throughout my life on this planet. But the author of this book and her husband are in this business, which is our snack sticks. And then there's 20 packages of these out there free for you guys to take. And this is the same company that provided the snack sticks for our policy meetings in Walden last summer. This is a kind of a new business they're starting. This is a new flavor. This has got peppers in it. which is about what this book is about. And the publisher of this book and her husband run the farm that this story is about that grows these peppers. The illustrator of this book is a Moffat County resident that drew all these pictures and works in the schools in Moffat County. The other connection to all this is the author of this book is my oldest daughter. The publisher of this book is my middle daughter, and the illustrator of this book is my niece. So, thank you for that. And I can't get away from this without mentioning the fence posts, because Rachel Gable, who is going to be on the call later today, is the reporter that does the coverage of the fence posts, and wrote excellent articles and caught hell for it about some of the wolf release shenanigans that happened recently, as you all know. And she is going to be on the call, but she has also been awarded the Ag in the Classroom project as they were awarded to a different author every year. I think she'll have it again next year. But it's all over the state that they're going to do, I think they've done peaches, they're going to do potatoes, so they have West Slope and East Slope connections to do stories about this. And when you buy this Ag in the Classroom project, not only get this book, but you get peppers and a seed kit, so you can grow your own peppers. So it's really trying to get that in the classroom. At least for this year's project, they do something every year. And I think that's all. If you have more questions, I'm getting legal looks from Brittany.
No, I just have something to add.
Oh, okay, fine.
So to find out some more information, we're going to be sending some more information out on the Ag in the Classroom book here in our next newsletter that'll come out next week. So if you're looking for ways to support that and pass that along to people in your community, look for that in our newsletter. We're happy to support them and try to spread the word about the connection there.
So there's 4 of these books, first come, first served. They were given to me as just a handout for anybody that wants to take a copy back to put in their library, in schools or whatever. I think over 10,000 classrooms, over 1,000 classrooms have this book already scheduled to go. They're starting to ship those out now for classrooms. Probably 20,000 students will see this project in the classroom. I think that covers it all. Thank you. And thanks, Brandon, for giving me that.
No need to be so angry, Merrick.
Laying it down.
Before I introduce my kid, which I wait just a second longer, just because I like to see her be anxious. A couple things. So on that note, actually, Colorado Farm Bureau does support the Ag Literacy Program through our Women's Leadership Committee. And I know Angelina, I don't know where she went, she's back there. She's on our Mason County board. They just had a discussion a couple weeks ago at their meeting about them needing some more donations. So if anybody's able to donate to Ag Literacy, they would certainly be grateful. And then last thing, I need to introduce our sponsors. So our video lunch sponsor today is Union Pacific Railroad and Synergy, and our committee sponsor is Lois Don and Mark and Kathy Fatler. So thank you all.
Can you start?
So without further ado, Ron and I got together and we realized in the 2 years at least that I've been helping him with this committee, we haven't really talked mental health and agriculture in rural areas in particular. And so just so happens that my coworker at Farm Bureau was the lead to
Rebecca, there's a clicker.
help start what is called the Colorado Agricultural Addiction Mental Health Program. That's a joint effort between Farm Bureau, CDA, Farmers Union, and Becca knows them all, but so it's not all Farm Bureau. I'm just trying to make it seem that way. But so she's here to give us an update on that and just let you know what she has. So thank you, Becca.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. Nice to see some friendly faces. As Brandon mentioned, the Colorado Agricultural Addiction and Mental Health Program, we call CAMP, was started by the Colorado Farm Bureau in partnership with several other organizations. But predominantly the priority for us was that you all, well, those of you who are in agriculture were at the table. We did not want to represent or create a program that didn't actually meet the needs of the agricultural community. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got to the program and then what the program is, some of the things we've been able to accomplish. It's pretty exciting. And then I'm happy to answer a couple of questions, but I am going to try to be really respectful of your time and hopefully be the thing that catches you all back up. So agriculture, the backbone of our society, right? I'm sure you've heard that statement. Agriculture is the backbone of our country, but agriculture also statistically ranks high in suicidality, depression, anxiety, addiction. So the strength of our society is also really struggling. And for a long time, we were really not meeting the need in agriculture. We had a lot of barriers to entry for behavioral health in general. That is true universally. We don't like to talk about mental health. Brandon made the crack last night that we were going to kick off the agricultural committee with a zing and talk about the really depressing stuff first. The good news is mental health doesn't have to be a depressing subject. It can be a really hopeful one, but it is a subject we need to have. So, or a conversation we need to have. So, in 2020, there were dollars coming out of the government, as you mentioned, lots of things coming out that were designed to help America kind of cope with the very sudden realities of COVID. And one of those things was that was becoming immediately apparent was that there was a mental health crisis. That wasn't particularly new to agriculture, but as part of the USDA and the NIFA funding, there was money specifically for mental health. And so there was a large conversation happening among lots of ag groups. How do we get access to those funds to bring that to Colorado? And as I was listening to the conversation, I was hearing a lot of talk about things, but it didn't resonate with what I knew of farmers and ranchers. I worked for the Colorado Farm Bureau for almost 11 years. And I have gotten to know some of the best people in the state of Colorado, from northwest Colorado to northeast, southwest, and southeast. And I'm an empath by nature, so I listen to stories and I can absorb them in a way that is, I've learned, not common for everyone. So I decided I was going to go back to those farmers and ranchers and ask them what they actually wanted, what they needed. And what I learned was that they didn't want the things that I was hearing discussed a lot. They didn't want to talk to a farmer who was their neighbor or maybe the banker, because they were afraid of the repercussions of that conversation. They didn't want to talk to some of the folks in their community that we were kind of trying to bolster. And that's not universally true, but it was definitely common enough. So we asked all these questions. We worked with a big group of folks. Some of that came out of Peer Assistance Network, which does provide just a safety network of conversation and tools to handle a friend who's in crisis. And then we found a program that was started by out of the Seeds of Hope. Nebraska had a similar program, Wisconsin, and it really seemed to be the model that would make sense based on the answers to the questions I was asking consistently. And so what we developed in Colorado was a voucher program. And the Colorado Farm Bureau Safety and Health Committee, Angelina's husband is actually on that committee, gave us the seed dollars to kind of actually launch that program. And so what we heard very consistently from farmers and ranchers is, yes, there is a need. Now, I want you to note, I was talking to friends who had learned to trust me over a decade. I was asking them privately and not in a room like this. And very consistently, they all said, yes, there is a problem. There is a mental health crisis in agriculture. The time was emergent, like they were very aware of when they were dying by suicide or in really tragic situations. Addiction and mental health are both considerations. It's not one or the other. You really have to have a conversation together. And there was a particular interest on remote or telehealth services because of anonymity. Folks in the ag community, I mean, you all live in rural communities, it's not just ag. When you go into the mental health clinic, there's a perception that goes with that. I'm like, I'm not in a straitjacket, or someone's gonna think I'm suicidal. But also, I don't want my neighbors to know that I'm seeing counselor, or who that counselor is, or what I'm talking about. I don't wanna have to answer those questions. And then we heard consistently that folks did not want to talk to someone who didn't understand agriculture. We had heard from folks working at the Colorado Crisis Hotline that someone had called in and said they couldn't feed their cows. And the answer that they got from that clinical care person was, well, can't they just eat grass? If I can't feed my cows, the grass is gone, I can't afford to buy it, or it's not available. Like, that conversation is so much different. And, well, you could just get a job in town was the next, like, if you lost the farm, you could just get a job in town. We had a conversation last night about selling 90% of the family farm. And that's a heavy generational legacy conversations that are just deeply ingrained. And if you know somebody who's worked in ag their whole life, you know that that conversation is really complicated. It is not just to get a job in town. If you live in Center Colorado, you don't just, you know, go get a townhome in town and work at a local grocery store. When you live in a rancher in the valley for 3 generations, 5 generations. So, and 6 sessions. So every voucher we give is good for 6 sessions with a licensed counselor. They have all completed a 3-hour competency. So that 3 hours, I'm not going to be able to tell, sorry, I'm gonna call it Jeannie's story and Angelina's story. I can't tell them the whole, every lived experience of everyone in agriculture. That's not possible. But what I can do is give them a landscape in which to paint the individual people that they're interacting with, because by and large, the folks they are able to serve in this capacity are living on a farm range. Now, interestingly enough, most of our counselors actually do communities, but we didn't really expect that. The majority of our counseling staff are experienced licensed counselors are in the farm range, and so we wanted to make sure that whoever you were talking to, if you contacted someone in our program, would have a context for agriculture that would mean that they didn't ask them questions. It's not to say that they won't ask questions because they don't understand aspects, but they won't ask questions that are just inherently hurtful. So I've kind of gone through a little bit of our program. Our program is actually funded by Senate Bill 21-137, so it's part of the large bill in Colorado. Right now, that's funded at $50,000 a year. I got to write legislation, which if you had asked me 5 years ago if I would ever do such a thing in my life, I would have told you you're crazy. But I was very careful with that legislation to indicate that 60% of those dollars must go to direct services. So you can't staff a person and have a whole lot of stuff with no out. They need to actually be caring for the community intended. So I'm super excited that that came about. All of our counselors are licensed. And then we work really closely with Colorado Crisis Hotline. We actually have a video that will be coming out here, I think in 2 weeks. That's a 45-minute video that sought to tell the story of agriculture, and it is specifically designed to be a training video for a Colorado Crisis Hotline. So that if you're calling someone in Colorado, they will have seen this video and at least have some basis for someone who's in crisis in the agricultural community. And then we have had a lot of partners in Colorado. We've worked very closely with Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, with Colorado State Extension, Colorado Cattlemen's Agricultural Trust, Cattlemen's. But I'm particularly excited about our partnership with the Colorado State Extension. Here we are. And their agriculture program. So that connection has really been incredibly powerful. And then I have AgriSafe is moving into Colorado, seeking to create some more kind of helpline kind of resources available for agriculture. And then Land Logic does a lot of the cultural trainings. They're doing that nationally. All right, and I just wanted to share a couple of really fun things. So I said May of 2021, that statistic's wrong. From January of 2023 through January of 2024, we had served 144 individuals. If you think about the ag community, 144, that's a pretty significant number, actually. Especially in a culture that has been very stigmatized around the co-op. Of that, 107, this is the, like, maybe one of the statistics I'm most excited about, 107 of those 144 vouchers used more than 3. So they didn't just show up for a session, okay, that didn't go well. But they showed up for their 3rd session. 80 of them used all 6. So I believe this program is meeting a very specific need, and it's doing it well. When I was sharing some of these statistics with the extension staff, I got to share with them that 70% of our utilization is not just rural, it's agricultural. And by that, we define agriculture as a farmer rancher's spouse, farm family, farmer ranch worker, or a displaced spouse, someone who lived on a farm or ranch and doesn't anymore, or agribusiness. So 70% of our vouchers are in the hands of actual farmers and ranchers and their immediate staff or community. And then 32% of those individuals were male. That's really significant statistically, because men are least likely to seek care. They are also most likely to die by suicide. So I'm super excited about this program, not because as a staff member at Colorado Farm Bureau, I love being able to care well for farmers and ranchers. But I'm excited because this dream that we had, it's actually caring for people. And I know that because sometimes I will be in spaces like this and someone will come up to me and say, hey, I've used your program and it was really valuable to me. And that's unique because it's a non-anonymous program. So I can't independently verify your utilization of our program unless you tell me you used it. And so to have them come up to me and talk about the value of their counselor and what they've learned and how they've coped with some pretty significant things is amazing. So I'm happy to answer questions. I want to be faster than you. So you are ahead of time. Anyway, what questions can I answer for you guys? Yeah.
I think your program has a broader focus because of the mental health aspect, that this program basically allows individuals to stay with that, whether it's better health or any of those, then it's okay. So I bet your program is even broader. We provided a training in rifle, and there was literally 2 individuals in that course that said, I didn't use this, but I used better health. And they specifically attributed it to this program. So I would imagine you're broader than 104.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
And please introduce yourself before you speak for the folks online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Merritt Linkey, Grand County, and I just have a question regarding
A question.
okay. I think that and I really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you talking to us today. And I think, as Robbie said, there's probably a lot more than maybe you know about that needs this service. But I think that really my theme is everything is connected to everything. That in order to really solve this problem, we have to ask ourselves, and you don't have the answer today, and probably not pursue, I have a theory, is why? Why is there a mental health problem in ag specifically? Why? What are we doing to create this mental health problem in ag? And I think we need to answer that question, at least make progress towards answering that question before we do this up.
I can't answer the question. There's lots of things that contribute to that. Farmers and ranchers that have been surveyed specifically answer the question that economics are a huge part of their experience of stress or anxiety. Certainly there are things like that. But what we have seen be most impactful in this sphere is actually, your interaction with users. On a regular basis. How do you talk about mental health? But 10 of us at Berkeley team and talking to them about the same subject. One of my challenges to them is stop talking about the crazy person. How we talk about access to resources and people we know who are seeking care. Instead of using those terms, you could say, my friend is so courageous, she's getting help. Like, she recognized she was in trouble and she sought care. We don't question you when you go to the doctor because you're having pain leg or cancer. But when your brain is not functioning correctly, we start asking questions about whether or not you're crazy or safe to be, or like, there's so much statistical evidence. So my own story, my mom was an alcoholic. When she died, we learned that she was basically she was on prescription medications prescribed for pain, but she was taking the amount of fentanyl that a man twice per week would require. We had no idea. No idea. She had stopped drinking, so she was sober as far as we were concerned. My mom had attachment disorder. She was adopted as a young girl, had a long story of sexual abuse and trauma as a child. Statistically, I now know, working in this sphere and talking about this all the time, that my mom had every marker for high risk for addiction. Every single marker. I watched my mom fight, like claw for sobriety multiple times and get there because she wanted us to have a mom who was sober. My mom was the best mom. She would show up for me everywhere I needed her. She was at every event, every school performance, everything I did. My mom was the best friend you could ask for. She would be right beside you if you went into recovery, even if she was really struggling with her own. And like, my mom never actually found healing in this reality. So those conversations are really complicated. How we talk about them with neighbors creates space for people to seek care. So any opportunity you get to be honest about your own struggles, don't do that in a like, you don't have to do what I just did. I can own some of that story because my mom has passed away. And because I've done my own work about my mom. But if you share the things that you struggle with, you create opportunities for other people to step into that, to also admit they're struggling. And that's really, really powerful. That is actually the thing that saves lives. Statistically, that is the thing that will prevent someone from dying by suicide, because someone reached out to them and said, hey, I was being like, and they expected an honest answer and they didn't want to get it. So, did you have a?
There are questions in the room, Cindy.
It's Cindy Dozier in Montrose, Colorado. So yesterday we talked about the crisis of connectivity. And can you address how what you're describing and people's attitudes about each other impact that crisis of connectivity? Because we've been hearing it from the Attorney General of the state all the way down. And so my question is, why are people less connected now than they once were? And is it all put to social media and electronic devices rather than connected to
Not an expert on that, so I'm just going to give you my gut response, assuming that I understand what you mean by crisis of connectivity. I think that we live in, I mean, rural communities have always been this way. Your business was everybody's business. As soon as anyone got wind of it, it somehow made its way through, right? But now that's true on a world stage. One of my roles at Primary was a technology person. I do our data security, and I always tell people, like, don't do things that you don't want someone else to know about online, because there's always a record. Like, so if you want to keep your phone safe, like that's, as a data security person, if you have a company phone, I won't allow you to do certain things. But like, just practically speaking, you work in a political sphere. Just be smart, like, don't do things that you wouldn't be proud to have someone else see. But I also think that we don't live in familial settings anymore. So like generationally, I remember as a kid, I loved going to my friend's house when her mom was making tamales. Like they would, like the whole family would come around because tamales are their process, right? Like you need lots of hands to be able to process and to get it into the house and then eat it. And it takes days. But you get a whole group of women together, typically, and they're all working together side by side and sharing their stories with each other, and they're seeing their interactions with their spouses. And that kind of intimacy is created because you spend time. I would actually say that ultimately it's the loss of that, which could be attributed to the internet. There's a book called The Ruthless Elimination of Hurry that argues that like we are constantly after the next thing because our culture tells us like you can't slow down. I even notice it in my own body that when I'm exhausted or overwhelmed, I get on like I can't actually let myself sit. I have to keep moving. I have to pick up my phone and answer an email. I have to send a text message or play a game. I can't just sit and be quiet for a minute. Which is probably what my body actually needs, is probably what my son needs, is just for a moment of stillness with his mom. So I think that those things all, like, just, you don't live in convenience way, and consequently have forced vulnerability, but also we just are constantly chasing after the thing.
Right, I think we got time for a couple more for maybe you do the online one first, and then we'll go over to that.
And then it's just, okay, there's just one comment.
There's just one comment online from Nancy Fishreen. Underlying problem is the unending challenges to keep a family farm economically viable. A huge emotional and economic burden to maintain a family farm today. Then there are the resistance to counseling issues, but losing a family farm is depressing and comes with feelings of failure.
I'll just underscore that, that is a big part, probably 30% of the training that we do with counselors is talking about this. And the importance of legacy and how complicated it gets, right? Like, legacy is one thing if you have a family member who wants to take it on generation after generation, but you also have complicated things that happen in life. You have someone who moves off the farm, and some kids still on the farm who want to work it. Who gets to inherit? Like, where's the line? Like, those things all become really complicated as part of the story of agriculture. But all of them, often people, even after decades after they've moved off of the family farm, even if it was a grandparent's farm, have these unidentified connections to the land. That when the family sells or something shifts, there's a sense of loss and grieving that they don't even acknowledge needs to happen because it wasn't theirs. So yes, that generational legacy, a commitment to the land, those kinds of things are humongous in agriculture.
All right, Al, you can be as quick as possible, please.
Thank you. I'll do my best to ask this question. I don't know if I'm going to ask it. But are agricultural people being the recipient or are they being treated or being bullied? Because every time I turn around and I look out there, these guys are getting beat down because of the wolves or regulations upon the type of chemicals you use on your field, pesticides or herbicides, or how you apply your water, yada, yada, yada. And it's in the past 5 years that whole sentiment has exacerbated. And I live in a small rural community, raised in Colorado, and within the past year, I hate to say how many, it's very sad to see how many people have taken their own lives. But when you know those individuals, you see it's all related to issues that are social, the legislative issues that are pressed upon them that really beat them down. But it's not just one issue, it's another, and then another, then another, then another. I'm sympathetic to it because it's hit my family as well, back in Northwest Iowa. I see it more here than I do there. Have we done any research looking into, is that, or questioning, is that something that's happening on there? Is the environmental, is the legislative world really beating these people down to where they have nowhere else to turn because they don't know what to do? And everything they do isn't good enough.
So I think that's definitely a contributing factor to therapy. I just want to be very clear. A farmer actually who seeks care through my program, it's not my program, but through this program. I've heard from enough of them who introduced themselves and told me their stories, or who I know well, to know that the care that they're receiving is not full. You don't come back for 3 sessions, much less 6, if you feel like you're being bullied. A good example of an exercise that one of the counselors has taught me, she did it actually in her interview. She talked about a challenge she gave to a client she was preparing for to keep March. And it made her slow, it made this guy could literally do it in his tractor cab. And he would peel the clementine, and it was an exercise of slowing down and just thinking about the action of peeling the clementine. It made him refocus his energy somewhere other than the places he was anxious. But then throughout the day, he would have the scent of orange oil on his fingers. You could smell it, and you could see the rind on his dash, like throughout the day. And those were all mental checks to come back to the thing that happened, like just to eject from the stress of that moment. That's not bullying, that's care. And I think that all of our counselors are creating that space.
I don't think I'm referencing the counseling. I'm referencing the individual, what brings them to the point of counseling or considering their own loss.
Well, it turns out farmers and ranchers don't want their service. The data points I have for like almost everybody references the American Farm Bureau like stress assessments, things like that. 50 states, multiple territories, and we get 100 surveys. If you want to tell your stories, I can only tell them in generalities. If you don't say what stresses you out or overwhelms you, because you don't fill out this, like, and I get it, like the pressures are overwhelming, but like, farmers and ranchers just always kept their heads down. Like I just, mind my own business, keep my head down. Turns out that doesn't accomplish anything at the legislative level. You have to communicate, and that is one of the things that I challenge. I struggle with in terms of data too. I don't hear enough of the individual stories. Some of that is because of the stigma. You don't want to tell them you're struggling because someone else might hear about it, even if that's not on survey. It's completely anonymous. Thank you guys so much for your time. Thanks, Brandon. Brandon has business cards.
We pass them out.
Great. Camp cards are a wonderful resource to like have fall out of your pocket in a friend's truck or whatever you need to do to get that resource into a friend's hand. Or maybe just to keep in your wallet in case you need it. And you recognize that there's a moment which just really is that. I love this program. It is full of blood, sweat, and tears. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Let's give it another round. I know Harry wanted to jump in probably, but I will answer Landon's, I'll answer Al's question, briefly. I certainly, from talking to our members, economical factors, be it just natural or legislatively caused, I would say definitely impact, this issue tremendously. And so to channel very early, it probably would be better off. It wouldn't get rid of mental health issues in ag, but the legislature, the state of it now, I'm sure does not help to be as politically correct as possible. With that, we're going to go to coincidentally enough, another former Farm Bureau staffer. I did not reach out to him this time, though this was Ron, so we'll just have ties everywhere. We're going to talk about the Denver Slaughterhouse ban, and so let's welcome Landon Gates to talk about
Great. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. I'm Landon Gates. A lot of you I know in the room know me, as was mentioned, former Farm Bureau staffer, now lobbyist for the cattlemen and wool growers, among other clients. But I am also today serving in the capacity as a consultant for the campaign to defeat the slaughterhouse ban that is being proposed for the city and county of Denver, and that will be on the November ballot for those who live in Denver. I brought a whole team with me today. Maria Garcia Berry is going to run through the presentation for us and talk about the campaign. Her partner, Roger Sherman, is on as well. And then we have Emma Eckenhausen with CRL Associates as well. So I think you'll need to allow Emma to do the screen share, and then I'll turn it over to Maria.
She should have full capability already.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay, good morning. I'm Maria Garcia Berry along with Roger Sherman. We're partners at CRL Associates. Just to give you a little bit of a background, the reason we are involved in this is, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good, thank you. We have been involved with Superior Farms for quite a while, about 4 or 5 years. They originally came to us. We are public affairs consultants, primarily specializing in local government and special district work throughout the state. They came to us because they have been at 49th and Washington Street for over 60 plus years, as you will see in the presentation, and they were having problems with protesters coming. So we have worked with them. 2 other people on our team have been working with them to build a safety zone around the facility. So there were people who were trying to get to the employees. There are people who yell obscenities at the employees on a regular basis. And also there are people who have tried to get to jump the fence and try to get between the animals and the harvest room. So with that, I wanted to give you that context as to why we're involved in this, because I actually have been a client for quite a while. So let me give you, sorry, I apologize, Roger, if I lose my voice, you'll have to chime in real fast. But anyway, on the background and initiative process, this is a citizen initiative ordinance submitted by Pro Animal Future. They're a national organization that goes around the country proposing what I would call, I want to be careful of my of how I position them, but they have a very strong view as to livestock farming. They are also involved in initiative in Oregon that they're trying to get on the ballot this year to criminalize hunting. And they're also involved in 2 initiatives, one in Sonoma and one in Berkeley. So I want you all to understand, and I really appreciate the fact that you guys are taking the time to do this, even though it is an issue that is only going to be voted on in the city and county of Denver, but as you all know, has statewide and nationwide ramifications. The city and county of Denver has no authority to change or disapprove initiative language or ballot title. Ultimately, the proponents decide what's in it. It is not like the state ballot title process where they do have authority and they can reject things. That is very limited purview. They can advise, but they can't force the proponent to do this. Only 8,940 valid signatures are required to qualify for the ballot. They submitted 15,264 signatures and 10,000 were qualified for the ballot. This, by the way, also goes along, go ahead, Emma, you can go to the next slide. This, by the way, goes along with the fact that there's another initiative they filed that is exactly what happened in Boulder, that barely passed in Boulder, by the way, with no campaign, to prohibit fur. The sale, production, anything having to do with fur in the city is also going to be on the ballot. This is the ballot language. We've been asked a lot as to why we keep using the word slaughterhouse and why when we use something else. We are pretty adamant that we have to use the words that the voter will see on the ballot. This is exactly what they will see in their ballot. It's already qualified. It's actually the only 2 issues qualified for the Denver ballot right now. And we don't know what the numerations will be, but this is where, this is what will appear on the ballot. Okay. Next, Emma. Yeah, there we go. So what does it do? Obviously, it unfairly targets a single employee business. We don't believe that they're anti-lamb. They're just anti livestock farming and anti having anything having to do with production of meat. So if this would have been beef, this would have been pork. I think you would have had the same issue. It just happens to be a lamb business. We're an employee-owned company. So these are employee-owner jobs. It would eliminate 160 well-paying jobs, resulting in lost income and access to healthcare. Requires the city, as you saw from the language, to prioritize residents whose employment is affected by the ordinance, but it does not guarantee or offer any financial assistance or compensation. We believe that this measure would cost taxpayers over $70 million to compensate Superior Farms for taking its property and forcing it to shut down. We do believe it's a taking. You will hear from them that they have got a lawyer from the University of Denver who believes that this is not a taking, but we obviously beg to differ. We believe that consumers will pay more for meat shipped from out of state if Superior Farms is forced to close, and obviously higher prices unfairly burden low-income families. Also, the producers, 80% of our product comes from the state of Colorado. Those producers are predominantly in the western slope of the state of Colorado. That also will create a huge burden on them as to where they would take their product. Bottom line, this measure is unfair, ineffective, and obviously the wrong approach. Facts about Superior Farms. Last night, we just had kickoff for Denver Restaurant Week, very nicely attended at Colorado State University's Spur campus in Denver. We had a couple of hundred people there. People really learned a lot about Superior, but Superior was founded in 1964 and assumed operations of the Denver, and Superior assumed operations of the Denver facility in 95. It's an ESOP. So obviously our owners, our employees become owners very quickly. Almost 80% of the employees, owners are residents of Denver. And we are the largest purveyor of American lamb supplied by hundreds of small family farms in Colorado and across the West. We are the largest purveyor in the nation out of this facility. So here is what they put on their website. It's copyrighted. We took it off. We took a picture of it when they did it. They've now taken it off because I think that maybe they think that they're overreaching. But this is their aspiration. They want Denver to be the first city in the nation to ban slaughtering in the country, and they want Denver to be the leader. And then their intent is to try to go statewide. When you go on their YouTube channels, when you go on their, when you listen to some of their presentations, they talk about then going statewide and ending animal farming in the state of Colorado. So I think it's really important for all of us to understand the electorate that we will be working with. The Denver electorate, as you can guess, is dramatically different than other parts of the state. So we're just going to give you a very quick snapshot of, and the reason this matters is because our messaging needs to matter. It needs to be very appropriate. We did a very comprehensive 800 sample poll in October of this year. And it was very robust. We asked a lot of questions about how people felt about agriculture, farmers and ranchers, et cetera, in the city and county of Denver. We also asked people to self-categorize, regardless of party registration, okay, to self-categorize themselves, okay, where they were ideology on the spectrum. Emma, go back, please. Go back to the last. As you can see, 10% of the electorate considers themselves socialists, 26% very liberal, 24% somewhat liberal. So you can see that over, 60+% of the population is in that very liberal category. And then we have conservatives at 14% and moderate at 24%. Just so you know, as you see the party registration tab up there, while some people may think they're conservative in terms of party registration, for this first time ever in the history of the city, The Republican registration in Denver is in single digits. It's about 9.4%. You saw the mix of diversity, but I think what's really important, because when you'll see it more pronounced when you see it when you go to the next slide, is how young Denver is. Denver is a very young city, okay? 60% are college educated, but as you will see, and we go into the next slide, we did a comparison. This is something that Roger put together that I think is important. 8 years ago, okay, when Donald Trump was first on the ballot, in 2016, 51.46% of all the voters who voted in that election were over the age of 50. Look at that number today. It is 34.98%. The city has moved dramatically, okay, in terms of being a much younger urban, not unlike a lot of cities across the country that is happening that are very urbanized. The cities have gotten much younger. We expect to get to the voter turnout to be, we expect registration to grow to a little bit under 500,000. And we expect and this is why, by the way, they wanted to be on this ballot. When they filed their petitions, they could have had enough time to gather signatures and be on the 2023 ballot. They chose not to do that. I understand. As you can see, look at the turnout differences. In a presidential election, Denver will vote over 85%. And that is what they expect. And they wanted the singular most liberal voting turnout in order to have this be on their ballot. Okay, so that is a snapshot of where Denver is from a voter profile. We think it's important that you know that. So in our early research findings, what we did without educating people, we went through and, okay, you moved too fast, Emma. What did we learn out of our research finding? We actually learned that every demographic group ultimately opposes the ban after we start educating them. Okay, after we start giving them information about the impacts on this. Voters in Denver really like farmers and ranchers. We asked in every demographic cohort, and there isn't a demographic cohort that is in double digits, anything negative about farmers and ranchers. They have a great view of farmers and ranchers. They don't love vegan activists and animal liberation groups, but they aren't persuaded by attacking the ban as part of a hidden anti-meat agenda. So we have to be very careful as to how we explain this issue to the voter. And while voters dislike slaughterhouses, they are very much persuaded that this is unfair and that we are targeting a single business, forcing it to close and displacing its employee owners. Okay, let's go to the next one. Voters are clear about which messages they wish to hear. I've told Chancellor Frank at Colorado State, anyone who is an expert or is associated with Colorado State University is immensely credible and has huge credibility in this poll. But here's what's really important. 72% of the people do not know that there's a slaughterhouse in Denver. So we really have to have a long conversation with the voter between now and November. And 86% are not aware that the ban proposal will be on their ballot. So we need to make sure that we're informing them all the way through the process. What we know from our research is that if you know that there's a slaughterhouse in Denver, the chances are much bigger that you will vote no on this issue, because you will understand the implications. You will understand that you're putting a business, out of business. So this is what's important to us, that in low information environments, in other words, the voter doesn't know much about this issue. They're not aware it's going to be on their ballot. It's a very big strategic imperative that we gain first mover advantage. So that's why we have started organizing, putting our team together, starting to do education on this issue, particularly with businesses, a lot of businesses last night, a lot of restaurants and people associated with the industry last night were very surprised that this was even on the ballot, that we were even going to get to vote on this. Okay. So we asked the question before we educated the voter in the poll, both pro and con, if the election were held today, how would you vote? And their support is at 39%. Ours is at 41. The opposition is at 41. So what does this tell us? What this tells us is that if we don't do anything, right, the voter doesn't know much about these issues, right? They should be normally, to a lot of you who know about campaigns, in order to pass an issue like this, they should be over the 50 mark. They are not, okay? But because it's a low information environment, we should be at a broader, also, we should be closer to 50 also if people really knew about it. But if we do nothing, the chances are this ban could in fact pass. So that is why our client, Superior Farms, has taken it upon himself to start the organizing very early. They were notified in April of last year. We had to wait until it got put on the ballot or whether they would even turn the signatures. But ever since they were qualified, we've been getting ready to get organized to fight this issue. Okay, so let's talk about pro-ban messages. This is what they're going to use, and this is what they are using. That slaughterhouses are a major contributor to climate change and to polluting Denver's waters, right? That we dump out cleansing chemicals into local waterways. Obviously, we don't, as you all know. Anyone who's in this industry, this is a very heavily regulated industry in terms of health and EPA, et cetera. That the animals suffer immensely in slaughterhouses. They claim that there's an undercover investigation of this slaughterhouse. We have never seen anything concerning any employee. Roger has put together a process where we are vetting our own issues to make sure that we don't have anything that we don't know about. But so far, it doesn't seem like we have anything. Those are not true statements that they're making. Nuisance, the foul stench of Denver slaughterhouse. Given the fact that 72% of the people didn't even know that there was a slaughterhouse in Denver, I don't think that there is a nuisance in terms of smell or anything like that. I think that they tell you that it's no accident that the slaughterhouse is located in the Gloveville neighborhood. Because they think we did it intentionally. As any of you may know the history of Denver, Gloveville was actually created as a company town because of the smelters in the late 1800s. It's actually a historic little community that predates the city and county of Denver. And all of you who know, the National Western Stock Show is just right next door to the Superior Farms site. This is where farmers and ranchers brought their product to put on the railroads to move around the state. There was lots of slaughterhouses. This is the last one left in the city and county of Denver. So for them to say that we, place this here to do that, they obviously do not understand the history of Denver in this area. And then obviously the safety issue, that slaughterhouses are one of the most dangerous work environments in the country, et cetera. They are now pairing that with a possible immigration issue. There is a text campaign going around that we've gotten snapshots of where they talk about a young Latino who was underage, who was killed in what we finally found out is a poultry facility and who was illegal in Mississippi, not in Colorado. They don't tell you that, but they're using those scared, tactics and messages that this is an industry that preys on, those people who are coming into this country or illegally, et cetera. But so that's what they use. We tested these messages, by the way, in this poll. So this is where we used. Then let's go to the anti-ban messages. We used the wrong approach, that this does not improve animal welfare in Colorado. Obviously, the best way to improve conditions is by working together with ag industry and to raise standards if we need to. The fact that we're targeting one slaughterhouse in Denver is an effective message. That we're displacing 160 employees. That the taxpayers may have to pay Superior Farms for the taking of their facility and all of that. And obviously food cost. So these are the top 5 messages that really resonate with the Denver voter because they relate to them personally, right? All of these will have some sort of an impact on them. The other tier of messages that we also tested are less effective. This doesn't mean we won't use them in a secondary way. The ripple effect, that agriculture is the 3rd biggest industry in the state, and that the Denver slaughterhouse contributes tens of billions of dollars to the local economy. That it will not only just hurt our economy, but it will cost us jobs. The only message, the fact that Denver will be the first and only city in the country to ban meat processing. We're not surprised that this resonates. As you all know, this is where marijuana was started. This is where mushrooms are started. This is where a whole lot of issues have started. And Denverites kind of are they have a little swagger about the fact that they, are the city that are willing to take on these issues. This group has a bigger agenda. while we show you that their intent is to, because you're statewide group, you need to understand all that they put out there. We have to be careful about what we say about what their broader agenda is and whether they would really want to ban. We've got enough evidence that that's what they say. I'm not sure it resonates as strongly as some of the other arguments that you saw. But this proposal is extreme. You know, as I said, voters did not necessarily like the animal liberation groups, or PETA does not have a high credibility rating, but we have to be very careful as to how we cast those individuals. And that obviously the signal that Denver is known for its rich Western history, has been hosting the National Western Stock Show. Roger and I have been representing the National Western Stock Show for over 30 years, actually longer than that. They're very, very, very concerned about this and the fur ban. They do believe it tells people that Denver is hostile to agriculture, that it signals that, whether it's to Oklahoma City or to other cities that are competing with us in the agricultural world. But this one does not work as well with the voter in Denver. A lot of them, obviously, given the young age demographic now, Denver don't have the history that a lot of people used to have. So after we did this entire battery of pro messages for the ban, anti messages for the ban, here's where we end up. So we believe we have a path forward. So what we did, what I said earlier on, is that we believe that we can get every demographic group in the city to ultimately oppose this. That is our intent. We cannot afford to lose this 51-49 because they will be back in the next time around. They will tweak their issue and they will be back. We really need to defeat this in the best way possible and get a unified response to the citizens and voters. So we are heartened by this, but we have a lot of work to get there to be able to win this ballot issue by such big margins. Okay, so then let's go to the credibility of validators. We have this presentation because we were talking to the restaurants yesterday. As you can see, experts from CSU Ag College are #1 on the list. The Colorado Livestock Association and the Colorado Wool Growers have requested that Colorado State University do a study that we have nothing to do with, that the CSU is doing it on their own, as to what the impacts would be if this would pass, not only in terms of ag statewide, but also the impacts to the city and county of Denver. Workers at the Denver slaughterhouse are very effective messengers. We have, 80% of them live in the city and county of Denver. About 65% of them are over, Roger, correct me if I'm wrong, are Latinos. I think that's the correct percentage. Butchers,
Correct.
farmers and ranchers are very popular. So one of the things we started talking about, we have to storytell. We have to start telling stories about each one of these perceived good messengers to tell the story as to why this matters. So obviously we thought a lot about talking about a sheep producer, a rancher, long time, multi-generational on the Western Slope that can tell their story. That's very important storytelling for us. And we've been obviously talking to the wool growers since July. And we have a lot of potential opportunities to do that. And ranchers who are willing to come forward and say, I'm a 5th generation, sheep farmer, rancher, and here's what we do. And also how well they raise their animals and how well they take care of their animals. Local restaurants obviously are important. Grocery stores in Denver. One of the things that we're in the process of verifying all of that is that the union, who represents most grocery stores in the state and in Denver, also represents JBS in Greeley. They are very concerned and they want to help defeat the ballot measure because they believe that if it happens in Denver, we're an ESOP, we're not a union, we're an employee-owned company, but because we do that, okay, that they believe that this happens in Denver, this could happen in Adams County, this could happen in Weld County. Animal rights organizations, they're in the bottom of the heap. Mayor Johnston, the Stock Show, animal liberation organizations, and we differentiate. If you talk about animal rights organizations or humane animal organizations, most people think it's like the Humane Society, right? We need to talk about animal liberation organizations and use that, and then look at where PETA is. they're at the bottom of the heap. So we believe we've got good abilities to storytell as to why this issue matters to different sectors of different people in the population in Denver. Okay, so let's give you a quick campaign update. Here are the cadence of our election cycle for this year. You all know this. We made it very specific. As you know, there are no statewide races for governor or anything else. The congressional races, obviously on it, but all of the dramatic congressional races that have big primaries are outside of the city and county of Denver. We care about the Denver County Democratic Party Assembly. We know that the group has gone to the Democratic Party and asked for access to their, van system, et cetera. They have been turned down. We know that there's a lot of activity in Denver because there are 3 or 4 major primaries in the city. There's a primary for district attorney. There are I think 3 primaries in legislative races. So there's a lot already of activity. So we have to keep track of that because those are opportunities for us to educate people on this. As you know, the deadline to file initiative petitions statewide is not till August 5th. I was talking to someone in the AG's office last week who tells me that there are 57 approved titles. Who knows how many we'll get on. Obviously, ballots are certified. We won't know what our numbers is. We are probably either 308 or 309 on the ballot, but we won't know until that week. And then obviously ballots are mailed and election day is the 5th. So we have opportunities to educate voters all along this continuum. This is not a campaign where we wait until September to start telling them about it. Okay. Okay, Roger, you want to take over? I'm going to have to step out on the what's been accomplished and what we're doing and the budget, et cetera. I'll stay here for a couple of more minutes. That'd be great.
Thanks, everyone. We've been busy kind of setting the infrastructure together for the campaign, including the baseline survey, engaging with industry leaders and organizations like Club 20, initiating state and local elected official briefings. We've been taking Denver City Council members on tours of the facility. It's getting on site, you really see what goes on at the operation, and you get a feel of the employee owners, et cetera, and that it's actually a really good place to work. We've got the initial budget, which we've kind of done a three-prong of what we're calling a bronze, silver, and gold budget. We want to send a message to this group that as Maria said earlier, we don't want to win 51-49. We want to beat it significantly so that they don't come back either locally or in the state. We circulated RFPs and job descriptions for key campaign staff. We actually got 18 RFP responses for various consultants that we need. We've got the initial website up, and as Maria noted, this will be either 308 or 309 on the ballot, so we've captured those domain names. And we've created 2 fundraising entities. One is a 501c4 for groups that, it's a public good category under the IRS, and then we've got a Denver issue committee that can overtly say, vote no. We can actively work against the campaign. And then, as we've been developing this, we've kind of got some basic campaign principles. We believe in strong governance and accountability. We'll spend what is necessary to be successful, not a penny more. We have, in the past, stopped fundraising when we know we're going to win big. We don't want to be pigs at the trough, to use a bad analogy. We're data driven. As you know, we did the first initial baseline survey. That's really helped us. We're also going to do some focus groups coming up, and then we'll do another baseline survey. So we're constantly adjusting our messaging to make sure that we're targeting the right way. And here's an example of the budgets, and you can see we're focused on 80% or more of the budget going to direct voter contact. And $3 million is kind of our target. Over the next 90 days, as we get close to when we'll really ramp up the advocacy portion of the campaign, We'll be reviewing the RFPs. We're hiring key staff. We are close to signing a contract with our campaign manager. We're very excited to have a person on board. We'll complete the focus groups, kind of a modern day focus group, continue to engage groups like yours and community stakeholders, begin informing and educating voters, and then fundraise. Sadly, these campaigns cost a lot of money. So that is kind of our campaign overview. You know, we have the luxury, I suppose, of a lot of runway here. Normally, we have we normally stand up campaigns in kind of the June, July timeframe for a November election. So because the proponents filed this ballot measure so early, we've had a lot of time to get organized. That can work against us. I think sometimes we have folks in the industry that would like to see more activity, but the reality is voters aren't paying attention too much. So we have the luxury of making sure we get this right and get it set up. So we're on a solid foundation when we're ready to move forward into the true campaign activity. So questions? Maria's on for another minute or two, or I can answer questions, or maybe we did such a great job there, no questions.
Yeah, yes, I'm just putting our emails in the chat.
Sorry, Maria, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I do have to be at a meeting, physically at a meeting at 10. So, but if there are any questions, I just put Rogers and I's emails, and the fact we super appreciate you guys willing to listen to this. We do believe this is a statewide issue. It's only going to be voted on by one city, but we'd love to hear from you and your questions, and Roger and Emma and Landon can stay on.
Great, we appreciate all of you guys, what you talked about. Real quickly, so one thing I can say from at least a Farm Bureau perspective that we relearned during the wolf issue was that having two separate entities fighting the same issue, and as you showed, one maybe using less than ideal talking points, it can actually cause significant impacts to whether or not somebody votes the way you want them to or not. All that would be leading to the question of understanding you can't share these slides for strategic reasons. Is there a way we can share your best talking points with this group so we're all on the same page?
Sure. Emma, if you go back to we went over the best slides. What we will be able to do through Landon is get you a fact sheet that kind of talks very specifically about the top issues. This is an interesting campaign in the sense that, it has statewide impacts, and we have industry groups and folks that are very concerned about it on a statewide basis. But as our voter demographic slides show, the outer state of Colorado, we all know, is much more conservative than the Denver voters. So we have to be very disciplined that we know it has statewide consequences. We know it's signaling to the industry and to the rest of the country about what Denver is thinking about the agricultural industry, but those messages don't move the Denver voters. So that is your point is exactly right. That we have to be very strategic, and everyone statewide, if you're talking to voters in Denver, or you have employees, or you have suppliers, you have family in Denver, you need to be talking to them in terms of the messages that move Denver voters. And we'll share that fact sheet through Landon so that it's easily accessible to you.
Let me say something before I depart on Roger's managing all of this, so he can explain it in more specific detail. We don't have two campaigns, we have two committees.
Yeah.
The reason we have two committees, one is a C4, one is the required committee that is required by the city and county of Denver as a political committee under their rules. They are doing the same thing. Most of their money came through a C4, a Pro Animal Future nationally. So there are individuals and entities who would prefer contributing to our C4, but Roger can explain, we're managing all that. This is one unified campaign. This is not two separate campaigns with two separate entities. This is for the purposes of where some entities feel more comfortable contributing. Roger, you can go into that.
Yeah,
I want to clarify that, that this is not.
I may have misunderstood the question, but yes, we've got two committees to receive funds, but we're one unified effort to defeat the ballot measure.
I appreciate that. No, and I was talking about the wolf issue where there was two different opposition groups. I was just had to be a little facetious this morning, sorry. But I appreciate what you guys are doing. We do have a number of questions in here. I'm gonna start with Tom, then Harry, and then Matt, and then we'll go from there. If you've got time.
And remember to introduce yourself first.
I'm Tom Hardy from Eagle County. I want to thank you for your presentation and bringing to our attention. And at least from my point of view, and I think most of my colleagues here, we do get it. But I hope you're doing the same thing to groups all over the state. Everybody on the eastern slope needs to hear this louder and clearer than most of the folks on the western slope. And at the core of it, really winds my watch me. It's being worked out. I'm proud of what you're doing. I hope you're successful. I would probably even give you some money to help do that. But the issue is about access with the referendum system. And they use the words, you know, and we know, it's outside state money. It's influence, and they go where the population is, and that's in the front range. They sell it, they work it, you're doing what you're doing as far as you're doing it. But as a people, as a state, as a united state of Colorado, we've got to stop this access to the ballot. And we have to do that at the ballot polls ourselves. We can't have people in there that are saying this is a good idea. If we're going to remain a united state, we've got to get at that issue. I wish you well. God bless. I'll shut up.
We appreciate, you know, I will say that the very first consultant we hired was Landon. And that was because we recognized the importance of reaching out to both Eastern Slope and the Western Slope, Eastern Plains, Western Slope, and have spent most of our time so far. We haven't really made a presentation to like Denver residents. We are working with national organizations and groups like this to rally support and get our message out about how strategically we need to approach this.
Right, Harry, as quickly as possible.
Very cool is ignorance is on their part right now is the fact that they're calling this sheep farming. We don't plant these lambs in the ground and water them. They don't do that with cattle or hogs. You're either a livestock producer or you're a rancher. And I don't know if that's going to help them with it doesn't, but it shows not farmers, ranchers, and producers. Thanks for your fight. It's not going to end right here.
Thank you. It's a good point. I'm a city boy. I have to learn, make sure I know the proper language as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very good distinction. Yeah, somebody that's in the industry, yeah, livestock producers are ranchers or producers, not farmers. But you know, I think to the point that Maria made earlier in the presentation, right? We sort of have to use the language that the proponents are going to use, right? So we would love to not talk about slaughterhouses either, right? We would love to talk about meat processing facilities or harvest facilities rather than slaughterhouses. But you know, unfortunately, that's not going to be the language that voters see on their ballot, and so we don't want to confuse voters either, right? And I don't think we want to spend the whole time as the campaign trying to educate voters that, you know, livestock producers are in fact ranchers and not farmers. So I get it. It's really, really frustrating for sure. But we've got to sort of stay on message, use the messaging that we know works, and target that messaging to the audience that we know we've got to target in order to be successful. So heard you loud and clear. I just don't know if we'll spend a lot of time focusing on sort of those semantics.
Sure. Matt Schuler with the Jackson County Star. I have an observation that I want to turn into a suggestion. We love the message that you got. You're dealing with a younger group of voters in the Denver area, but right away you have cut off about half of them with stopthebandprotectjobs.com. You registered a couple different names that you want to do that, but the point I want to make to you is .org. It's a whole different connotation with a lot of different younger voters. And it's something that's so simple. When they see that, .com is got its connotation, .org is a whole other connotation. And if you want to message that to get people to work that out. It's a suggestion that I would recommend you do something in that line. Thank you very much for your presentation and good luck.
I will double check if we have it pointed already, but we do own the same domain name in org, and I think in net. I think we've got all of them so that they all point to this. I'm not sure that they're pointing there yet, but it's a good point.
Yeah, we are right up on time. But I will just say, part of my job with the campaign is going to be keeping the agriculture organizations and some of our rural partners up to speed on what the campaign is doing. We have started hosting monthly campaign updates. We do those on Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Again, obviously, the campaign is going to have to spend most of our time focusing on the city and county of Denver and talking to the city and county of Denver folks. But our campaign updates, monthly ones, are going to be an opportunity for agricultural organizations, county commissioners, other statewide elected officials to jump on a call and receive updates from the campaign. And we'll do that throughout the duration of the campaign. So I know Ron has my email address. I can also drop it in the chat. And if anybody would like to join those calls and stay up to date on the progress of the campaign, we would certainly be happy to have anyone join those. Sort of have to keep it to a manageable group, and obviously people that we know are friendly. We don't need sort of that conversation taking place with people listening that we know shouldn't be listening. So, but that is going to be an opportunity for folks to sort of stay plugged in to the campaign regularly.
Thank you both. I know you're extremely busy, Landon. I'm sure you're heading over to the Capitol shortly. So I just want to thank you, and we'll let you head over there. So we'll give you a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
So now we're going to dive into our resolution, and just going to keep going on the contentious issue path, and we're going to tackle ag labor. So you should all have copies sitting over the signing table if you need one. First, I'm going to have Bonnie do this, but I don't know if we got it. We have, before we start discussion, we have anyone willing to make a motion to look at the amendments of the budget. So, moved by Steve and seconded by Merritt. So is there discussion? Go ahead, Steve.
Steve Child, Picking County. I see one correction, and it's probably not meant to still be in there, but I think it was just commentary was down in the now therefore be resolved. Seems like there's already a lot of accountability built in the existing code. I think that's not meant to be part of the policy.
Yeah.
But just a comment about it.
Yeah, and that came from Bonnie Brown, her comments in it. I wanted to leave that in there just to show that, but you're correct. It's not going to be in there. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman of Grand County. I had a question on the back page, top line. I just would like to have someone explain it. And imagine it's good to remain as it is, but you know, us not really familiar. It says supports removing the portability. I can see people, you know, wanting to favor the worker to have some mobility. They find themselves with I don't know, bad boss. But apparently this says here that H2B or permitted portability. So we want to remove the portability of H2A. I wonder if anybody had expertise or just can explain it to me a little bit why it's good to remove portability. And I'm not recommending we change that. I just wanted to ask that and see if I could move a bit.
So I'm by far not an expert on this, but actually, I did have comments that were made by, Bruce Talbot, Talbot Farm. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna pull it up to make sure I say it correctly, but,
And I think Nancy's online and unmuted herself too.
if she, so if Nancy wants to talk, go ahead, Nancy.
No, I just want to know which one. I want to know which one you're talking about, which bullet.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet in the now therefore be it resolved.
Okay, so the support of the mobility one?
The portability.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would tell you that it's a little bit inaccurate simply because they can't, no one can come and move your H-2A visas until your period on your visa is over. And then you have the opportunity to transfer it to a different H-2A eligible employer. But like they can't come into my H-2A visa and take them from me because some company in California wants them. Now, we do have people that abandon their job and end up working for someone else, but technically it doesn't really work like that because we tried to get H-2A visas from Arizona because they weren't using their workers when we needed them. So we could have done that if they were willing to share their, but they are the H-2A visa recipients in Arizona were the deciders on that.
Nancy, that was my understanding from Bruce as well, was it takes both the producer and the actual visa holder to move like that. So it's, which in my understanding from Bruce is actually not a bad thing. So he's not here obviously to push this, but that's kind of the thing I got from him. So anyway, here, go ahead.
Can't speak to the HTV part, but where Nancy might use this fact that it's illegal.
Can you please speak into the mic,
The
Harry?
pieces are there and what employee doesn't have any leverage to keep that portability. They can take off in the middle of the night and go work for somebody else. When it's reported to Immigration and Naturalization, when it's report this to ICE, they don't do anything about it. So there's no enforcement. Because the expenses that you go through as an employer to bring them here for H-2A contract, that disappears with lack of enforcement. And it's a lengthy process to get them here. So it's illegal portability specific. Now I can't speak to these, but I see there's no enforcement.
So are you making a motion to add word legal or?
Yes, illegal portability. In other words, we support movement. Illegal. I don't know.
We won't take that as a motion quite yet. We'll let you think it through.
Cindy Dozier, I wonder if what we want to say is we support enforcement of non-portability of H-2A visas, law enforcement.
I was gonna come, first we need to, Steve, are you, as the first, motion on this, are you okay with adding that word, those words as proposed by Cindy? Is it a friendly amendment to?
I'm the kind of parliamentarian. Better if she made a motion. And then we vote on that, and then we vote on the original. Instead of a friendly amendment, it doesn't exist in Robert's full support.
Merit has something to add. We're still in discussion, so.
I think in county, maybe to address what Harry's talking about, we just put the word legal transition, put the word legal and put a transition together, folks, but that's all about.
I don't think it makes sense that way. You're supporting the removal of the portability to disallow employees to illegally transition.
Yes, I'm sorry, it's a double negative. We either need to say
Yeah.
disallow illegal or allow legal. Allow and support legal transition.
So this is a question for the ones who actually deal with this. I thought I heard Harry say that for legal portability of an H-2A visa, both the employer and the visa holder need to agree. Is that accurate? So what we want to do is support the law, and we want to support the enforcement of the law in all portability of H-2A visas. Am I correct in that? Is that what we want to support? Is that what we want this to say? Because I'll work on some wording here. Is that the right thing? So I guess I will move to support enforcement of legal portability of H-2A visas. Simple as that.
Good. So now we're open for discussion on that amendment.
I agree, because we were saying we wanted to remove the portability. So you got to get rid of that word if you're trying to do it just the legal way.
Who was the second? Thank you.
Nancy, I'm not. The portability is great, like you said, if you need workers, get them from somewhere else, they're here, and that should be happen. It's the illegal portability that we have an issue. In other words, if the employer doesn't agree with the transfer of his employee in his H-2A, then it's illegal. But that's not, ICE isn't enforcing. They're allowing them portability because they can go anytime they want. Because they're allowed to keep their I-9s and their passports in their own possession. They don't even have to go back to the employer and say, hey, I want to go somewhere. Can you give them my passport? Okay, I want that I-9 so that I can leave. So when they leave, they're legal. They can actually go to California, go to Maryland, and they have all their paperwork with them.
Any other comments on this amendment? Cindy?
So the other question I have is, we say such as is the case with H-2B visas, do we just want to omit that part of the statement? Because it seems like to me what we want to say is supports enforcement of legal H-2A visas, portability only with employer visa holder mutual consent. And I'm wondering if that wordage captures it all or not, and y'all have to tell me. Does it? Robbie's shaking her head. What are you thinking?
I don't know enough to be any kind of knowledge.
Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Janie.
Harry's point that these guys can jump ship and go to another producer, another employer after you had the expense That's really frustrating, but I'm kind of confused with all the negatives in that statement, so I'm gonna plead Robbie's case and say, I don't clearly understand the statement.
Read it one more time. Supports enforcement of legal H-2A visas portability only with employer visa holder mutual consent. So we support legal portability, we support enforcement of that legal portability, and then it's clarified mutual consent.
So are you taking out the H-2B?
I will eliminate the H-2B piece. If we need to discuss H-2B, maybe we stick that in another bullet. And there is another bullet down the way that talks about H-2B visa quotas, and perhaps there's a place to put it in there. But my question, and I have to ask Nancy as well, is does that wording satisfy what we're trying to actually say?
I think it does because that's what the law says, and we're just supporting the law and enforcement of it. ICE doesn't even come into the H-2A rules. So what Harry's saying and what Janie's saying and what I know ranchers deal with are people bailing after we spend all that money, we get the permit, we bring them up here, and then they bail. But that really isn't within H-2A law. That's illegal. It's hard to find them even after they bail. It's a reality we deal with, Harry. It's one more cost for ag. But the way H-2A visas are working, when you do go through the process, this new wording, I think addresses the issues. The
Give me
employer
a moment for
consent
updating
is
it.
huge.
I would think that it would be consistent, those who bring in H-2B. One of the biggest arguments that H-2B have is to stay with their jobs. Because they're for example, if Google or AT&T or whatever has technically bring in H-2Bs, they're going to China and Japan, and they're getting H-2B people in, that the job will be coming right out of universities. Now, portability may not be an issue with them because they're able to get them, and there are quotas. There's quotas on H-2Bs. But I would think they would be opposed to portability too.
Yeah, take it off.
That's a very H-2B.
Employer and
We're gonna let staff get it all the way up there before we finish. And Brittany's fast, so for that, she's already done. Any other comments? All right, so you need to vote on this amendment as put up by Cindy, so. All in favor of that wording, which is now correctly on the screen.
Yes.
So if you need a second, let me know, but all in favor of that wording, being included, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. So. That amendment is now part of it, so now we're back to just general discussion on anything else in the, resolution. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm not knowledgeable about what the H-2B visas actually say, what the rules are on that, but it seems to me that we should add a clause, and I think further down, like was suggested, would be a good place to put it, because how do we want to ask for change in the H-2B visas to something else, or are they okay the way they are?
If I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
We used to use H-2B visas, but basically they don't work well because of that cap issue. And you're not allowed to apply before a certain number of days before you need them. So you're way outside of the cap. The cap can get filled in the first 6 months of the year. We're not allowed to even apply for our visas in the first 6 months of the year. We can only apply 45 days before we need them. So I think the way it's worded right now, we talk about it. Someday we may be able to use it again, but it's not it's really for packing lines. It's very limited. And we aren't the people that use them first. It's the skiers. It's people that have the need for people in the winter. So H2B is almost moot if it's an ag thing. The biggest issue in all this entire resolution is H2A and H2B doesn't mean diddly squat with the brand new laws in Colorado on farm worker wages. It is getting to the point, it's a tipping point in costs that you can barely use any of them. So that is the number one issue to us. We were spending $24 plus change per hour paying our ag labor for the Latha sweet corn this year. In our own worker housing, I bought a very nice house, one of the nicest houses in Olathe, and made it my worker housing. And today I have to rip out all the carpeting because OSHA doesn't think it's good for workers to live on carpeting. Now, you tell me we're not being over-regulated, but really, I think let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good. I think it's great the way it's worded now. We just let it go. But the biggest issue for even using H2A is going to be Colorado regulations on top of this. So that's my little soapbox. Sorry. Don't you wish I couldn't figure out how to unmute?
No, I very much appreciate that, Nancy, because I'm not an expert on HTV either. And I think you bringing up that Colorado labor bill is even more important on why we need to try and keep this resolution as generic, for lack of a better term, as possible, while still tackling the issues, because we have seen farm labor in the state change dramatically in the last 5 years since we looked at this. And so being able to let staff be flexible and address these issues when they arise is crucial, at least in my opinion. Any other comments? Let's Steve.
I think the way we have it written now sounds good to me for now. I would like to run this by and find Cameron, bunch of the she's hired lots of farm workers and gone through the visa program a lot, and it's very knowledgeable. Before our spring meeting, I just want to run our resolution by her and see if she has any other comments which we could change at the spring meeting if necessary.
I see no problem because you're on board, so you'll have a say when this gets sent to the board, right? So I unless I'm wrong there, Brittany, but I have no problem with it. Anything else? It's going way smoother than I actually thought this would, so we might get done early. So we have, yes, Brittany.
Point of clarification.
Yep.
So in order to move from here, we do need a friendly amendment to the motion from Steve to change it to a motion to amend as presented or as amended.
So
We did.
I will amend this policy statement as amended.
And then Merritt, do you accept that as well? Perfect.
Harry's got something to say.
Just wanted to comment to Steve, review it, someone review it. There might be a potential to get H2B totally on its own versus H2A for the reason that an H1B visa, there's resumes and qualifications to get for it to be accepted. With with H2As, if you've got a pulse or warm blooded, you can get someone to bring you over in an H2A program. So we might consider separating what we represent as H2Bs versus H2As. whoever you're talking to, that makes sense to them.
That's something, Ron and I, we have, did you say, you did send me a list of the advisory committee. That's something we can look at as an advisory committee as well, as there's a resolution before someone. So, certainly, any other comments real quick before we take this vote? Seeing none, so we are going to vote to pass this on to the board, as amended. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Great. So with that, because we do have time, I just want to thank our sponsors one more time. The venue and lunch sponsor today is the Union Pacific Railroad and Atlas Energy, and our committee sponsors are actually both in this room, so make sure you tell them thank you. They're Lois Dunn and Mark Factor, so thank you for your sponsorships, and with that will be adjourned.
And the water committee will begin at 10:30, so there's a couple of minutes if you need to run to the restroom or grab a new drink or whatever you need to do. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is, we're just saying. Okay. So, yeah, they're separated, so is that the presentation? Different presentations. Yeah. So is it, yeah, it'll say. Okay. Do you mind sticking in? I just want to make sure that. Sometimes there's those weird transitions.
Oh, hello.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, we do. Where is Chris's? Right here. Okay. Here we are, and then here's a packet for you. Okay. What we'll tell them, okay, and what we'll tell them is. But I do this name at all. Yeah.
No, it's just.
Yeah, I saw you for
Yesterday, this was not.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Okay. That one, okay. Oh, so.
Right here.
Okay.
Yes, that's gonna be Peter.
That's Peter.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that looks like it's.
So,
Yep.
do you have any links or anything in our okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Nice to meet you again. Yeah.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, you guys are super today.
Do you want?
Do you want me to download this? They are massive. You can just hang on to that. Okay, we're gonna stay to Becky's presentation. So I'll just.
But,
Just don't let me.
I think she's gonna be through me. Yeah, but a couple things have changed. Yeah, so. I don't know. So maybe she'll come and we'll be, right, sure. Yeah.
All right, yeah, just hang on to that. I'll put that in until we leave it, if I forget it. And then Zane is the second one, right? Yep, and then that's state affairs.
Did you want to peek at that one real quick, just to make sure?
That's 8 slides, 4 slides down here. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
So we want to do is exit on the book.
Oh.
And then.
Yeah, so then copy them on top of this.
Yeah, then I wanted.
What are you? Thank you.
We ask everybody to find their seats. We're going to start the meeting in 60 seconds.
Yeah, you go. Yeah. 1 second. And what's this guy's Peter? Peter what? Peter.
Their own slides.
Yes, there's a pointer up there.
Okay.
Yep, a pointer.
They don't want to be up here. Here.
Yes, I mean, it would be probably better for the folks on Zoom if they're up there.
Oh.
Yeah. But if they are more comfortable, we can make that work.
Tough for them.
If you open them both. Yep.
Yeah.
And if you are a part of the water committee and you'd like to sit up at the tabletop mics here and at the U, please help yourself. There's a couple more seats. Deb, got it.
All right, everybody, we're going to start the meeting. If you find your seats, please.
Thank you, Chris. You come up in loud and clear.
Thank you, Nancy. Good to have you all online and all in the room here. Welcome to everybody. We have a full and rich agenda. We are going to move through it timely in an effort to accomplish all of the 3 topics, as well as a complete review and recommendations to the board for the 2 handfuls of resolutions that we have before us. Everybody's betting that I won't make it through all of the resolutions. I think you can do it. Reminder that if you are in the room, you are
a member of and encouraged to participate fully with the water committee, assuming you are a member of Club 20. If you are not a member of Club 20, there are plenty of people in this room who would be happy to talk to you and take your money. Let's see, so discussion is open to all. Those who are seated, when you are speaking, please use the microphones, turn them on when you're speaking. Even if you're in a dialogue with somebody, turn it off. When you're finished speaking, only one microphone can work at a time properly. People who are online, if you would introduce yourselves, or Brittany, do you want to tell us who's online? Maybe if you would just tell us who's online, that would be easier.
So joining us online, we have Candace Blair, Doug Monger, Janet Farmer, Jonathan Howe, Melody Villar, Nancy Fishering, Steve Harris, Tiffany Dickinson, and Tony Massara.
Good. Welcome to all of you, and you too are encouraged to participate fully with us. Raise your hand or interrupt us as necessary. We want to thank our sponsors, including they are both our venue sponsors for today and our lunch sponsors, Union Pacific and Atmos Energy. If you haven't already, there is 3 piles of papers to pick up to prepare you for and help you participate in the meeting over here on the side table. With that, I want to turn it over to Peter Fleming from the River District. Talk about a very important milestone that has been reached and is yet in progress, not quite across the finish line. Peter, if you talk about Shoshone water right permanency. Shoshone.
And there's a clicker up there, and use the wired mic. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
That's, sounds like it's on now. And this flicker in there is pointing in some. Any direction. Okay. Thank you, Chris, for the introduction. My name is Peter Fleming. I'm General Counsel at the Colorado River Water Conservation District located in Lebanon Springs.
And try to speak for the
And
perfect.
Thank you for setting aside some time on your busy agenda for me to give a short presentation about the Shoshone water right preservation. Okay, that won't be a problem. I'm famous last week. So most folks here know about the Shoshone Power Plant located in the middle of Glenwood Canyon. You can see it there, the canyon, you're driving through. Built, has a senior water right of from 1902 for 1,250 cubic feet per second. The junior water right of 158 CFS with a priority of 1920, total 1,400 feet per second. It is effectively making it the most senior calling water right on the main stem of the Colorado River. Controls basically and calls out probably all water rights that are upstream and junior of Shoshone, basically everything above dot zero. So, for example, the Roaring Brook River, which comes in right at Glenwood Springs, is below the canyon, not subject to a call from the Shoshone water rights. A little history on Shoshone and why it's important, why the River District and a broad coalition of West Slope entities have literally spent decades trying to develop and promote the permanency of the Shoshone, of the call regime, the flow, the historical flow regime perpetuated by the exercise of the Shoshone waterways. Of course, as a hydropower plant, it's entirely non-consumptive. So all the water that's diverted there at Hanging Lake Dam, that's basically right on the downstream side of Hanging Lake Tunnel in Glenwood Canyon. It goes through a tunnel to the side of the canyon for about 2 miles or so, and then it drops down those penstocks that you see when you're driving through the canyon, spins the turbines, and comes out entirely undepleted, and then flows. It continues to flow downstream. But because of its seniority and the large rate of flow that it commands, the historical flow regime that's built up around it has really helped to protect wet slope waterways in terms of both irrigation down here in the Grand Valley. Irrigation provides a sort of steady stream, if you will, even upstream in the headwaters in Grand County for irrigation up there. Also has a big benefit to the fisheries in the upper Colorado River Basin and through Glenwood Canyon and further points downstream. Very much supports the heavy recreation industry through the upper Colorado River Beach and Glenwood Canyon as well. Helps to maintain water quality, especially downstream of Glenwood Springs. Glenwood Springs, for all the great hot springs it has, also has the ancillary effect of putting a lot of salt in. And the perpetuation of the historical flows created by the Shoshone Call helps to dilute some of that salt, which can be a real problem for water municipalities that have intakes on the main stem of the Colorado, Rifle, Clifton Water District. Even you, I believe, has some of most of their supplies. And in the Grand Valley down here, the historical flow regime has the effect of sort of moderating the peaks and valleys in the hydrograph in the river in a way that makes it much easier for the water users in the Grand Valley to relate their system. They don't have to, what we call the water will chase the call. Basically know that there's going to be a steady state of water at the headgates and without having to change the call so to ensure that there's sufficient supply of their headgates. What are we talking about? Well, let's talk about this pipe. In December, you probably heard about this. The River District executed a purchase and sale agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado. For a long time, we knocked on the Public Service Company's door, and this was before Brad, you were there. Because Brad, a very nice guy, and not everybody that worked there used to be as nice as Brad. They just told us, don't even bother coming back. We have no interest in selling this. Don't talk to us. In their defense, at the time, they were going through a big process where the city of Boulder was trying to municipalize the electric utility in Boulder, and they basically take Excel's business away there. And so they just didn't want anything to do with a public entity. The River District obviously is a public entity. Acquiring their assets or any part of the business. And eventually we came up with a concept where we would purchase not the water right in the power plant, but only the water rights. And the goal is of this purchase and sale agreement is we will acquire the water rights, the River District will. Then we will work in partnership with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to add as an additional use, in addition to the non-consumptive hydropower use, an alternate use for in-stream flow purposes, but only when the water right is not being exercised for hydropower purposes. The state agency, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, CWCB, is the only entity in Colorado that can hold an in-stream flow water right. So a water right that doesn't require any diversion aspect. So when the Shoshone power plant is down for maintenance or rockfall, fire, or flood, all of which has happened, it can't exercise its water right. If it's, if you can't use the beneficial use for hydropower, you can't exercise the water right. What happens then is that all those benefits that I talked about get diminished because the water right can't call down junior water rights. Water becomes available to upstream junior water rights in priority, including even the river district's own Wolford Reservoir. And the historical flow regime is diminished. Although Public Service Company has no plans that we're aware of to stop generating hydropower at the Shoshone Power Plant, remember the plant is more than 100 years old. When something goes wrong there, you drive by, it's in a precarious location. It's old. If something goes wrong, if there's a problem, you don't just go to your, power plant store and buy a part. They literally have to go and take the part, ship it off to Milwaukee or Germany or someplace like that, and manufacture the replacement, get it shipped back. It's a burden. And it's also a relatively small power generator. I believe it's 15 to 16 megawatts of capacity. I'll probably get this number wrong, but Xcel's, which is the parent company of Public Service Company, Xcel based in Minneapolis, total generating capacity is, you probably know this off the top of your head, but 20,000 megawatts in that neighborhood. So 15 is not a huge amount. This is a big amount. The purchase price, $98.5 million. Yeah, we tried to get them down. Well, we did. But we weren't, we agreed on the price we agreed upon. And although I'm going to ask Brad to plug his ears for a second, because frankly, the value in my estimation is in Cal to the west, and really to the state as a whole, and I'll explain why. The benefits it provides are immeasurable, this number is while it is a big number, we believe it's fair and certainly worthy of the investment. I'll explain how that's going to get paid for. Here's a map. Everybody knows where it is. We won't move it, so we make that. This map is important though too, because it has it shows not only the Shoshone Power Plant there in the middle of the basin, but the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River down here in the Grand Valley, which is very important critical habitat for protected, endangered, threatened fish species. And also the major trans-mountain diverters up at the headwaters that all will come into priority. Boosted is on it, but Boosted is in the Roaring Fork Basin, so we don't need to pay too much attention to that. But certainly the Colorado Big Thompson project, Denver's Moffett project in the Fraser Basin, Denver's Roberts Tunnel Hill and Reservoir on the Blue River, Homestake of the Eagle Basin, all junior in priority to at least the senior Shoshone water right. And so when Shoshone is not operating, those water rights come into priority and they can take quite a bit. But so that's what water rights do as well. They come back into priority. So it's not as though trans-mountain diverters are evil. It's just that they are, the collection systems are quite large and have capacity to take the lion's share, and simply because of geography and the water rights hydrology. The primary beneficiary, if you will, that's probably not the right term to use, but of when the Shoshone power plant goes down, it's down to one. We've talked about ag, environment, recreation, we've talked about all these good things. Talk a little bit more about the 15-mile reach PBO down here in the Grand Valley. Without Shoshone, if Shoshone were to go away completely, we've had some modeling done by some really good modelers, hydros, engineering, and they determined that in a dry year under the current demands that are on the river, about 41,000 acre feet of water would not make it to the 15-mile reach in a dry year. And of course, in a dry year is the most important time for that water to get to the 15-mile reach. If you talk to the Fish and Wildlife Service and the recovery program that, where we all benefit as a state, they say even today, under existing conditions, even with Shoshone in place, they're not getting the flow targets that they would like to see in the 15-mile reach. And so what that recovery program does, you're probably aware of this, but it basically provides, not basically, it does provide Endangered Species Act coverage, if you will, for all water projects. So whether it's Denver's enlargement of Groves Reservoir or rehabilitation of head gates for the Grand Valley project, or a small reservoir for West Slope purposes, anything like that is going to require a federal permit, obviously. And when you have to get a federal permit, then you have to go through consultation under the Endangered Species Act. Well, without the recovery program in place, Colorado will be in a situation, sort of like the Klamath Basin, where water users are getting turned off because of the failure to meet the goals of the endangered fish. Our recovery program has been very successful, and I wouldn't necessarily call it a rubber stamp, but when somebody like a Denver Water comes forward for their permitting for the enlargement of their project, the recovery program provides coverage for them, and that's why the Shoshone flows are so important to the state as a whole. Without those base flows, if you will, in my estimation, the recovery program would be very much at risk. Not only that, this is way in the weeds of water rights history and stuff, but there's a card at the bottom of a house of cards that the water users of the Grand Valley can pull if the historical Shoshone flows are not maintained as they have. And if they pull that card, it can have the effect, and likely would, again, in my estimation, of basically killing the endangered fish recovery program, at least the 15-mile reach PBO. That would be bad. So all of these are, reasons why the River District and the West Slope entities are engaged in this effort. Here's the power plant. This coalition campaign includes many West Slope governments. I'm sure many of you are involved, and other water organizations. Literally every county on the main state. From Grand Summit, Eagle County, down to Mesa County, Garfield County. And now, of course, we do have a willing partner in public service company, Xcel Energy. We are thankful that we have the funding opportunities, at least, are there at the state and federal levels. At the end of January, we were very happy to receive a unanimous decision by the Colorado Water Conservation Board to fund $20 million of the purchase price. That should go into this year's projects bill, and there's some conditions, of course, but we expected those, and we're okay with those. At the federal level, there's obviously quite a bit of funding available as well under primarily the Inflation Reduction Act. So the funding is, the River District has committed $20 million from its community funding partnership. We expect that our West Slope campaign members, local governments, water users, organizations will contribute at least another $10 million. We're on track for that. The Water Conservancy District, I believe just last week or maybe the week before, committed $2 million. Very significant. Andy Mueller's making the rounds, probably knocking on the folks' door right now. So that leaves about $49 million. We were asking the United States, because of those important federal interests, endangered fish, to contribute out of the Inflation Reduction Act funding back the remainder of that amount. We would also say that in the upper basin, it's not just endangered fish down here, but in the upper part of the basin, from Kremlin down to Nome, some 100+ miles of river. A number of years ago, a group of stakeholders, very broad group of stakeholders, river district, environmental organizations, Trans Mountain diversions, the state, the federal interests. The federal government was getting ready to issue a report finding that long stretch of river was suitable for designation as wild and scenic. And the water user organizations, some in favor, some opposed, said, you know what, maybe we can protect this resource better without a federal designation by coming up with some cooperative measures and some guidelines of our own, and do that in a way that would effectively hold off the federal designation. And we did that, came up with an alternative management plan. Federal government accepted that, the Forest Service and the PLN. And I mention that because that plan contains 4 long-term protection measures to protect the water-based resources that the wild and scenic values of that issue. One of those 4 long-term measures is the maintenance of the historical flow regime created by the Shoshone water rights. So in my mind, that's another federal interest that is protected and benefited by maintenance of the Shoshone water rights. We expect how to drive climate in the future, and we want to protect as much water as we can. Here's a list of the members of the permanency campaign. We have support from a lot of other organizations as well that aren't active members of the campaign, but as you can see, virtually all of the major governments and water user organizations up and down the main state. So where are we now? We've got this funding request, we've got the purchase and sale agreement, we've got the funding from the state. Now we're at the stage where we have to negotiate with the state on the mainstream flow agreement. And where they would accept, we would effectively assign to the state the right to use the water right for in-stream flow purposes when it's not being used for hydropower purposes. And the state, as part of that process, has to make findings about the water right will help to preserve and improve the natural environment in the in-stream flow reach. What's really amazing about this deal, in my mind at least, is that the amount of benefit we can get by protecting just a very short reach of the river. The reach that we're talking about protecting is only about 2.5 miles from the diversion point of at the Shoshone Dam and the Henry Tunnel down to the outfall of the Penstocks. And so that's the subject reach, if you will. But because it's calling out all upstream junior water rights, it has the effect of protecting the reach above it. And once you get downstream below it, while there are some mainstream diversions for sure, they're relatively minor until you get down to the Grand Valley Cameo diversion. And again, the modeling that we've shown is that even with the Cameo diversions, the Shoshone water right is protecting at least 41,000 acre-feet of flow in the 15-mile reach in dry years past the Cameo diversion. So once that in-stream flow agreement is negotiated, and as part of that, we know that we have to go talk with all of the potential objectives, right? We got to go talk with the Denver water, and, you know, other water users on the west slope as well, and try to address any concerns that they might have. Once that agreement's done and we've sort of circled the wagons and tried to reach as much of an agreement as we can with potential objectives, we'll file a water court change case. Hopefully at that point, that water court change case goes through pretty smoothly. We get it decreed. Hopefully we get the federal funding lined up. And at that point, then Public Service Company has to go to the PUC, Public Utilities Commission, and effectively get blessing on the sale of this asset. And more importantly, perhaps where the proceeds go. The proceeds go back to the ratepayers, or the proceeds go to the shareholders, or some combination thereof. And all that sort of has to get sorted out internally, Public Service Company, and PUC. That's going to take some time. We're anticipating a closing of the whole deal in 2027. And it's all structured in a way where none of the money, except for the river districts, $500,000 deposit, none of it goes hard until everything is done and completed. So if we don't, you know, we're not successful, the state keeps its $20 million, all the local governments that have pledged to contribute, they keep their money. And I believe that is all I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. And we have questions for Peter on the Shoshone water right. Cindy Dozier, please introduce yourself for those online when you begin speaking.
Cindy Dozier, I live in Malvern. Thank you for being here for the presentation. Do you see any obstacles to completion as you're kind of looking out into the future? Or does it look pretty, everyone's agreed on it?
It's totally smooth sailing. I wish I could say that in good faith. It's water, right? And so it's controversial. And obviously, given the scope of what we're trying to do, we've got some hurdles ahead of us. And there's statewide interest in this. People want to make sure anytime you're changing a water right or adding a use to a water right, that they're not going to be adversely impacted. That's understandable. The important thing that I like to think about is, look, you know, we're not trying to change anything. We're trying to preserve the historical flow regime. And so we're not, it's not necessarily adding, it's not at all adding new demand on the river. Like a new in-stream flow water, right? You know, as in-stream flow water, it's had their place. They're not all bad. It creates a new demand on the river. And this doesn't create a new demand on the river. It's simply trying to replicate the historical exercise of the water right. Even if, you know, whether it's 5, 10, 30, 40 years down the road, the power plant is, you know, out of business and not operating at all. You know, we just maintain that historical function. That's
Yes, the last part would be to say anything Club 20 can do to help.
Thank you very much. We certainly appreciate that. We would very much like at some point, and I'll let Zane probably take the lead on this resolution support.
Harry, got several others. Harry,
Just a question, you mentioned the federal government is enticing them to support these dollars. But you also mentioned that there would be a return to shareholders. I can understand the beneficial use of the project. How are the profit centers set up and why would the invest in this? How do you measure other than beneficial use?
No, I mean, we would seek the money from the federal government only in the form of a grant. There would be no, and the deal is, and this is frankly, I believe, the reason that we're able to get in the door with the Public Service Company is we're going to pay them a lot of money to keep doing exactly what they've been doing. And that's, maybe a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek or jaundiced way of putting it, but that is what is happening. We're gonna lease the water right back to XL, to Public Service Company for $10 a year. And so none of the purchasing entities, the River District, the federal government, the state, will obtain any monetary return on the investment. So they don't get an interest in the hydropower generation. We don't get an interest in the hydropower generation. The value to us is in the perpetuation of the historical flow regime, not in the relatively small amount of power that's generated. But if I could follow up just a little bit on that. We're asking the federal government for a lot of money. And with that comes some concern that the federal government might want to, have some input more or more control, if you will, on that. And our position is this is a locally supported, locally driven effort. I don't believe it happens. It won't come to a successful conclusion in my mind if the federal government were to insist upon anything more than sort of tacit involvement.
Peter, I'm going to ask a question real quickly, just because all the questions I see so far are from people in the east end of the college. The River District, Club 20, both represent and are represented by people outside the main stem of the Colorado, as well as the main stem. The River District, is there unanimity from your basins, the Yampa Basin, the White Basin, the Gunnison Basin, that aren't the direct beneficiaries that you described to the flow? Are they all in support of the effort as well as the $20 million appropriation?
Thank you, Chris. When the River District voted to approve the purchase and sale agreement, did so by unanimous vote. The River District is comprised of 15 counties or portions thereof. I think there was an article in the paper the other day from that indicated some concern from Pitkin County about some potential concerns about how the effort might affect flows in the Roaring Fork Basin. I believe, in my mind, that those are solvable. I talked with the Pitkin County attorney about that, and he expressed the same point of view. He thought that this was not going to be a big issue. It just hasn't been solved. And let me just go to another point on that. Sorry. The River District, the funding for the River District's contribution comes from our community funding partnership. The revenue from that is generated from all of our 15 counties, whether they're in the main stem or the White or Gunnison Basin. We've done the math, and we think, the people that look at that closer than I do say, we can do this and make this contribution and still maintain the level of funding for our community partnership that we have anticipated when we passed our mill levy increase in 2020 that allowed us to do this. And still maintain that the anticipated level of funding to all of the other basins outside of the main stem.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Child first, then Commissioner Blinky, and then I think we're going to have to close this down. Sorry.
Okay, Steve Child, Pitkin County position. I have a great understanding of all the issues involved here, but one place I'm fuzzy on is with the water releases from Rebar Reservoir, I believe Green Mountain Reservoir, to satisfy the water reaching the 15-mile reach. If the 1,400 CFS were not going down the Colorado River, what would be the impact on, would that water be sent way earlier in the summer from those reservoirs to satisfy the 15-mile reach? And how is that water shepherded down the river to make sure it gets to the 15-mile reach and not be diverted along the way in different decades?
Okay, great questions, Commissioner John. I believe that yes, if the Shoshone water right were to go away, the water that is stored in a number of reservoirs, Wolford Mountain Reservoir, Granby Reservoir, and Rudeye Reservoir, and Green Mountain, so really four, that it's delivered downstream to the 15-mile reach virtually every year, would have to be released sooner and wouldn't be able to do as good a job as it does because the flows would already be diminished because of the not the 41,000 under existing conditions wouldn't make it. And by the way, that 41,000 is under existing conditions. When new demands come on the river and when if the climate gets drier, we projected in the dry year that 41,000 acre feet will be about 86,000 acre feet that won't make it down 15 miles. So that I think that answers your first point is that very likely that water will have to be released earlier and won't do as good a job and won't be it will be extinguished before the demands by the fish are satisfied. In other words, it'll be done by October, and still have hot days in October, and flows are very low. That water that comes out of those four reservoirs is currently under today's conditions, and we would expect in the future will continue to be shepherded down the river without diversion by other water users. At Dotsero, where there's a historic gauge on the Colorado River, which is where the Shoshone water rights are basically administered. In Division 5, we have a system called the virtual pipeline. And so Shoshone will be calling for 1,408 CFS, even when the flow at Dotsero could measure 1,800 CFS, because 300 or 400 cubic feet in the river could be coming from those upstream reservoirs. And you have to put it in what we call a virtual pipeline. You ignore it at the gauge, so you keep the Shoshone call on the river. Because if you didn't, then you get into what we call a death spiral, where you have to keep adding water to the river in order to get it up down to the fish. Every time you add more water, more juniors come into priority. We take that water and just ineffective. Hope that's responsive.
Thank you. Commissioner Linky, briefly, please. Name. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Merritt Linky, Grand County. Thank you, River District, for working on this. Something that we entities have been working on for a long, long time. It's kind of been go, and all of a sudden get shut off. So thank you, Excel, for actually agreeing to go this far. So a question came up with our local stock growers about how, because there's 19 entities, I think you have a slide of that are putting into this, that are kind of represented by this project. And a question came up, well, how are you going to divide this water rights up into these 19 different users? And I was actually kind of dumbfounded and kind of at a loss for words on how to answer that. So tell me how the water right is going to be held going forward in perpetuity. How does that? I know there's still water form stuff coming up, but how does that work?
Great question. So the plan is, well, first let me tell you what the plan was. The plan was, at one time, the River District was going to commit $1 million to this project. Our West Slope compatriots, well, we upped it to 2 eventually with some pressure from our West Slope compatriots. And they just said, look, River District, you need to do this is, you need to help lead this. And so once we've got this ballot measure 7A passed in 2020, the River District made a decision that, look, we're going to take this lead and we're going to take, put in $20 million. When we were only putting up $1 million, we were going to have a coalition to basically own this as maybe a water authority or some sort of organization where we all held this. The current proposal is that the River District will own the water. And again, we will assign the right to use it for in-stream flow to the Water Conservation Board. The River District will continue to hold it because we will hold the lease or we will lease the water right to public service company to use it for hydropower or however long they want. If public service company decides to sell a power plant to some other entity, maybe somebody comes in, we don't know, that wants to invest in a power plant. But again, the river district would then hold that to, would lease the water right to that new entity. That's the proposal.
Hey, Peter, and I know there's some other questions. You'll be around
I'll be around for a bit.
for a bit.
I'm sure far exceeded my time.
I knew when you said, oh, 30 minutes, I had no problem. Why?
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Round of applause. Clearly an important process and significant progress. Deb Freeman is our next speaker. I appreciate Deb coming down from Steamboat to join us. Deb's an attorney with Trout and Rayleigh and has been dealing with an issue that Club 20 has dealt with for many, many years. The question within the Clean Water Act, what exactly does waters of the United States? What does that phrase mean? How broad is it? How narrow is it? And the rules that have been promulgated around that, as well as the recent, the ongoing, but most recent Supreme Court decisions that have provided some confusion and some guidance. And to make that all clear for us, take it away, Deb.
And we're just sharing your slides with the folks online quickly. And then you're ready to go.
Okay. I'll just start off here. So what does it mean? Why is it a problem? The genesis of the problem is that Congress, under the Clean Water Act, when it defined the scope of what is subject to permitting under the Clean Water Act, but also protection under the Clean Water Act, it was vague. I mean, that's a big problem. How do I advance this?
Should try one more time. Let's see if it's on.
There you
Oh,
go.
okay.
Yeah, okay. So Congress defined the scope of the geographic scope of its jurisdiction to extend over navigable waters. It then defined navigable waters to be waters of the U.S. That's where we get the term waters from. And then it neglected to define what that meant. So through the years, we had a series of regulations promulgated by EPA and the Corps, defining the scope of their permitting authority, the scope of their protection over waters. And it has been problematic because, particularly in the water business, anytime you are working on water facilities, head gates, diversions, pipelines, agricultural activities, and the like, you're bumping up against potential flaws. Clarity is, that's the, my mind is. The goal ought to be clarity so we know when permits are required and when they are not. Through the years, there's been a series of regulations by the agency. Every single one has been. So as we move forward over 40 or 50 years, the rules changed. It's been anything but clear. So there's a lot on this slide, but basically, what are waters traditionally? Just, the big waters, the big navigable waters, the tributaries to those waters, the wetlands that bump up against them. We've always known that those are regulated and protected. The question has been what they call these other waters, and it's at the bottom of the slide. It's the intermittent areas, it's the ponds, it's the wetlands that are a little bit removed. That is the gray area that has changed through the years. when you, look historically at how it was interpreted, those other waters were treated as jurisdictional if there was a nexus to the bigger waters in the sense of an impact on interstate commerce. That's what's in that language there, and a nexus to products that could be marketed, to transportation that could be had, and the like. So really, when you get down to it, it's the smaller itty bitty drainages, the ones that are more removed, it's the isolated ponds, it's the isolated groups of wetlands. That is the area that has been at issue, and through the years, we've kind of looked at them on a case-by-case basis if they are to be protected and if one needs to go through permitting to impact them. There were a couple of court cases, old court cases from the Supreme Court that talked about what is adjacent wetland, what is and is not an isolated pond. But the big case that sent everyone into a tizzy was the Rapanos decision, and that was back in 2006. And there really divided U.S. Supreme Court decision. Former Justice Scalia's plurality opinion took a really narrow view of what was a protected water. It had to be relatively permanent. He spoke in terms of a continuous surface water connection for other areas of jurisdiction. And former Justice Kennedy's concurring opinion took a much broader view and said, no, it's really the significant nexus. If there's a wetland, if there's ponds, if they have a significant nexus to water bodies, it's subject to federal regulation. After this decision in 2006, there was guidance that the agencies came out with. The court decisions were kind of messy. The federal district court decisions, some applied one test, some applied another test. But we worked along for about a decade under having these two tests and a general acknowledgement of a significant nexus test that was applied for outlying waters. Then things started getting pretty interesting. We really had a whipsaw of regulation. In 2015, this was an Obama era rule, very expansive of jurisdiction, said that significant nexus was the criterion, and that significant nexus really, you look at ecological function. You know, if a water could support ecological integrity of downstream waters, it was jurisdictional. Swung over to a Trump administration rule in 2020. It gave significant nexus to boot. But no, we're looking at relatively permanent waters, categorically excluded ephemeral drainages that run only in response to rainfall, much more restricted. And each of these rules were in effect for a bit in Colorado. Each were litigated. And then in March of last year, the Biden administration came out with yet another rule and said, you know, you can use either test. It can be significant nexus, it can be relatively permanent. All of those waters are subject to protection, are subject to regulation. Okay, so that's a quick background to this SACIT decision that I think most of you have heard about. And it's kind of interesting. At least I find it interesting. So that's a SACIT's property with a star on it. And they wanted to build, and they had wetlands on their property. Okay, there was a creek that fed into another creek that fed into Priest Lake, a fairly navigable big lake. That diamond at the top was a fen complex. So there was a road in between the Sackett's property and the other water feature. And it really put at issue directly. You know, there was no surface water connection between the wetlands and all these other features. Was there a significant nexus? So the Supreme Court took up squarely which of these tests apply: significant nexus, broad one, or relatively permanent waters. And, oops, and the Supreme Court held, no, that area was not jurisdictional. The holdings of the court are on this slide. Jurisdiction extends only to relatively permanent bodies of water, think streams that flow at least seasonally. Okay. Adjacent wetlands have to have a continuous surface water connection to those trips or waters. The court rejected the significant nexus test. There was discussion about that it was too vague for folks to really know under a statute like the Clean Water Act really what was required. And the court talked about the Clean Water Act being a partnership between the federal government and states that have authority to regulate, to protect pollution in their water. So you know, on the pendulum, this swung way over to the side of the 2020, very restrictive of jurisdiction. I've seen, and I'm sure you all have seen, numbers on how many waters fell out of protection because of the Sackett decision. CDPHE had some materials when they had when they went further to a budget committee, and they said between 25 and 50% of the smaller drainages were no longer federally protected. Looking at the ephemeral drainages that run only when it rains or many. So, what happened after Sackett? Let me talk about the federal response and then the state response quickly. At the federal level, the Biden administration went back and issued yet another rule on Lewis. And what it did is it kind of pulled out all the offensive stuff from the March rule and retained the stuff that was still reflective of the Sackett decision. They did not go through rulemaking. They just issued that rule effective immediately. Relatively permanent waters have federal jurisdiction. They took out the significant nexus test, and they said waters do not qualify as jurisdictional if they're separated from other waters by a road or another barrier. I'm aware of federal litigation. I'm aware of 2 cases of, that are challenging this rule. So no rule is left unscathed in this area. Of those 2 cases, they include participation by 26 states. Colorado is not among them, is not involved in the litigation. And there's also an effort by some folks in Congress now to clarify what Congress meant. So there are bills on both sides of the pendulum of the spectrum, as you would expect. There's one bill that would define navigable waters to to be a protected water resource is what it's called, and explicitly include all inland, all ephemeral drainages, and state the intent that federal jurisdiction should span the furthest reach as allowed by the Constitution. There's another bill that would do the exact opposite and do away with any expense tests and explicitly remove small drainages from jurisdiction. I haven't seen that any of those federal efforts are making a lot of headway. Okay, so that's for the federal response. State response. So CDPHE, the division, will point out that the pollutant, the discharge of a pollutant includes dredge and fill material. So the state's position is that under the Water Quality Control Act, discharges of dredge and fill material have always been prohibited. But that up to this point, the state has relied on the federal 404 program for permitting purposes. Now, with the federal program shrinking, the state is saying, well, understandably so, is that level of protection sufficient? And should the state step up and take proactive measures now to do something by way of permitting for these waters that you'll hear, being called dam waters? Waters that used to be under federal protection, but are no longer under federal protection. This little diagram at the bottom, it's just a schematic, but conceptually, the first blue circle, that depicts all state waters, which state waters, any and all waters arising in the state, and it's a very broad definition of state water, more inclusive than WOS has ever been. The middle circle there depicts, well, historically, the green is what the Fed always regulated under the Clean Water Act. We've always had some waters that have never been regulated, like isolated waters that don't really feed into anything. That's always been tolerable. It's been sufficient protection of state waters, conceptually from the division. And the diagram on the far side, to your far right, sorry, is a post-Sackett diagram. Now, federal protection is the yellow. You can see the green circle and the blue circle are state waters that are currently not regulated conceptually. So what has the state's response been? Governor Polis convened a task force even before that came out in anticipation of the Sackett decision. The task force, we did not come up with any recommendations on what to do. It was a group of practitioners in the area and really troubleshot what are the options available to the state. Do nothing. Do a full state program covering the full group, all inclusive of state waters. Do a gap filling program. What form of options are available to the state? The task force also looked at what types of things should be included in any state program if the state were to stand up a program. Exemptions from jurisdiction, exclusions from jurisdiction, like many of you are talking about, like 404. What kind of general permitting should a program rely on if the state would establish that? Where would such a program be launched, CDPHE or else. So, the task force looked at that. The state has taken that input, and I am not, going to steal, Zane's thunder as our next speaker. But, you know, we're likely looking at 2 bills, that will be coming forth to stand up a state program addressing those types of issues. The one thing I did want to mention just quickly is, you know, in the interim now, we are in an awkward position, both from a resource protection standpoint, but also a permitting standpoint. Federal Clean Water Act permitting has shrunk. Folks need to do activities outside the scope of that. The state says you need a permit to do so, and we have no permitting program. So we're in this limbo period, and the state promulgated an implementation policy last summer that basically outlines the circumstances under which the state will decline to take enforcement action against activities in these gap areas. That's available online. I would suggest that if folks are involved in on-the-ground activities, that you read it. There's a lot of information in there. There are carve-outs for exempt activities under 404. And also there's a pathway to go forward for activities with very small impacts, of permanent impact that would otherwise have qualified for a nationwide permit under 404. So be aware that that is out there. And if you don't fit under those small gaps, you need to go talk to CDPHE. Figure out the path forward. That's what the policy says. So I'm going to just finish with this slide. So you know, just takeaways. We have reduced jurisdiction at the federal level. You need to grapple with this gap area for activities if they are outside of the traditional 404 regulatory venue. The state is trying to improve it, but there is no answer there near term. And I think it is a huge order to stand up a program of this magnitude. If it's going to take setting the funding needs aside, it's going to be a learning curve for everybody. From a predictability standpoint, what's my crystal ball on this is that the exemptions for agricultural activities, the exclusions under 404, the nationwide permits, in one form or another, they may be tweaked, but I think they will find themselves into a state response. So that's perhaps a safer area from a planning standpoint as folks move forward. Do I stay at my time allowed? I kept getting things.
Very well, very well. Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. And thank you, particularly, you just mentioned the ag exemptions, and that's particularly important. I appreciate you setting up the segue to conclude your presentation and hand that over to Zane, who's going to talk about the expected impending 2 pieces of legislation at the state to address the so-called gap, or at least changes in coverage for permitting. Zane Kessler with the Colorado River District is the Legislative Governmental Affairs Director for the River District. Go ahead, take it away, Zane. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Club 20, for having us today. I know most of you know who the River District is. But just very quickly, I think I'm obligated to have a few slides up front. But River District was created by the Colorado General Assembly in 1937 to serve 2 functions. One is to represent and protect the water interests of our constituents within the 15 counties on the western slope that we represent. Importantly, we also have another side of the mission, which is to help represent and protect the water interests of the state as it pertains to Colorado River under the Colorado River Compact of 1922, Upper Colorado River Compact of 1948. As one of the maybe 5 or 6 pillars of our core work is our policy work, and that means we work with state capital to ensure that our water interests are represented. So I am, and I'm definitely a road warrior like Chris was before me. I think he and I at a certain point will be the highest qualified to drive the I-70 ski shuttle at some. There are weeks when I'm doing at least 3 down and backs, and it's just part of the job. But this has been an interesting year. It's been a very busy year at the Capitol. We've seen one bills introduced thus far, 353 in the House and 170 in the upper chamber. But despite that large number of bills, we've seen far fewer traditional specific water bills than I think many folks, including myself, expected to see. 2 hot button issues that are really sucked up the air, oil and gas, guns, housing, and really we haven't seen a lot of traction in some of the water. And maybe that's a good thing. As Representative Mark Kaplan likes to say, his first goal on water going into each session is to do no harm. And the best way to do no harm sometimes is to not rush forward with bills that are well thought out or well stakeholder.
Can you speak closer?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
On the housing front, though, there is a soft water nexus on some of these housing decisions. Specifically, a pair of bills that have been introduced related to auxiliary dwelling units or accessory dwelling units. That in most of these, I will say, one common thing we're seeing in the housing bills, which their intention is to reduce the cost of housing in our state, which I think is a good outcome. But one common thing we're seeing is that they preempt local prerogatives as they relate to zoning, land use, and other issues of the like. But accessory dwelling units specifically, we're starting to see more rural water providers come to the table and raise some concerns about, well, many of our rural water systems are not designed to have an additional unit on every lot, and their systems just won't, be it the water supply systems or the sewage systems, are going to be incapable in some areas of meeting that increased demand without some sort of local control process in the zone. So moving on, I want to flag before we dive into what is going on currently that we do have bi-weekly legislative with the board of directors of Colorado. Members of the public, partner organizations, local governments are encouraged to attend. We get asked often, how do we sign up for those meetings? How do I get their legislative updates? Please email Stephanie Moore at the River District, smore@crwcd.org if you want to participate in our bi-weekly meetings. There's Thursdays from noon to 1 every other week. Our next meeting is this coming Thursday, March 7th. So I encourage you, if you want to hear what's going on, be up to speed, and importantly, to provide input to our board of directors and to staff, please show up and make your voice heard. So, what have we seen thus far? Nothing too controversial. One of the more important bills each year is not a bill at all. It's a joint resolution that is run every year. This year, the Senate Joint Resolution 4. That's the annual resolution that provides the list of water projects authorized for potential funding by the water power development. It's a long list of important projects across the state. It is rarely controversial at all because we've all got scanned. Senate Bill 5 was a product of the Interim Water Resources Review Committee. That bill restricts the installation of artificial turf, planting of non-functional turf, and importantly, planting of invasive plant species on any new industrial or commercial properties in the state.
It also pertains to, non-essential turf, artificial turf, or invasive species on medians in roadways. And one of my biggest pet peeves is driving to Aurora and seeing turf grass for miles down the middle of a suburban boulevard. And this really represents an opportunity. And our board, every bill that has a green highlight is a bill that we have, that my board has supported this. So if it's green, we are in the but the artificial turf limitations and non-essential turf limitations are really, again, to use a Mark Kaplan term, low-hanging fruit. Where are those low-hanging opportunities to save water? And as Colorado grows, be a little smarter with the water we have, especially if that's going to be a hotter, drier future. Senate Bill 37 requires the CDPHE to conduct a feasibility study to start examining, can we start using natural infrastructure, especially for some of our small rural communities, as a way to limit or reduce their costs related to water quality and treatment. And that's something that's been pursued by Stewart Environmental and Colorado State University for Collins for many years. We know it can be done. There's a little bit more work that needs to be done. That bill did come with a pretty high fiscal bill. So it's stuck waiting on appropriations hearing. We'll find out later when that gets traction. Next bill is Senate Bill 26. That just requires the boards of the CWCB, the Colorado Department of Ag, and the Colorado Department of Wildlife, all departments that sub 20 members work with often. It requires those boards to have 2 in-person public meetings on either side of the divide a year. It's really a Senator Rogers' effort to ensure that these boards are showing up in public, having conversations with the constituents that they represent, and our boards. I'm not going to dive into the last couple, or the last one. It's a little obscure time. If anybody has questions about Senate Bill 38, know that those are not our traditional water conservation or conservancy districts we're talking about. It's a San Luis Valley specific. It's caused a lot of confusion. These are conservancy districts that are organized under an entirely different area of the statutes. I'm happy to talk through that. Questions. Get to dredging, the dueling dredging. It really is kind of an interesting political dynamic being set up by these 2 bills. The first has been introduced in Senate Bill 127. As the title suggests, it seeks to establish a program to regulate dredge and fill activities within state waters. Those gap waters that Deb just got us up to speed on. The politics there are really interesting because it is bipartisan. Both of the sponsors are Joint Budget Committee members. Joint Budget Committee holds the purse of the state capitol, so they've got a bit of leverage. There are some non-starters in the bill, at least I say non-starters, that's what the Polis administration has described them as. The first being that they would locate a program and a commission to oversee the program within the Department of Natural Resources. For many within the water community, that's very appealing because we work very closely with them. Most of our water programs go through that department and the agencies they're in. But CDPHE has set a pretty clear flag in the ground that no, dredge and fill activities, waters of the state are our territory. And so there's already a threat of a veto over the Senate bill because of that DNR location. But to its credit, it is very deliberative. It's a thoughtful and long bill. It works to establish most of the program within the statutes. Whereas the next bill I'll discuss, which is still in draft form, relies almost entirely on rulemaking through the water. It does have very broad exemptions for water infrastructure, agriculture, many of the things that I assume the folks on this committee, certainly with this report, want to see
regulatory program of the like. The second bill is that CDPHE draft. It has the speaker's mark. It's Speaker Julie McCluskey has been very clear that this is her bill, but it is being done at the request of the CDPHE. It's very clearly an administration priority session. Quick overview of it. It locates the program, the oversight program within the health department, CDPHE. It will, as I said just a minute ago, it relies primarily on rulemaking. That's of concern for River District, partly because the Water Quality Control Division is already significantly behind in its docket, and to place this burden squarely on their back, I think would only make the problem worse. I mean, can't. It does also include exemptions that are important to water users, water infrastructure, and others. The speaker's bill, plus these draft, does have almost verbatim the exemptions and definitions that were included in the Army Corps of Engineers 2007 guidance. So post Rapinos, but pre-regulatory ping pong. Before the dueling or battling administrative priorities of Obama and Trump began. So it brings us back to a time that I understand that guidance was widely accepted as the status quo. It may not have been widely supported, but it was durable, it was accepted as the status quo. And I think that's something to give the speaker credit for. That she's included that. She's heard from some in the water community that we want durable definitions and exemptions for agriculture, for water projects, and those areas. So, and I'm sorry, my slide says pre-Rapinos. The 07 guidance was post-Rapinos. We expect that, a final draft of that bill is circulating now. We expect the CDPH plus bill to be soon. What happens next? Nobody knows. There's a potential that the Senate bill, Kirkmeyer's bill, just dies in committee and goes nowhere. There's potential that they may be able to merge the two in some way. And it really is an active discussion. I'd say a corner of the line. For the River District, our board has recognized that we have durable ag exemptions in both. There are some improvements. Some concern we have with both are that both bills rely on severance tax sweeps in order to stand up the programs. Neither bill, in my opinion, is going to be financially solvent. They say, the Kirkmeyer bill sweeps $600,000 from severance tax to stand up the program. Well, that program is going to be big, it's going to be costly, and you can't rely on fees alone to get that program into some sort of sustainable level of operation within a couple of years. So what happens in a couple of years? We're going to be sweeping severance tax again. And severance taxes really are bread and butter in the water, what we rely on. It's something that funds the water plan implementation. It funds a variety of water projects and funds that are important to those of us. But the same is true of the CDPH bill, also relies on severance tax. And so I think the fiscal side of both of these programs are going to have to be ironed out because neither appear to have the ability to be stood up on just a one-time investment. So with that, I think I had one more quick slide. Still to come, very quickly, the CWCB construction fund or projects bill is coming at some point in the next few weeks. If that does have a recommendation, unanimous recommendation from CWCB for $20 million investment in the Shoshone permanency effort. We're likely to see some promotion of the use of gray water from Senator Roberts. That is may ruffle some feathers within the municipality crowd because it does, as drafted, require that municipalities are automatically opted in to allow the installation of gray water systems. commercial developments. And then lastly, the implementation of drought task force recommendations. That task force was a bill of much discussion last year. It came out with a handful of recommendations that ranged the gamut from increased funding for aging water infrastructure, which I think is consistent with Club 20's policies, strengthening criteria for community wildfire protection plans, invasive species and pre-adamant removal, and then some waiver of grant cost shares for the two tribes. And so that's what my legislative radar looks like right now. It could change in an hour. It could all disappear and be entirely new. So thank you all for having me. I'm happy to answer questions over lunch.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. Let me open it up to questions, both for Sam and Deb, particular focusing on the waters of the U.S. dredge and fill permitting questions that are out there. Director Vandenbrink. Director, no more. It's for you. So thank you, though. You answered a lot of my questions that I had on Alden Vandenbrink with the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District. I guess I'm still caught here a little bit with Colorado, because Colorado has 4 U.S. Army Corps divisions monitoring our state, or that impose regulations upon our state. They're not all implementing WOTUS the same way. Each one is acting independently. And there's considerable concerns that I've seen that's resonated back to me through the environmental firms that I'm working with that's offering confusion. And I guess what I'm wondering is the state being a little bit too aggressive? Because by God, we gotta have coverage for these gap waters when there's already existing rules in place that doesn't provide protections for these gap waters, while the federal government isn't yet settling out this back and forth. And it's not just Colorado. I've heard there's other states that are dealing with this too, but with 4 jurisdictions or districts in the state, I can tell you firsthand that they're all implementing the best term that I have is relatively permanent waters differently, which is based upon just, well, this is what I think it is. This is what I think it is. It's not a clear definition. So any way that somebody can help me out with this, because I'm not opposed to the WOTUS.
You want to address that? Is there any hope for clarity in the future?
You know, I do think that, looking at the court decision, at least it was a singular decision. You know, there weren't dueling criteria coming out there. One thing that I continue to chew on from the standpoint of just predictability, you know, knowing what rules are going to apply. The court does have on its books, at least, regulatory guidance that you can have the Corps delineate all areas on it. Proceed with the Corps, through the Corps, to get your clearances. And I feel like that avenue ought looked at, because it could alleviate some of the pressure on this urgent need for a state program. But we've always had this problem. Interpretations, even not only on relatively permanent, but even on this, even on the scope of our ag exemptions, on the scope of our maintenance exemptions, ones that folks that farm and ranch rely on all the time. We've always had some of these differences. I don't have an easy answer to that.
saying the speaker's bill really doesn't provide that much hope for clarity anytime soon. Suggesting requires future promulgation of making these decisions. And Deb, I really appreciate the way you started your presentation. When I was in Congress, when I was talking to Congress senators, I would stress to them that this is something that is created. This is a confusion that's created by Congress. And unless Congress addresses it, we're going to continue to have agencies and the
I did find it interesting looking and Zane is closer to this than I, but looking at the two bills. Neither of them, this is I consider it a good thing. Neither of them attempts to define specifically what really are state waters or what is the gap. You know, if we haven't been successful in 50 years of practice of the Clean Water Act doing it, who does the state think they are that they can do it in one session? Yeah, really, right? So what they do is they look at the universe of waters in the state. And then each bill, they do it differently, but each bill is trying to say, these are exempt, these are excluded activities, this is how we're treated nationwide permits. And they try to get back to kind of the pre-Sackett lay of the land without defining the geography. At least that's my take on it. They're trying to do it through categorizing the exemptions and the exclusions so that you're not struggling with what is relative. It's going to be jurisdictional unless you're actually, unless you're covered by an exemption or exclusion.
Question, Commissioner. Coach Delta County. I also chaired Basin Roundtable to answer your question earlier. Yeah, or the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. We do support Shoshone waterways acquisition. Yeah. My question, Deb, for you, because I think you were building up to it, is given what is the actual magnitude of this problem of unregulated waters when you've got 404 Army Corps Circle, all the exemptions and everything else? Are we creating a problem here just to have legislation to fix it? It sounds like a pretty small problem that's being blown into one more department and one more set of regulations. And geez, even Brandon this morning brought up the fact that our farmers and ranchers have a mental health crisis. And this is part of that.
Zane, jump in if you disagree with this, but nobody is disagreeing with the big waters, with the waters and the tributaries. And the avenue exists today on how to protect those under the Federal Clean Water Act. The issue here is the smaller drainages. That's really what this is about. The more remote wetlands. And those are waters of the state, but they are not waters of the US. Question is the emphasis. It's how CDPHE views the importance of those and the need to regulate. And, you know, and I hear exactly where you're coming from because there are exemptions and exclusions being ironed out to do work in those. So what's left over?
What's the magnitude?
What's the magnitude?
I would say within the lobby, public doesn't see, but we do have folks on the Capitol on a daily basis beating the drum that
Sackett has left more than half of Cumberland's waters unprotected. Map those out on map, and it actually looks very impactful on map. But to your question, whether those, whether we need to regulate those, it's entirely different question. Political reality. There are some that are beating a drum about a problem that is perceived.
Let me ask for another round of applause for all three speakers, all of them be around. Be able to stick around briefly and can follow up with any questions, private conversations. I would now like to turn to the resolutions.
Will you shut that mic off? Thank you.
I'd like to run through these resolutions and recommendations that you have before you. And just to let you know, in the hopes that one of you would be able to make a group, what do we call that?
Consent
Consent
agenda.
agenda motion for most of these. So the very first one, top of the packet, is WA 92-2. We're suggesting that we renew this one. Frankly, renewing this one will allow us to delete WA 12-1, which is largely duplicative, this one being the more complete.
So it actually would be, since we're combining the other ones into it, it would be amend.
This would be a deletion for 90. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. This is 92-2.
Yes.
This is the one that we need to pay attention to on the color red line copy that's in blue. So let me move on. Yes, it is in the and next in the packet is a deletion for the WA 15-3, the Animas River spill impact, largely been addressed and no longer timely. Similarly, WA 93-1, the Union Park Water Project, we're opposed to it. This project we were successful in opposing it. We could put this resolution to bed, suggesting deletion. WA 15-1, alternative water sources to meet future demands. This addresses the Colorado Water Plan, the earliest version of before a first version of the Colorado Water Plan was published and adopted, suggesting deletion. It's no longer timely. We now have a couple of water plans. Wait. WA 10-1, also suggesting that this be deleted. This is bypass flow requirements. It can be combined with 92-3, which is recommended later for renewal. 95-1, Clean Water Act reauthorization. Yes, it is. This one actually would be an amend. There are a couple of things that need to be addressed with it. And then WA 11-1, the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. An important part of it would suggest this be renewed. This has been largely fulfilled and adopted, but important, there are elements of the Shoshone water right permanency that are included in this resolution that we want to keep alive. The Colorado River Water Planning, WA 14-2. Again, the Colorado Water Plan, we now have two versions of the Colorado Water Plan adopted in the wake, and they have, we were largely successful, in fact, completely successful in the fulfillment of this resolution, but no longer timely. And suggesting renewal of County 1041 powers, the traditional position of Club 20 and always an ongoing struggle. WA 98-3, Denver Basin Aquifer. Also, I think important, I think we can still talk about the importance of conjunctive use for the Denver Basin aquifers with our Front Range colleagues. 92-5 is to delete. This is the division of Water resources funding really is not so much an issue today, so it's really a timing issue. Should it become an issue, we can readdress it. 12-1, federal permits oppose the taking of private water rights. This is, I'm suggesting deletion of this as this has been rolled into the red line version 2-2. Amend the Federal Reserve water rights reserved in wilderness areas, 92-3, we can talk about that. And then the renewal of funding authority for water projects, 03-2. This is support for the Water Conservation Board and full funding or adequate funding for the water supply initiatives and the CWCB funding various programs now under the Colorado law. So with that, if I could suggest and request a motion that would put on a consent agenda for this committee for immediate adoption, are the recommendations for everything except for 92-2 and 92-3, the two that are listed for amend. Thank you for the, thank you, Ray, for the consent, and thank you. And then, all right, so we have a proper motion and a second. That's a consent agenda, but we will go.
Who was
ahead
our
and start.
second?
Excuse me?
Our second?
Cindy.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes, and then Steve, go ahead.
Okay, so you might have said this earlier and I missed it, so. I haven't had time to look through these, and I'm trusting your judgment on this, Chris, because I know how much you've been involved in this. My question is are these some way, somehow put in guiding principles?
Not all of them, no. Some of them are being, yes, the ones that I mentioned that are being rolled into 92-2. The others are not timely. They are not just my recommendations, also Marty, my co-chair, as well as our the water committee, the water committee's review committee, the advisory committee to the water. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 14-2 Colorado water planning to me is like almost a historic, has a lot of historic background and information in it that to me is really important somehow. Keep in, maybe it doesn't have to be in this form, but I don't know, some way that we can keep that in the guiding principles of the water committee, I think would be important. I'm not sure how
if
that can be rolled into something in the future, perhaps.
Consistent with my request for a consent agenda, consent motion, if there is any disagreement, then it should come off the consent motion.
Yep.
So if that's all right, we'll just simply remove that from the consent motion for further specific consideration. That was WA 14-2, roughly the middle of this. If there's no other question or comment on the consent agenda, Rebecca, is that a question?
No, I'm just gonna say, I confer with that, I'm fine.
Thank you. So we have a consent agenda. Anybody online raising a concern? No, all right. I would ask for a vote. Those in favor of the consent agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that makes it a consent agenda. Thank you. I want to turn then to 92-2, and that's the, if you've picked up separately, not from the packet, but one single sheet with some blue lettering. This is the red line version that rolls in 3 different resolutions for consideration. Trying to bring this up to date and trying to make this a single inclusive resolution addressing federal water rights, the potential taking of federal water rights and the creation of water rights through permitting or wilderness actions, wilderness legislation. I'd like to put that on the table. Cindy Dozier.
Do you want a motion before we discuss?
Yeah, yes, please.
Move to recommend.
All right, thank you. Recommended adoption. Yes, thank you, Cindy. This second, Ray, thank you. Thank you, Arlene. Thank you, Steve. Steve Child, discussion.
Steve Child, County Commissioner. I read through this earlier and it totally made sense to me. It's really a lot along the lines of how the Energy Committee combine different policies into more kind. And so I like the wording and I like the way. So I think we're adopting this.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion on the motion to adopt?
Are we looking for a new name and a new number for this one? If we're gonna be adopting it rather than amending, are we looking for a new name?
Yes, I've listed it as new, so we probably should have a new number, something that's at 24-1. Although we have two others that are lingering on the board's agenda because we weren't taken up. So we can number that. And if you will allow me to work with Brittany to title this so that it's reflective and inclusive of the three incorporated resolutions. Is that acceptable? Okay. In that case.
So just for clarity, everybody in the room will see the new title, and then when this recommendation comes to full board, see that.
Yes. Cindy Dozier.
So then the last clerical thing is that it incorporates WA 12-1, WA 10-1, and WA 92-2.
That's correct. Yes, you are correct. All right, all those in favor of the motion to adopt a new WA 24-blank, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to that motion? Is it recommended to the board unanimously? And we will take that forward accordingly. Steve Child, you have recommended or requested 14-2, the Colorado Water Planning. Is your recommendation, took it off the consent agenda, is it your recommendation that we simply do that? Or do you want to send that back to the committee for updating or any other needs?
Since it does, refers, it was from 2014, it does refer to the Colorado Water Plan when it's kind of in planning stage.
It calls for a Colorado Water.
Yeah, I presume a lot of this was incorporated in the Colorado Water Plan.
It was.
But to me, we put a 24 date on this and set all these principles, it's all stuff we believe in and that should be done. And I guess I would recommend sending it back to the committee to think about that, maybe updating some, but keeping it kind of as a guiding principle for water. It all reads totally true to me, like we should keep this in our policies.
All right, we'll take that back to the committee. We will review that and bring that back to the summer committee. And then the last one, still 92-3, the federal water rights. Yes, preserving in wilderness area. We don't have a red line copy.
Yeah, we didn't receive one.
Okay. Let me just take that one off as well. And we will take that back so to make sure we have a red line. I don't have the red line in front of me, so I'm not sure what is being meant. So with your indulgence, we will review that one as well. The summer committee, take that to the board, fall with the students. That's it, I believe. My thanks again to all three speakers. Appreciate their travels from Colorado Springs and Steamboat Springs. Thanks, as always, on behalf of the entire committee, Club 20, to staff. Andrea and Brittany, so this is a tremendous amount of work and quite a juggling act. We really appreciate this. Thanks to you. A round of applause for staff as well as our speakers. Reminder that our sponsors today, Most Energy and Union Pacific. Tom Hartman. No.
Please use the mic. Thank you.
So I took witness to something that I think deserves recognition. Your guidance through that process, the confidence in you and your team and doing what you've done for so many years so well. Pretty well done, my friend.
Thank you very much. That's the product of two co-chairs and an advisory committee. Brittany, directions for lunch, anything else? The committee's adjourned, but I'll turn it over to you now for any final instructions.
So lunch, I believe, should be set up in there, but if not, please give grace and patience while we do that. We are going to start the PLNR committee meeting just a bit earlier at 12:55 rather than 1. One of our speakers has an unexpected quick turnaround and needs to be on another call. So we're going to try to shave some time off lunch there, but considering we have an extra 10 minutes right now, I don't see that's an issue. So go grab some grub and have some good conversations.
Yeah.
Good to have you. Something's going on.
She's pay her over now. Oh, not that one. She has another one on there. Oh, really? No. Didn't know that. That one, this one. And then take this one. Yeah. Thank you for telling me. Yeah.
All right, are you ready? Okay, great. Hello, everybody. I am Chelsea Mira, the worst co-chair of Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee, with the much better co-chair, Nancy Fisher.
Hi, Nancy.
Brittany, are we taking around the room?
Nancy, do you want us to do introductions, or since we're tight on time?
Let's,
Oh,
Becky Mitchell has a hard stop at 2:20. So if we want to have adequate time for her, we're going to have to go straight to the agenda. And I think Rachel, let's see if, is Rachel on the participant list?
Yes.
Gable.
Oh, yeah.
And Chelsea needs to do the housekeeping stuff right quick.
Great.
I don't see Rachel.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
You see Rachel, but I'm going to go through the official meeting guidelines. So welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information or Mr. Baker. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you. That's a lot of power. And then turn off your microphone once you're finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. We are not going to ask you to introduce yourself if you're joining us virtually or around the room, but we would like to thank our sponsors. So our venue and lunch sponsors today are Union Pacific Railroad and Atlas Energy. And our committee sponsor is John and Nancy Fishering. And at this point, Miss Nancy, I believe we can begin the meeting. You look like you might be a little frozen. Oh, there you go. Okay, great.
Came back. Nancy.
Nancy, you can go ahead now.
Yeah.
Go ahead. My computer goes unstable, so I've asked Cindy to help me do the in-person interactions with the group and to introduce Rachel Gable, who some of you may know. I'm just trying to increase our network to people on the Front Range. You'll know that we started this summer by having Rod Pelton speak with us. We're trying to figure out how we can amplify the rural voice. So Cindy, do you want to take it from there?
Sure. We're excited to welcome Rachel Gable to be with us today. Rachel is a longtime agricultural writer and the assistant editor of Fence Post magazine that I think most of us are familiar with. She writes in a very engaging way. I've read lots of her articles and encourage anyone to follow her. She lives in Northeast Colorado. Her family is a beef producing family, and she's also authored 4 children's books. So Rachel, we're excited to have you speak to media coverage of policy trends. And how you see that happening, because you have a very different approach than most media, and we'd like to hear your viewpoint overall. So go ahead.
you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. I wish I could be there in person. We're calving at the moment, so that's my brand of chaos this week. Yesterday, I'll just start with kind of what's on my, well, let me back up. So I'm the assistant editor of the Fence Post magazine, and of course, that's very producer facing and very ag focused. And I actually started writing for the Fence Post when I was like 14, and they used to print my 4-H club news. And over the years, I continued writing and freelanced for the Fence Post and was able to go full time. I left teaching, left the classroom in 2018 and went full time at the Fence Post. And I also have a position, I have a weekly column at Colorado Politics, Denver Gazette, and Colorado Springs Gazette, which has really been a boon for me, and I think for agriculture, because it's so consumer facing and it's very front range facing. And that's been an interesting position because it's rather conservative leaning, of course, but because it is front range and because it is more the consumer group, a lot of the folks that reach out to me about the things that I put in there have connections to agriculture, but it's more those typical connections, like my grandpa used to have a farm, or I used to go visit my uncle in Iowa, those kind of ag connections where it's kind of 6 degrees of separation of agriculture, but it's there, and it's kind of talking about the nuts and bolts of things, and it's been nice because I can really concentrate on a lot of legislation, but I can also talk about rural mental health, and I can talk about calving and all kinds of stuff. And so it's been really interesting, and I'm very appreciative of that position. And this week I talked in my column that will appear on Monday. I talk a lot about the committee hearings yesterday for the Senate Ag Committee. Of course, the 3 most recent CPW appointees from Governor Polis faced the Senate Ag Committee. And I've only gotten to know Senator Roberts this year, but I have a good relationship with him, and I enjoy him a lot. Same with Megan Lukens. But Senator Roberts yesterday, I don't know if you listened to the committee hearing. I was telling Nancy yesterday that I had like a text string going with some friends, and we were like, oh, he knows the answer to this question, just wait. And we need hobbies, is what it boils down to, is we need new hobbies. But he was able to really bear down on the 3 appointees and ask some very good questions and some very valid questions. And Ms. Bolu in particular really struggled with some of the questions. They asked her, for example, if she'd ever owned a parks pass, and she had not. And he asked if she had ever, she's the parks and rec, like appointee, not sportsman. But they asked her about the parks pass, and he asked her about which parks she had visited prior to her appointment. And it was like Roxborough and a whole bunch that are right there along the Front Range. And then they asked her about her stakeholding efforts. And she admitted that she called the DNR and asked who she needed to be introducing herself to. And so Dylan was like right on it and said, gosh, if you're, that kind of needs to come with you. It's not you get appointed to the CPW commission, then you figure out who you're representing. Like, you have those relationships of who you're representing, and then you're appointed to the committee. So at any rate, Bolu and Skiba go to the full Senate without a favorable recommendation from the Senate Ag Committee. And then Jack Murphy goes, it was like a 4-3, I think. He'll go with a favorable, which he's not bad. But anyway, so if you're so inclined, in the next week or so would be a wonderful time to start reaching out to the full Senate. Because of course, the full Senate will still have to vote, and they don't, even though there's an unfavorable recommendation on those two, they can certainly vote however they see fit. And there's not, if all the vote counting is correct, they have enough to go ahead and confirm those two to the CPW commission. So if you're so inclined to reach out to the senators, then now would be a good time for that. One of the other things that I'm covering right now, of course, other than the wolves, which we can certainly talk about as well, but one of the other things that I'm covering this week is the potential for the use of the Antiquities Act monument designation there along the Dolores River, near like Mesa and Montrose counties, right in through there. And I haven't been able to get a call back from Bennett and Hickenlooper's offices yet. But this week in the Fence Post, there'll be a pretty large article about what that monument designation would mean, as opposed to the NDA that they've been working on for years. That would, or the wild and scenic designation. And I don't know how many of you all are following that, but it's the potential to lock up like 68 something thousand acres and the full Dolores River all the way to the Utah line. So if they did a wild and scenic designation, they could only go from the dam down. But if they do this monument designation, then they can do the full river. Of course, lots of coverage of the wolves, and it's been really nice with the wolf coverage to be able to make some connections there in Western Colorado that I did not have before. Of course, I am a card carrying Flatlander, and I live up in Morgan County, and so I don't have as many folks on the West Slope as I would like to. But the ones who I have made contacts with, and I see several of the names of those folks on my screen right now, those guys have been wonderful, and it's been very helpful. And I hope that my coverage has been beneficial to the folks there on the West Slope who are the most affected by this proposition. And I understand from Nancy that you guys heard a little bit about the proposition in the city and county in Denver that would ban slaughterhouses, which is really a huge issue because it's like the largest lamb processor in the country, and that would be very damaging. And that's one of those things that and the mountain lion hunting ban and the fur ban all in Denver. I think that those things are particularly important, that agriculture and the hunting, the Hook and Bullet Club, the hunting and angling and outdoor communities really stand together as well as with the rural communities that are the most affected by this, because we're fighting the same giants. They're not anything that's creative or unusual. They're the same folks and a lot of the same cash. So I think those fights need to be very much arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder, because we obviously are seriously outnumbered. But Nancy, what else would you like me to touch on, or do you guys? I could only see a handful of people, so I apologize for that, and I can't tell. This is a very difficult room to read when I'm looking at myself. But if you guys have some questions, I'm happy to bounce on that. I know that I did visit with Merritt Linke earlier today, and we talked a little bit about the Colorado Ag in the Classroom project, which I've been a part of for several years. And of course, his daughters were a part of this year. And I finally did get to hug McCall's neck the other day at the Fruit and Vegetable Growers, which was exciting, and I enjoyed that. But I will mention to you that there's been several of those books that have been written specifically for that program and taken into those classrooms to help teach kids about agriculture, which I think is incredibly important. We had a group go into the prairie school, which is literally in the middle of a pasture. It's like between Stoneham and New Raymer. It's not a big place. And excuse me, a lot of those kids really had no idea about agriculture. And boy, if kids at Prairie School don't know much about agriculture, then we're doing the right thing by getting into schools. But we're like booked out. I bet we have the next 10 years or so kind of mapped out. And the next book that we're working on has been sent to the illustrator now, but it's about Dr. John Matsushima and flaked steamed corn and beef. So that's one of the things that's coming up, and Merritt's name just popped up and that made me think of it. But I'm happy to talk about something specific, or I'm happy to answer questions, or I'm happy to just keep talking, and I will stop myself real quick. I just saw Corey Gaines jump on, and Nancy had also mentioned Corey. I do want to connect you all with Corey. He's at NJC up in Sterling. He's not from agriculture, but we like him anyway. He is he's a professor of, he would have to tell you, it's like classes I never would have taken or passed. He's one of those incredibly intelligent guys, and he was never involved in politics for a long time, and then he discovered that he learned the error of his ways, and now he has come to the dark side, and he too now needs a better hobby than listening to committee of reference hearings with me. But here we are. But Corey is on and said that he would perhaps be able to field a couple of questions, and I can share his contact information, his email, but he's behind the Colorado Accountability Project, and you can access that on social media or on Substack. There he is, or on Substack. And so the Substack is just like an online newsletter that'll come straight to your inbox. But he does a great job, especially with Quora requests and public comment. And of course, he is the public commenter that was visiting about the wolf release with the CPW Commission, and Chair May disconnected his call. And so he's written quite a bit about that experience and the importance of that public comment stakeholding process. But Corey is also here.
So Rich,
you want to ask?
Yeah, sure. And I would like it if you could maybe talk a little bit about how does your coverage differ from the larger media? And are you always at odds with them, or is there any kind of cross-pollination where there's agreement?
There is periodically. When the wolves were released, and those initial 5 wolves, I knew just from my background in ag that there are depredation reports in every state on predators. And so I grabbed those out of Oregon and discovered that there was some depredation. There was some history of depredation with all of the wolves, the packs that the wolves came from in Oregon. And I reported on that. And that was certainly picked up by some of the big media, 9 News and some of the bigger guys. And I do have a friend at 9 News that I can bounce ideas off of, and sometimes she can leverage things differently than I can, and sometimes I can introduce her to a rancher who maybe wouldn't talk to her if I didn't give an introduction. But as far as being picked up by the big media, I think it's getting more so that I am picked up. But ag coverage in the mainstream media still tends to be like video of the llamas at stock show and the occasional bull rider, and it's pretty milk toast. They're not, and they're certainly just not jumping onto the issues in the same way that we would. Because when I'm coming at it because my name is on the operating note as well. I don't know if you know Don Brown. He's a former commissioner of agriculture, and he's from Yuma County, and he's a big farmer out here and just really a great guy. He worked during the Hickenlooper administration, and he's still very involved behind the scenes. And he calls me periodically, and it's a bit like a hit and run. I know I have to listen fast because he's going to point me in the right direction and shove me. And I just need to be listening and kind of pick up what he's laying down. But I'm coming at it from a place where my name is on the operating note. I'm a part of the industry, and I do get criticized for that periodically for being biased, but like, sure, I am on the side of agriculture. You caught me, but it just is what it is. But I come at it from that particular angle, and I don't have to tell stories in 90 seconds like they do in the mainstream media. And there's getting to be more mainstream, like mainstream coverage of stuff, especially through the Colorado Sun, which is certainly much more left leaning than some other outlets, which is neither here nor there. It just, they are. And a little bit in the Gazette, Colorado Politics, Steamboat Radio, of course, does a lot of good stuff. And Miles Brungard, I think is his name. He does quite a bit as well, but they're just coming at it a little bit differently. I think they're a little bit more, more kind of in the traditional journalist sense, where it's their beat, and it is my beat, and it is also my livelihood. So that makes me come at it a little bit differently.
Rachel, could you hold a minute? We have Jonathan Houck has raised his hand, and so let's just see what he has to say. Jonathan?
And then they,
Thanks.
you
Thank you.
questions
Thanks,
in the
Rachel. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. Rachel, thanks for being with us today. I've been interestingly listening to your presentation. I want to go back to one of the things you mentioned. You had mentioned about the Dolores bill. And it's actually Dolores, Montezuma, and San Miguel County. And of course, Dolores and Montezuma counties are large ag producers, and the west end of San Miguel County is as well. And heard you say you were waiting to hear back from Senator Bennett. But I was curious if what your conversations were like with Congressman or Congresswoman Boebert, since she introduced House HR 1534, which is the companion bill supporting the Dolores River NCA and special management area. And so since kind of you're reporting on all the aspects of it and how it relates to ag, I was curious of the responses you got from two ag dominant communities that are supporting this, counties that are supporting this, and Representative Boebert and her support of this. Tell me, could you share with us what that looks like?
I've sent an email to her office and have not heard back. So it's one of those issues where I'm sure that there will be lots of follow-up, because I tried to just hit the high points in my first article, because I'm still wrapping my brain around it too, obviously, with my listing of the counties. But I will reach back out to all of those offices, and I will certainly reach out to hers as well. I don't know her very well. I've never met her. Well, I've met her once, but I don't know her well.
Thanks, Rachel. I just wanted to insert something here. Part of what I've enjoyed about reading Rachel's information is when she tackles an issue, she brings in a lot of the data and a lot of the facts. And I think that's helpful, especially if those of you that are in the room were there this morning, and we learned about the strategies of providing information to a low information population. That's what I feel like PLNR, Ag Club 20 does all the time. We're trying to figure out, how do we communicate in a way that they listen to us? Can they tweak what they're going to do? Can we stop the damage that we think is going to come? It's how do we reach across, Jonathan? And sometimes I have to tell you, going to the politicians isn't really what my goal is. It's how do we make sure everyone understands some of these things will put businesses out of business. I'm not picking on the MCA or the Scenic River, but we've been dealing with that at Club 20 since it was a scenic river and it went to an NCA. I just think the unintended consequences get covered by Rachel's writing. And when I read about water, we're going to have a water presentation later. When I read the articles in mainstream, they want to litigate it in their article. I want you to give me the information and I'll figure out later where we come. But right now, the battles seem to happen not on our ground, and it affects us. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we connect for people to understand what it means for those of us that live on the Western slope? And I know we have pros and cons on a lot of bills, but we need to figure out a strategic way of messaging to be the voice of the Western Colorado. So that's why I'm reaching out to Rachel. I mean, I just have appreciated it because there aren't many people I can go to and read without going to all the meetings myself. And thank goodness I can read her articles and I'll get a pretty good summary. And same with Corey's information. And if you do sign up for the accountability project, he's very careful. He gives you his opinion, but he always gives you several articles, gives you the content of the bills, the next hearing date. And all of a sudden I've got a nice package as an agriculturist that might want to weigh in. It's all in one place. So thank you for inviting Corey. I didn't invite you, Corey, but welcome. So now I'll let you finish the conversation because I wanted people to know that's the big struggle for Western Colorado. How do we communicate to that low information voter? You're in the Gazette, you're in a bunch of different publications now. That helps us. If you understand it accurately, even if you're not, even if it's more conservative, that's out there. That is real on the Western slope of Colorado, and we shouldn't act like it doesn't exist. So back to you, Rachel. Sorry to editorialize there.
Happens to me all the time. I think it's something that we share with the West Slope here on the East Slope, and in any rural area, we struggle with the same thing of just being steamrolled by the kind of front range mainstream voter. And when you're talking about low information voters, in my mind, like the ultimate low information voter is someone that can watch a campaign ad and be swayed or be convinced. And I think the person that can be convinced or swayed by watching a campaign ad is like the scariest human in the world. But of course, there's lots of them, and that can be proven if you just look at the amount of money in campaigns spent on ads on TV. But that voter, I don't know how you reach, honestly, from our side, because our side tends to be the science and analytical and financial, how to make, we're the industries that are making the state go round. We're footing the bill while you're trying to shut the industry down. That tends to be us, and that's a little harder to make fuzzy and shiny in a emotional ad, and we've not done that very well. But like I said, that's a scary voter that can watch a campaign ad and be convinced one way or another. But I think that movable middle is who we've got to concentrate on. And I don't know how we reach them, because I think some of them are reading. I just don't have a lot of faith that your average voter is reading Colorado politics and is picking up my column every Monday and saying, I should just see what Gable says. And I don't know how to get it out any better than that. I talk a lot about telling the stories and the stories of the industries that often foot the bill in the state, and talking about, the cows build towns and crops build towns and water builds towns. And there's a lot of stories and a lot of good historical stories about all of those industries that can be shared, and they can be shared in such a way that they're meaningful and people pick up on them and remember them. But it's still a matter of reaching those people. Agriculture for years has been saying, you've got to tell your story. And that's a tricky thing because, and if you've ever heard me speak before, you've heard me say this, you can't stalk people at Safeway and say, you know, oh, I see you're looking at ground beef. Can I tell you about my family's 3rd generation beef operation? And you can't like see them in the produce section when they pick up a hatch green chili. You can't bat it out of their hand and put a Pueblo chili in their hand instead. I mean, you can, but you'll get on the news. But so reaching that group becomes more difficult.
We have a number of questions, I think, for you today, so I'd like to go ahead and open it up for questions in the room and online. And we will start over here with Representative Bobert's staff.
Hello, for those online, my name is Raven Finnegan, Western Colorado Regional Director for Congresswoman Bogert. I just want to make a clarifying statement. What was said a little bit ago is actually incorrect. The Congresswoman does not support the Dolores River as a national monument. It was actually, she reintroduced the House Companion Bill to the bipartisan Dolores River National Conservation Area and Special Management Area Act, which is completely different. So I just wanted to make that clarifying point.
Thank you. Thanks, Raven. Are there other questions in this room? These are not.
I will clarify. I read it off the Congresswoman's website, and I read it exactly as you just stated it.
We have some questions in the room. Sorry, everybody. We will make sure that we keep. I'm sure you two can connect the Congresswoman's staff and the County Commissioner from Gunnison offline. That would be great.
Go.
All right. We did have some hands earlier in the room. So do we have any questions for Rachel?
So this is Cody Kennedy. I'm a member of the Grand Junction City Council. Not that we have a lot of capos in Grand Junction, but I certainly should talk about the problems facing packing plants and really the financial feeding operations around the state, especially in regard to pushing the air quality agenda on that. I'm wondering what we see that's going to impact. Certainly Western Slope, statewide, agriculture. I think there's some pending legislation specifically to that with air quality attached to limiting both packing plants and financial feeding operations. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. I heard about the water quality as it relates to the slaughterhouses and then to the oil and gas industry. Are you asking if I cover that?
No, actually, you must not have a very good connection because that wasn't at all what I was asking. I'm sorry. If you can hear me, what I'm specifically asking is regarding confined animal feeding operations and packing plants' ability to continue operating within our state based on air quality regulations that are coming out that seem to be specifically targeting that industry.
Typically targeting the cattle feeding industry?
The packing plants and confined animal feeding operations, you know, whatever variety, not necessarily just cattle.
If they will be able to continue operating?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, if I heard him correctly, and correct me if I'm not right, he's asking about confined animal feeding and packing plants with regards to air quality regulations within the state. Am I accurate on how
Yes, in what those air quality regulations are targeting with our
and your view on how air quality is being targeted in those two industries?
Sure. As far as the CAFOs or the large feed yards and slaughterhouses, a lot of the stuff that I've done has been on water quality. There was an issue several years ago, I think was also in Yuma County, that dealt with the overflow ponds, and there was like 100-year flood, and one of the ponds, they were to the specifications set forward by the state, but one still overflowed. And if you've been to Yuma County, you know it's not like flowing into a river like it would in your country. In Yuma County, it's a little bit of a trickle. But at any rate, they were meeting the state requirements and exceeding the state requirements, but that still happened because the weather was wild. And that was certainly a huge issue for them. And I think we continually have to look at those requirements. And I think keeping up with the changing requirements could be very much a full-time job for anybody involved in the packing or feeding industries. And I'm not as familiar with the air quality requirements, though I know that it's kind of a moving target. That's a tricky industry. My family's in the cattle feeding business, and it's very much a changing industry and one that very much relies on all of the regulations. So I don't have a great answer for you. They're very much affected by air quality issues. They're very much affected by water quality issues. They're very much affected by social issues, and the legislation at a national level seems to take aim at them a little bit more than the ones at the state level do, though the ballot proposals almost always seem to take aim with, not like the wolves, but a lot of the ballot proposals seem to take aim at those slaughterhouses and feed yards, just because sometimes that's not a pretty industry.
If I may.
Is there someone online with a question?
Yeah, it's Corey that works with Rachel adding this.
Yeah, if I may, I'm not by any means at all an expert here, but there are two things that I would point toward you. I follow the Air Quality Control Commission with some regularity. What I would recommend, sort of in broad strokes, and again, I'm not an expert, but what they're doing right now is chipping away at the big stuff, heavy industry, power generation, things like that. They will eventually, because the limits that have been set by the legislature require quite a few cuts. They're going to exhaust those at some point, and they're going to come looking. And I think right now, a good area, one area that I focus on, right now there are bills about the makeup of the Air Quality Control Commission. In other words, that they are trying to pack that, just like there have been efforts to pack the Supreme Court. I would follow that. And another recommendation I might have is go to the Air Quality Control Commission website for updates. They'll come to your email, and I would start paying attention to rulemakings.
Hey, Corey, your connection.
By any means saying conspiracy, but
we're having a hard time because
am I really?
Your connection keeps cutting in and out, and we're getting every 2 words.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Let me try coming in by phone, and I will address that another way.
Corey, I think we might be getting close to the end of the question and answer. Would you put in the chat your accountability project and how people can directly communicate with you? Back to you.
Thanks, Nancy, and thanks, Corey. Are there any other questions in the room? Because if not, I have a, thank you, Carrie, go ahead.
Rules, this is just a comment for what might be a good article as a history lesson, in the fence post is. As far as air quality, if you remember about 8 or 10 years ago, when there was a Pueblo and when there was a Fort Collins and Denver, none of them can be compliant with the federal regulations. So what happened is they combined their reporting and called it the front range. So as they're targeting the packing plants or the feedlots for both water quality and air quality, you might remind them all what they do. They could not comply. So they just broadened the horizon and called it the front range, so they could actually be in compliance with federal regulations. As far as the feedlots, it's as much as a water quality issue as it's there. Because it's all about methane gas recovery, in the feedlots, and, the problem was water quality, so they had to come up with a way to, monitor the water quality. But there are two definitely different issues, water quality and air quality. And it's all propaganda and how they're moving their, their story forward.
Thanks, Harry. And then Rachel, I just have one other little question to ask. We only have 2 minutes, but earlier today, Alden Van Ryn talked about, we were discussing mental and behavioral health in the agricultural community, and he brought up that it's almost like it's the agricultural industry is being bullied, and there will be one thing, and then there will be another, and then there will be another. And I'd like to know what you think about that, and if you've already done articles that would lend to this, or could you? Because it does, we call it being targeted, but it is almost a bullying by state executive branch as well as legislative.
Yeah, I've written about that quite a few times, and I try not to sound whiny when I'm talking about it, though it's hard to feel in the agriculture industry or in rural America, rural Colorado, that we're not being targeted. Yesterday I was working on the Dolores River story. I was listening to the CPW Commission hearing. I was trying to follow the fires in Nebraska and Texas, and I was working on a few other things, and a strangles outbreak in Wyoming. And it just all comes very hard and fast. And this administration, certainly, my tenure at the fence post dates back to the day that Governor Polis brought Impossible Whoppers to the entire Department of Ag staff and asked them to think about how they can leverage the plant-based movement to their benefit. And of course, our largest export is beef, so that didn't sit well. And that was kind of when I came on the scene. So I feel like I've very much been on the defensive all the time. And, people tell you to be proactive rather than reactive, but I feel like we're still trying to get to that point where we are proactive, but I think we're getting better at it, and I'll continue to make that a priority. But yeah, it's hard to not feel like we're under attack.
Thank you, and thank you, Rachel, so much for being with us today. And if you all do not follow podcast or follow her at the fence post or follow her in Colorado politics, I urge you to do so. You'll get an interesting and engaging article and conversation every time. So Rachel, we thank you so much for being with us today. And I think is Becky online now? So Nancy, I'll hand it back to you.
Becky Mitchell. Okay. Becky Mitchell is our, she has a full-time job now when she used to have many full-time jobs, but she's our water commissioner that works on the Colorado River big issues. And she has been on the road nonstop since that job description changed. She's been to almost every river basin roundtable. She went to the Colorado Water Congress. She talked to us last summer. We have been trying to follow that step by step ever since Commissioner Tootin put on the agenda that they would figure out the answer if we couldn't do it ourselves. So Becky Mitchell is at the forefront of that whole conversation, because the whole rules start to change we call them the post 2026 guidelines that are being worked on as we speak. Becky's an engineer. She was the head of CWCB efforts before she became our water commissioner, with that as her total focus, but she still works with the interbasin committees of all the roundtables. And she's just an incredibly engaging, passionate, knowledgeable person. And I want us to keep up with her to see where we may need to weigh in on her behalf and support the efforts for the state of Colorado. And with that, I'll let Becky fill in more gaps.
Thanks, Nancy, and for that generous introduction. Really, more so, thanks for continuing to invite me to be here, because I think my goal is to get the word out and to hear the word, so that I know what I'm taking to the table. I know what our lines are within Colorado, because first and foremost, my goal is to protect Colorado, along with the other upper basin states in that area, but really that we can bring people along. So I get the benefit of updating you on the post 2026 negotiations, and to be perfectly honest, some of the challenges that we're facing as we move forward in creating operations that are sustainable for both Lake Powell and Lake Mead. So a little bit of where we're at really quickly. Like Nancy mentioned, we're negotiating new operating guidelines at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. They're layered on top of the compact. This is, again, I say this everywhere I go, we're not renegotiating the compact. That compact protects us. But we are negotiating the operating guidelines for Lake Powell and Mead. This will determine how much water is released from Lake Powell and also Lake Mead. I'm going to quickly drop an infographic into the chat that can be shared if you want, and go from there. But also want to try to just keep the information coming out. I was listening to the last presenter talking about facts, and that's really what we've been focused on, is the facts and the numbers. Partly because we see the crisis on the Colorado River as being facilitated by the current guidelines that we're working under. And so, and there is an effort to maintain that status quo or some version of it. And so I want to talk a little bit about why we can't do that. One of the reasons why the 07 guidelines have failed was because they tied the elevations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead together. So if there was less water in Lake Mead, more water was going to be released from Lake Powell. So what that means in practice is that the lower basin could draw down Lake Mead, and then in turn, it would draw down Lake Powell. And so that's obviously doesn't work when on a consistent basis you have more water coming out of both of those reservoirs than is coming in. It makes perfect sense that they're declining. So it also makes clear to me, and I hope the rest of the world, that the 07 guidelines have been insufficient to protect that system. And we can see that because the reservoirs at some points have reached their lowest level since filling. The silver lining, trying to be optimistic, when you see the news, I think in terms of what's happening with those reservoirs, it's sometimes hard to be optimistic, myself included. But what I am optimistic about is that those guidelines expire. And what I feel like our job is to do is to get the message out, get the science out, so that we can show what we've learned about what works, what doesn't work, and then how the new guidelines would need to protect not just one basin, but the upper basin also. And so we can't waste this opportunity to develop better guidelines. Most of you have probably heard me talk about the negotiating principles or the irrefutable truth that we've developed. I want to make sure that I'm really clear on how they were developed. They were developed in coordination with water users, stakeholders, and others across the state. So basically taking what I hear and creating goals and principles. That's the part that gets hard. We have goals and principles, we can say these things, but then how do we put them into practice on the technical side, and building the operations plan? So I think somebody can send you to truths or the principles. So I'm not going to go through all of those, But what I want to hammer home today is that these principles are resonating. They're resonating with the upper basin, but they're even gaining traction in the lower basin. And I think folks are starting to acknowledge that we cannot use more than what Mother Nature provides. Our recent challenge, though, is when we start to put these principles in practice. You've probably heard, if you've opened the newspaper, specifically outside of the state of Colorado or outside of the upper basin, is the pushback that you might hear about the upper basin, what the upper basin will or will not do. And so the irrefutable truths have provided essentially the foundation for responding to things that won't work for Colorado. The bottom line is that it's in our best interest across the entire basin to develop real solutions, not fuzzy accounting or kind of, I don't want to say smoke and mirrors, but essentially ways that prop up the overuse that continues to occur. Because we need to find ways to preserve the reservoirs to support a vibrant, resilient American Southwest, the whole American Southwest. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about what we've been talking about with the lower basin states. We consider these common sense and consistent with the principles that have been developed within Colorado. But the upper division states of Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming are preparing essentially what we would consider a reasonable alternative for post-2026 operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. What the ideas that we've come up with, they're aligned with those principles. And so they shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone because they're consistent with that. But the center point of what our concept is developing guidelines for Lake Powell that are responsive to hydrologic conditions, because we can't continue to release more water than is available year after year. Additionally, we need to hold the lower basin to what they have committed to doing. So you've heard probably folks in Arizona and California and Nevada talk about they're going to own the structural deficit. They're going to own that 1.5 million acre feet. And so we need to figure out how do we hold them accountable for that and start accounting for the EVAP and transit losses. But we also know that there may need to be more cuts, and that's where the hard point, I mean, the 1.5 is a hard part to get them to acknowledge that. Doing that is even harder. And then what other cuts may be needed beyond that? So I think we've shown we're willing to do our part in the upper basin, but in ways that work for us and our water users. You all know this better than anyone, that our water users take hits every year dependent on what's happening with hydrology, and our downstream neighbors need to understand that our options are limited because our supplies and uses are already so limited. And so you're going to probably see in the next week or so that there won't be a submission of a 7-state alternative this month, but the upper division states are going to remain committed to finding a solution with the lower basin. I think you'll see probably 2 modeling proposals go into the federal government. History does show that the basin states fare better when we work together, and the framework represents an opportunity to do just that. So our challenge now, where do we go from here? I want to be perfectly honest because you're Coloradans, and I want to be clear on kind of some of the struggles and some of the tough places we may have ahead of us. So for the past few years, it's been incredibly challenging to get agreements from the lower basin states that are durable or permanent, but also verifiable reductions in consumptive use. I do see a lot of good words, what I want to see is verifiable actions. When we do things in the upper basin, it's verifiable because we see what goes downstream. We saw this in 2022. I think that Nancy mentioned when Commissioner Tootin called for reductions of 2 to 4 million acre feet, we prepared the 5-point plan. And we responded. The lower basin did not make the same level of progress. In 2023, 6 states came to agreement about how to modify the 07 guidelines to give reclamation more tools until 2026. And then after reclamation published the draft of the supplemental environmental impact statement, the lower basin states proposed a 3-state alternative. So we've recently heard that the lower basin states are truly ready to address this structural deficit. And I quite frankly can't wait to see the details on that. And I will, once the details come in, that's when I can tell Coloradans if we believe that this is actually going to happen. And so I have the statements, but I don't have the facts behind it. And so when that comes in, I'll definitely be working with everyone across the state to let you know at least our technical analysis of that. And so I want to be also real clear, as your commissioner, my obligation is to you. So we have to, in the upper division states, be prepared to submit an alternative with or without the lower basin buy-in. It's not our preferred approach. I would rather have a 7-state agreement, but I can't. I don't believe that that's going to happen at this point. What I'd also like to hear, though, from you all is concerns from you about potential options moving forward. What are you most afraid about on the ground? What stories do you need me to make sure that folks across the lower basin hear? The impacts that I have seen, that the things that have made the difference, that have moved the needle, is when we have examples. And one of the examples that I use is that there are senior water rights holders on the western slope that are senior to the compact, that 17 out of 23 years don't get a full allocation. Those are the facts and data and stories that make a difference, but also that we've survived, and that we're all going to need to figure out how to live within the means of the river. Those are the things that resonate. So if you have thoughts and ideas of ways that I can portray the importance of ag, that would be helpful. If you can make it personal, that's always helpful. I don't want to make this ag versus urban ever, because I think it's important that those industries stand together, but that more importantly, that Colorado stand together, because we're dependent on each other. We are very, very, very dependent on each other. And I like to eat a lot some days. And so we need to tell the stories of West Slope Ag. We need to tell the success moments. We need to tell where innovation has made a difference, how we've been creative. And so if you have input, advice, anything, I'd love to hear it. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Becky. Cindy Dozier here. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for taking your time. We know you are running in directions right now. So we'd like to open it up, and I'm here with Chelsea Mira and then Nancy Fisher is online. We'd like to open it up here in the room first for comments, concerns, and questions for Becky Beach.
And what I'm going to ask is that if you do have a question, please come up and use this mic, because they seem to be able to hear this mic better than our tabletop one. So if you do, I'll set it up at the podium, and please come up and use that one.
Cindy, can you hear me, Becky?
It's Wendell Coombs, Delta County. And I want to tell you, one of the big things that I saw make a difference last year was when the Central Arizona Project folks came and visited the North Fork Valley and Western Colorado. Those kind of events where we humanize and get to show firsthand what water means also to us makes a big difference. I would encourage those kind of events occur in the future too.
And thank you for that. I heard a lot of the same thing. It was an unfortunate component to that was one of the best hydrologies that we had when they were visiting. And so I think there was some opportunities that were missed because I recall sitting with the Central Arizona Project folks and with the backdrop of a quickly moving Colorado River. And I was trying to explain to those folks that this isn't been the norm. Last year was a blessing for sure, but that's not the way we always live. One of the interesting things from that was I do think that they got a lot from us, and I think we get a lot from them. I think we can also teach how we are innovative, right? We build communities that are based on variable water supplies, and I think we can teach that, and we can teach that better. One thing I want to make sure that and the reason I say we need to do better at that is because one of the Central Arizona Project board meetings after that, though, which we listen to them, we watch a lot of them. One of the board meetings after that, a question was asked by one of the board members about what is a potential solution. What is a potential engineering solution to the water availability? And the solution that was proposed was actually trying to figure out how to mine deeper into Powell, that there was a level of uncomfort of passing the 3490 power pool, and that there were 4 million acre feet. And that those kinds of comments make me nervous, right? So I feel like the diplomatic exercise, the exchange of information is good, but making sure that I don't know if digging deeper into Powell is what I would consider a solution at this point. So how do we continue to educate so that and how do we make sure that folks understand the flexibilities that we've built into the system on the ground and how we operate, so that they understand that they could operate that way too.
Thanks, Becky. I appreciate that answer. And I think education is a huge piece of it with the lower basin states altogether. And all of us understand. Are there other questions in this room? Very fruitless.
Becky, you just talked about last year. California is a lower basin state, and we're all in this together. They got blessed last year, and they're getting blessed again this year. And so, it's argument as to what we might do is have them start damming up it. Seems to achieve some of that water.
That was a little bit hard to hear, but I'm going to go ahead and take a stab at it. I think you were talking about the hydrology that California has been blessed with this last year, and currently right now, actually, I was reading about some big snowstorms that are happening. That's if it actually reflects in reduced releases from Hoover Dam, I'll take their hydrology wherever we can. But I think it's also important to recognize that that's not always the case. And so them capitalizing on that is a good thing. And the reason it is good, especially right now under these current guidelines, is if they take less from Hoover, then that has less of a pull on Powell. So with the balancing that's in place under the current guidelines, if the lower Meade is, the more essentially the call on Powell is. And so we hope when they experience this kind of hydrology that it actually reflects in less releases from Hoover. From Hoover Dam. I actually spent this morning, so dorky, but it's handwritten, but I went through and documented just the last 10 years of the releases from Hoover Dam. And in 2022, it's 8.7. In 2021, 9.1. 2020, 8.7. Essentially, over the last 10 years, the releases from Hoover have ranged between 8.5 and 9.6 million acre feet. And as long as there is more water coming out than it's coming in, we're going to have a problem. And so I think that's what I'm hoping that we can focus on in the next set of guidelines, is making sure that what is happening with hydrology, whether it's in the upper basin or lower basin, that we're responding to that. And if it's good hydrology, let's put it to use. Let's grow crops. Let's do those things. But how do we survive when it's not?
Thank you. Nancy Fishering online has a question, and if anyone else online does, please raise your hand. I think I can see.
I just want to drill down into what that question from Harry was and your answer. I thought last year when California got the environmental rivers and did pull less from Hoover, I thought they called it an intentionally created surplus, right? Isn't that the technical term they use? So they don't ever really admit they need to start refilling that dam.
Well, and one of the things was, I think this has to be acknowledged too, and I want to be careful about how to say it, because you want to bring people to the table as much as you can. But there were conservation programs put in place last year, and last year the releases were pretty good out of Meade. The numbers are provisional, so I'm not going to spout them up, but they looked pretty good. However, in the same time period, there was rain on the ground, so they didn't need the same level of releases. And also, there was billions of dollars put towards conserving, billions, and for temporary conservation programs. And what we're hoping for is that when federal dollars are spent, those are all of our dollars, right? That regardless of where the conservation's happening, those are the dollars for the American people. Those are the dollars that are responsible for giving some peace to the 40 million people that rely on the Colorado River. And there was lots of money that it took to get that level of conservation to happen, but it was only on a temporary basis. And I think we need to find ways to do things in a permanent level. That kind of money was called once in a generation. And so we have still an opportunity to make the best use of that money and make sure that it goes towards long-term reductions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions online before we go back to the room?
I'm not seeing any.
In the room, any other questions for Becky? I'm not seeing anyone from anyone else, but my question to you is, what's your overall sense at this time of how things are going in these negotiations? And are you hopeful, or are you feeling like we'll get to an impasse?
Oh gosh, that's the hardest question of the day. I am hopeful. And the reason I'm hopeful is because we don't have a lot of choices. That being said, the last set of guidelines were negotiated when the reservoirs were in a much more secure place than they are now. We're negotiating from a place that is much more difficult. And we have this knowledge of hydrology that we didn't have before. When my predecessors negotiated the 07 guidelines, there was a 3% chance of the hydrology that we saw these last 20 years. And so they didn't create enough off ramps or ways to change course, as you could tell by all the band-aids that have had to be put on the 07 guidelines since then. But I am hopeful, but I also want to be honest with Coloradans that there are big changes that need to happen in the lower basin, and I think that's hard to do. There are changes that need to happen in the upper basin also. I don't want to shy away from that, but what I've seen is that those changes are difficult without some sort of forcing it. And Arizona being a perfect example, they have to have legislative action on things. And so
My computer froze.
Oh, are you okay, Nancy? Is that me?
We have you, Becky.
Okay, good. So I'm optimistic. I think we will get there. We have a very good story to tell. We have not overdeveloped. We're putting our water to beneficial use. When it's there, we put it to use. When it's not, we know how to adapt. We have so many examples that show that we didn't cause any depletions in flows that would not allow for a delivery at below Lake Powell. And so I think we are in a good place. It's going to get uglier before it gets better, for sure. And so I think my ask would be to stay steady as Coloradans, stay together as Coloradans. The way I've been able to move, and there are a lot of successes that we've had the last couple of years. Acknowledgement of our hydrologic shortages being one of them. The acknowledgement that balancing didn't work being another one of them. All that has occurred because we've stood together as Coloradans, and the power when we stand together is absolutely amazing. And I think we've made some changes that folks may not have felt were possible a few years ago. So that's why I'm hopeful.
Thank you, and I don't think that you could have summed it up better. And actually, that was a lot of what came out of our conversation with Peter Fleming and Zane Kessler this morning. Was we're all unified. All the basins are unified with the Colorado Basin. So just excited to hear that from you. Thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. And we know you have a hard stop, so we will let you go. But Becky, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you all for the work you do, and thanks for providing us food.
Becky, one last question.
Yes.
You did a webinar.
Yes.
That brought people up to speed. I don't know how many people in this room were informed about it. How do you get involved for those future webinars?
So I put a link in the chat, yet another link. I keep putting links in there, and one of them sends you to the Commissioner's Corner, and there's a way to get on the list there. You can also, I believe, get a copy or be able to watch that webinar. We're going to be doing another one. I believe it's March 18th. And there'll be a lot of information to share at that one. So thanks for the throwing that out there, Nancy, and doing the marketing for me. But if you get on that link in the chat, the Colorado River Commissioner's Corner, there's ways to make sure you're noticed when there is something like a webinar or public speaking. You can request that I come and speak at your events, or we get somebody out there. But all of that stuff will be on there, and it's a good way to stay in touch.
Perfect. Thank you last.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And Nancy, we're going to move into resolutions, and that's for you.
Good luck. My computer gets more unstable the longer we go. You guys keep freezing up. And so if I freeze up, you guys just step in for me, Chelsea and Cindy. We have to clean up some of our resolutions, but first I wanted to make it clear, although this room, that's the people that are still here today probably already know what I'm going to say. But sometimes I think people question, what do we get done? What are we doing? And all the work we do doesn't happen in our policy meetings or at our spring conference. And I just want you guys to be aware that Brittany has been super professional, super helpful working on letters when we know we need to get on record. We've done letters on the wolves. After the fiasco of the wolf release, we wrote a letter saying, this is not a good partnership, what you're doing to us. Now they're bringing up the Wolverines, and we're going, guys, there's a process that we want to be a part of. Don't do things to us, do things with us. When we had the drought task force, she wrote a long letter that we submitted that a lot of those recommendations actually went into practice. And as Zane mentioned, they're part of what is in front of the legislature this year. So we're doing a lot. And I started a list of priority list issues. It's on your agenda. Those are all things that we're watching all the time. And there might not be a presenter today that can tell us something is changed yet. But we have issues. If you don't see your issue on there, let me know what it is, because I can't keep an eye on it if I don't know it's out there. So that's what I'm asking for you guys. I continue to work on this rural-urban divide issue, and it's very similar to what the slaughterhouse people were dealing with this morning. How do you reach out to people that know not much about you? It's not an intentional thing. They just don't know much about us. And our populations are changing. The demographics in Denver changed, and they actually built their little charts that we saw this morning. But the Western Slope demographics are changing drastically and quickly as well. So we need to be even more effective than we've ever been before. We need to work closer with John Whitney and Hillary and the folks from Bobert's office, and I mean every office. And we're not just trying to talk to them. We want to be part of those conversations. Feedback. Where'd you put our issue in your bill? That kind of work. Senator Roberts has been excellent working with us, returning phone calls, trying to hone in on, but this is harmful to the Western Slope. And I want to give him a shout out because he's been exceptionally good this year. With that, to my resolutions, we started 10 years ago trying to wade through all the ones Bonnie Peterson left for us. Wait. We had more resolutions than any other committee. And we've been working on it, and I worked with Bonnie getting rid of them, but we got rid of a lot. Then at the end of the day, there's all these little odd duck ones. So now I'm trying to get rid of the odd duck ones. Not that they aren't important or weren't important, they're not relevant, and they don't fit in a guiding principle. So I'm going to take the Chris Treese approach, and I hope we can do this in kind of a consent agenda or two. I'd like to delete 4 of them, which is the budget process for the Forest Service, which has completely changed since when that budget process existed before. They modernized it, I think, 4 years ago. It doesn't look anything. I mean, you can't do anything on that budget process. We're getting more money now than we ever did through the budget process. Just notice the 35 million that they were talking about today that they've gotten for wildfire funding. And some of it's coming to the Western Slope, and I give credit to Club 20 for the Forest Water Forum. That's where it was very clear to everyone. The Western Slope was totally left out of the wildfire crisis priority areas. The Forest Service district consolidations, irrelevant. Travel management. Travel management's always going to be with us, but travel management plans is what was happening when in 93 when that resolution came up. It's irrelevant now. The Gunness and sage grouse conservation. The only reason I say delete it is I have had 0 luck in getting it updated for where we are right now with the sage grouse. Maybe it should be just renew it because nobody knows what it is. But if no one can step up and say it's still an issue because it's changed status since then, we either pull it and somebody needs to work on it, because here's my bias. I don't think it's the job of the chairman to do all the work. So if somebody thinks it needs work, my suggestion is they take it on and we'll give it to you. So I'd like to delete those 4. We do have an overall guiding principles on endangered species. Bonnie was part of that. Jeff Comstock was part of that. So if we needed a letter, we could write a letter with those guiding principles. Did somebody try to interrupt? I'm good. That's my deletion speech.
We're voluntolding Jack Comstock on sage grouse for you.
Be honest, and there's people better than me. If it's greater, I can help you out.
I would respectfully remind Nancy, I provided significant comments on that. Respectfully. Nancy, did you hear that? That was Robbie.
I did hear you guys, and I've been hearing that for, let's see, I've brought this up 3 or 4 years. And I don't know what to do with it. Nobody does pick it up and come and say, we need a new resolution, here it is. And my question is, if we delete it and somebody feels strongly enough about it and will fix it, there's nothing that would stop them from reintroducing it. So I have no answer for it because I can't fix it.
Nancy, Robbie said that she provided some comments, some extensive comments to you on the Gunnison sage grouse resolution. So Robbie,
you'll have to send it again. So my suggestion would be resubmit it to the committee as a whole, like a meeting like this, because I don't have them. And it could have come at a time when I didn't have time to do anything with it. So
Nancy, let's pull this one off the consent agenda.
Sure. But you see, then it just sits there and it's there forever.
Robbie has committed to working on that.
Okay.
Or being a part of the group that will.
So do I have a motion to do a consent to delete 1 through 3 on that list?
So Nancy, let me handle this in the room. Is there a motion to delete PLNR 93-2, 98-2, 93-1?
Yes.
Who motion? Bonnie motion second. Very seconded. Is there any discussion on these? We'll start with Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the co-chairs. Just a comment or two. I couldn't find 93-1 on the website. And so I don't know if that thing has been deleted in the past, but All the rest of them I did find on there, I can find 93-1, which relates to travel management. I agree with, Robbie that I didn't think that, wasn't sure why we were deleting, the Gunnison Safety House, but now they've made that decision, I think that's right. And I also didn't see any of these resolutions that are up for deletion on any of the guiding principles that are on the website.
Right.
So Brittany, we need to know where the
Mike,
capital management plan.
Your microphone. Okay.
93-1 that he could not find on the website. Do you know why that would be?
So our records showed that it got deleted in 2019. So that one's already good to go.
Thank you.
Because we wondered the same thing.
Nancy, were you able to hear what she just said?
No, it's freezing up. I can't hear. I didn't hear anything.
So 93-1 was previously deleted, so we're not gonna discuss that. And so we're now down to 93-2 and 98-2. Is there any other discussion on those two? Ray?
Yeah, so my follow-up is that I didn't see any of those resolutions on any of the guiding principles. Usually when we delete something, if we are going to reference it in the guiding principle, that particular resolution is referenced in or at the bottom or in the language of the resolution. I didn't see them.
So Ray, these resolutions, Nancy doesn't have any intention to put them into guiding principles. They are just ones that aren't applicable anymore, so they're just straight deletes. They're not being adopted or included into any of the guiding principles.
Steve Child, did you have a question?
Oh, yes, I have more comment, and that has to do with the travel management plans, which, I think the BLM land and Forest Service land travel management plans are really important. Our county has made recommendations to the BLM in the past, and they went against our recommendations, and it created a huge problem with recreational use on some land that was better left for wildlife and livestock grazing were the best uses for it. So I think travel management plans is still an issue, and even though that was deleted, it looks to me like there are similarities between that and the two RS 2477 rights of way for public lands policies, which we're talking about renewing. I'm wondering if we should try to tackle that and wrap all thoughts from all three of those into one better resolution. And I know that would be bringing back stuff from something that's deleted in 2019, but to me it seems like it still is pertinent issues on the travel management.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to put that in the parking lot, and that's what it's to do with the top two that are up for deletion. And I need to hear, we've had a motion, we've had a second, and then we've had a lot of changes. So, you were the second, Ray, and Mom, you were the motion.
Harry was the second.
Harry was the second, sorry. Are you okay with us reducing it down to 93-2, 98-2? Harry, are you okay with that? So we had that amendment. So I'm going to call this question. All in favor of deleting PLNR 93-2 and PLNR 98-2, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Passes unanimous. It's 2-1 deletion. I want to deal with PLNR 06-1 right now because it sounds like we pulled it off of a consent agenda, but I need a motion as to what to do with it now. And I think what I'm hearing is send that to committee. And you would like a motion, second, and vote on that. Wendell, really? I would say the advisory, Jeff. So Wendell motion, and Bonnie, did you seconded to send it back to advisory committee? Is there any discussion on that? I think we already had it. PLNR
Okay,
6-1 Gunnison, it's only Gunnison sagegrass, it's not greater, so just Gunnison. Any further discussion? Seeing none, except for the little chatter, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you, so that one will go back to the advisory committee. And now I think as we move down into the 3 for renewal, we'll take Steve Child's comments under advisement as we're looking at that. And where would the travel management plan comments fit on that? We'll have a little bit of, I need a motion in a second to renew 94-1, 03-1, and 95-1.
Just a procedural question. I don't know, there's no difference between 94-1 and 93-1 is totally entitled. It's the exact same resolution with the title. And you can tell the title is wrong because it has RS 247. And so the words are exactly the same too. So I don't think 03-1. It's an exact repeat of 94-01 with the wrong title.
Okay, so Nancy, the way I'm gonna deal with this right now is we're going to discuss deletion of PLNR 03-1 because Jeff is saying that it's exactly the same as 94-1. And I'll entertain a motion.
So that could have been on our side.
I just need a motion right now before
Okay.
we go further, please. I'll see move to delete, Ray Beck's a second. Now, go ahead, Brittany.
I'm double checking.
While Brittany is looking that up, Steve, I would appreciate it if you would see which of the other 2 resolutions you see was fit for some travel management comment. And that way we will get to that portion, we'll know what to do with that. Thank you. Brittany, what are you finding out?
I'm still getting there.
He's still looking. I'm gonna, basically trust Jeff on stop if it were up to me, but here
I think we copied both of them.
It is a public land and watershed resolution. It is not a right of. That's a bad title.
That's not. So the content that you see for both of them is. Oh, hold on. We're looking at 95-1, right?
No.
And 03-1. Okay.
94.
So 94 is the correct one. 90 or 03-1, this is wrong, and I'm pulling up the correct one. Yes.
Yeah. Nancy, do you have any input right now as we're waiting, we're kind of realizing that the wrong number was put on the agenda for that. So, yeah. We moved to delete 03-1, but we're finding out that the wording of what was in the packet was incorrect. So we need to look at what the real 03-1 is. So Nancy, do you have any input, because you're the one who would have first brought this forward?
I don't know if you can hear me, but
Yes.
it is so unstable. I can't hear but every other word from everybody. So I have no idea what's going on. So you're going to have to handle it from there.
So I think what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna slowly scroll through this one. And this is 03-1. Send it back.
I would say that we go ahead and postpone that, and I'll take a motion to do that, because that on the screen is very difficult to read.
Okay.
Nancy, if you can hear me, what we're doing is, we now have the correct wording for 03-1, but because we're just now seeing it, I think we're going to have to postpone it basically at this point to summer policy.
Yeah, because they're very similar.
I wonder also, incredibly poorly worded, it's one of the worst resolutions I've seen, so wherever that you're happy, you wrote it on. Just
So I'll entertain a motion to take PLNR 3-1 minutes back to advisory in preparation for summer. It's been moved by Bonnie, seconded by Jeff. All in favor? So the only one we're looking at renewing at this moment is 94-1. Public lands and watershed collaboratives. I'll entertain a motion on that. Ray has motion moved to renew PLNR 94-1. Do I hear a second? Wendell, second. Is there any discussion on that particular solution? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? This will be recommended back to the whole board. And that completes what we can do today on our resolutions. And Brittany and Andrea, you have everything you need clearly for you. Okay.
I do have one thing. We have somebody online that if there's time and per discussion or per the acceptance of our committee chairs, folks from DNR would like to speak to the Wolverines for 5 minutes.
Nancy, could you hear that? That's really your decision, and Chelsea's not mine.
I see that Daphne's online. I know nothing. Somebody there is going to have to brief me, because my committee, if they don't do the work, I will have no idea what's being said. So it is on the Wolverine. And so I would suggest we have the time to ask Daphne to weigh in with what she's going to suggest, but I can't hear. So somebody there take notes.
Well, she's online, Nancy, so you'll be able to hear her.
Perfect. Go Daphne.
Hey everyone, really good to at least hear some familiar voices and familiar names. I think I've met several of you, but it's been a while. My name is Daphne Gervais. For those of you I haven't met, I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs with the Department of Natural Resources. Really appreciate the time today to visit with you all. I know you had a really packed agenda. You'll see that I also have some other members of our team joining me today, Brian Dreher, Reed DeWalt, Sarah Hamming, and I think we also have Jake Ivan and David Kloop with the CPW team.
Daphne, we're having a really hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's because you're far away from your microphone or what it is, but it's just not translating well.
Okay, let me disconnect my headphones and that might be a little bit better. Just give me 30 seconds.
Okay. Now we can't hear you at all. Oh, there we did.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's really quiet.
Shoot. Let's see.
Oh, okay. I turned up the volume all the way and now you're good.
Okay. All right. Let me know if you don't hear me. And I am at the Capitol, so there's probably background noise, and I apologize for that as well. So, I just wanted the opportunity to update all of you. You've probably heard of some pending legislation to authorize CPW to restore wolverines to Colorado. So we are working with Senator Roberts and Senator Will on a bipartisan bill to begin that process. For those of you that are not familiar with wolverines, they are a member of the weasel family, mostly a scavenger species. They used to be native to Colorado, but were extirpated in the 1900s. So CPW has been interested in reintroducing wolverines since the 90s. Most of you are probably familiar with the lynx reintroduction effort that CPW led several years ago. And now that we have clarity from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the federal listing status of wolverines, we think that the time is right to begin this process, knowing that there's a lot that goes into this, and the legislation is really just the first step. I do want to acknowledge and completely understand concerns about having another, endangered or threatened species on the landscape. So hopefully you all have seen our draft bill. We're including a requirement that a 10J be in place before reintroduction can occur, which really offers the most regulatory assurances. We also worked with stakeholders to develop what we hope and believe are really thoughtful comments to the interim 4D rule that was published along with the recent threatened listing decision back in November. So we met with several industry groups across the state to inform CPW's comments on that interim 4D rule. But on top of the 4D rule, which is intended to be finalized by the end of 2024, that 10J will provide additional regulatory assurances beyond that. And also going back to concerns about having a listed species on the landscape, we do think that this reintroduction is one of our best shots to bolstering the species populations across the lower 48, which ultimately, hopefully will help us avoid a endangered species uplisting in the future. I also want to just acknowledge that, we understand concerns about having another predator on the landscape. Even though wolverines are mostly scavengers and they don't typically go after livestock, we have wanted to provide assurances here too. So our bill language includes a requirement for CPW to promulgate rules around the compensation for any wolverine depredations. So I hope that you're hearing there that we really want to do this right. We understand that the recent wolf reintroduction was really difficult for many of your counties. And I hope that you have seen, that CPW is working really hard to try to understand all of those concerns and, did an after action review to compile all the concerns that we have heard and figure out areas for improvement and already implementing improvements from that. So we certainly hope to take lessons learned from that wolf reintroduction into this process, doing this in a way that's really informed by stakeholders from the start in a bipartisan statewide decision. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. We are more than happy to take any questions. Hopefully you all also have my contact information and know that you can reach out directly to me anytime.
Lots of questions. Okay, thank you. We have a couple of questions in the room. We'll start with Leonard Koontz and go to Brandon Banks.
Daphne, thank you for the update. My question would be, can we restrict your introduction to east of the continental divide?
That's a fair question. I might lean on the CPW team here a little bit, but you probably know wolverines are a very high alpine species. So they have, a pretty limited territory range. I think we're looking at, upwards of 13,000 feet, which does limit where they might be able to fit. Brian, Reed, Dave, feel free to chime in there.
I think you hit on it, Daphne, but really we're talking about a species that lives generally high elevation in Colorado, areas where we get the highest amount of snowfall, and actually high overlap with Forest Service lands and high overlap with existing wilderness area lands on Forest Service as well. So generally what we can anticipate is a species that lives high. Of course, that's exactly what splits the divide as well. But certainly their habitat does kind of span both sides of the divide, but it is high elevation, mostly Forest Service lands.
And can we not restrict the introduction to east of the continental divide? I mean, that seems logical to me.
So a few things, I think from our perspective is we're looking at this in a very different way than we are looking at then we looked at wolf restoration, only because this is the first time wolverine restoration has ever been attempted. And so I think, CPW's preference would be to maintain some flexibility to restore them in habitats on both sides of the divide in going forward, just because we're looking at this in a very almost experimental way because it's not been done in the past.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Brandon is next.
Okay, Brandon with Colorado Farm Bureau. I know you've been in talks with Garrett, and I know our President Courier has talked with Senator Roberts on this, and Senator Will. As you're aware, Farm Bureau is, at best case, going to be a monitor on these bills, most likely not opposed, but obviously there's no bill to do anything yet. But my question though, and this is a question that I just want to make sure you're like, and this is a question President Courier has asked. You just mentioned that it overlaps Forest Service land and wilderness areas. What protections are there going to be to make sure that there aren't issues with current grazing permits?
Brian, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, and that's a great question, and certainly a question that through our stakeholder outreach we've heard. I think that's part of the reason that we've had interest and had conversations with the Fish and Wildlife Service to go forward with the 10J rule. And what the 10J does is obviously it would give, just like we have for wolves now, the status of the species would be an experimental non-essential population. And through the process of development of the 10J, issues like that would then be identified, and then of course could be considered then in the drafting the final 10J rule. So it's going to look a little different, obviously, than a wolf 10J, but we're certainly all the stakeholder outreach would be included in the development of that rule.
Okay, yes, I'm next. This is Jeff Comstock from Moffett County. So one of the most scary things about introducing threatened endangered species is the way the protections for that species impact other uses that exist already. So I have two questions for you. If you are able to introduce them with a 10J rule, would you provide protections for existing uses, grazing, lawn, industrial uses, or another, high elevation oil and gas operations, other ski resort issues? Where are we at with protecting the existing uses and make sure the wolverine regulations don't override and diminish existing uses? That's my first question. And my second question is, will you support a population limit?
Might start with the first question on just existing uses. So I think, the wolverine restoration as a whole, actually the last really run that we made at it was in 2013. And really it was the lack of the regulatory assurances back in 2013 that caused us to put another pause on it, because at the time the species had been listed, litigated. It has a very big history there. And so at the time we put a pause on the whole entire operation because we could not afford industries like timber, like mining, like ski industry and others, the assurances that they were seeking that if we brought the species back to Colorado, and they were subsequently listed, they would have full protections under the ESA. Now, the recent listing as threatened in Colorado, and of course it has a 4D rule with it, which, as Daphne said, is not final. They're looking to finalize that this year. There could be some of those assurances granted with a 4D. However, the 10J is now a possibility because the species is now listed as threatened. And therefore, although not terribly common, the Fish and Wildlife Service will do a 10J rule for a threatened species. And that's why, I guess, Jeff, that's why we're looking at trying that so that we could provide the assurances to the industries that are seeking this. And I hope that helps. And then I'll speak briefly about kind of the population question then next, but I'll stop there to see if that resolves your question.
I'm struggling with what you just said. I'm not sure that I fully understand it. I think the big key, it's not the animal that's the threat, it's the regulations of known existing uses on other, on the existing businesses that are out there. Will, do you believe you can get a 10J rule to stop to let it be a live and let live situation with the existing uses on it?
What I can say is I think that's what we're looking at the 10J rule to provide, is not only to do the public outreach and those things. Obviously, that's a Fish and Wildlife Service process and it's a Fish and Wildlife Service rule. So certainly we can provide comments and all of those, but really that's what we believe the role of the 10J will be in this instance.
Then I would hope that the legislation that you're proposing actually clarifies that in words. You need to guide the intent of it in legislation.
Is that possible to do?
Absolutely, absolutely, it's possible. You can write anything in legislation you want.
No, I'm asking the DNR people that are working on the legislation. Is that something that you would consider adding to the legislation to talk about that regulatory assurance? I know I went to the meetings way back in the 90s when it was wolverines and the lynx. And at that point, people were worried because the wolverine lives high elevation in avalanche chutes. And the two entities that came out and said, wait, we won't be able to shoot avalanches to protect the highways, public safety, or protect ski areas. And so is there something that could be also written relative to that public health and safety issue of managing avalanches? Would be kind of a regulatory thing, but we never have CDOT at our PLNR meetings. But that was the issue in the 90s, one of them.
Yeah, I appreciate this question. You know, I would note that we've been working really closely with the industries that you all are raising concerns about to try to address these concerns. And I certainly don't want to speak on behalf of those industries, but, you know, as an example, I believe that the ski industry and their concerns about avalanche control and, you know, consultation requirements, other things that were a concern with the lynx reintroduction have been addressed with the current draft. And I believe that they may actually be supportive of the effort. You know, of course, we're continuing to work with other industry leaders. We'll have to be careful as we draft the bill, because if we put too much level of detail and one little thing isn't exactly how it was written into statute, that kind of bars the entire effort. And, you know, I think these are all very valid questions and issues that you all are raising. I also just want to make sure that you're aware that there's a lot of interest in wolverines in the state. There is a lot of interest from a conservation community. And we certainly think that this legislative approach with requiring the 10J, the depredation compensation, led by the wildlife experts of the state, is the way to go as opposed to a ballot initiative. So that's just also something to keep in mind, that we've heard some rumblings about, you know, another path if this doesn't move forward in this way.
Thank you, and I have 3 to 4 other people lined up right now. We'll start with Brad McLeod, we'll go to Doug Long.
Mr. County Chair, I'm gonna try to make it short and simple. I know part of this is to, I think, preempt ballot initiative or biology by ballot box initiatives. However, as you can tell, there is still a lot of concern over this issue from industry, from stakeholder partners, from a community that is extremely still raw over the whole wolf situation. Has any consideration been given to the thought that maybe just not now is a good time to look at this? I don't understand the sense of urgency for cramming this down the throats of Western Coloradans again, when obviously there is a lack of trust between those industry stakeholders and Parks and Wildlife. And this is only going to strain that relationship further.
I completely, oh, sorry.
So the question is there, why does it have to be now?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and again, acknowledge the distrust and ongoing frustration with the way wolf releases were handled, with just general distrust in CPW, and we want to continue that conversation. If you're not already connected with CPW Director Davis, he has committed time and time again to really listening to understand those concerns and trying to continue to try to meet your expectations and improve moving forward. So I hear that. Something I mentioned in my introduction is we have this regulatory certainty now, more so than we did when we were previously looking at this. And then again, I don't mean this to sound like any kind of a threat or anything, but like we have heard a lot of interest in doing this sooner rather than later from the conservation community. We really want to get ahead of that. We are the wildlife experts that should be leading this effort as opposed to advocacy-led organizations. And I would be honestly surprised if a ballot measure had nearly the same level of regulatory protections and details that are responsive to stakeholder concerns as what we currently have in the legislative draft.
Thank you. Doug Monger, Doug Monger says, will this require a NEPA analysis or will the state skirt that rule like the wolves?
Yeah, I'm happy for Brian to chime in here, but the bill language does say that we have to comply with all applicable federal laws here.
The NEPA, the 10J process does have a NEPA process included with it. With public scoping and everything, just like what was done on the Wolf 10J process as well. And then we are in conversation with the Forest Service on this one because they will be a very important stakeholder for us.
Here's a question on that one, if I could. What we found out after the fact on the wolf is they could only be introduced on state lands because they hadn't done a NEPA on U.S. Forest Service. And I think that's what Doug's question goes to the heart of. If they don't do the NEPA, you can't put it in the Wiminooch, for example, where you might not be conflicting with the ski area or a highway. And I think that there's win-wins if indeed we're doing the whole process right. I do say to Daphne and the staff, thank you for doing it the right way, or what we have always said in Club 20, we don't like ballot biology. So we're well aware that's what'll happen next. We've talked about it all day long, but it's, I don't want to find out later that, oh, you can only introduce them on state lands, which means, Merritt, are you still paying attention? It might be in your yard again. So that's subtlety. Can you guys speak to that? Because I know it's a U.S. Forest Service question.
And Merritt's not on anymore, Nancy.
I know. I was teasing him just for not being.
And I do think that this is a little bit different than the wolf proposition. Of course, proposition one is that there was also an element in there that the ballot language had mentioned that, that wolves could only be released on state and private lands as well. And so we are working with the Forest Service on this one. You will see in the ballot, in the bill language, there is a provision in there to comply with NEPA and with those federal partners as well. So it's just important for whatever requirements they're going to put in place for us for federal land releases. We're going to be in partnership with them.
Thank you, and Ray Beck, you will have the last question of the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my name is Ray Beck. I'm from Moffett County. We're having a little bit difficult time trying to understand your answers in an affirmative way. So in the name of transparency, I got a two-part question for you. In the course of your conversation and in your answers, in the name of transparency and due process, are we going to do a full EIS study? And number two, with the population, how many were you going to introduce into Colorado in numbers?
I could use some help for someone to reiterate the beginning part of that question. I'm sorry, it's just hard to hear.
Are you going to be conducting a full EIS?
So as part of the 10J process, they go through essentially they start with an environmental assessment, and depending on the comments, as I understand it, and again, that's a Fish and Wildlife Service process, that if the comments are such that they need to then transition into an EIS, that will be a requirement of the 10J rule. So it starts essentially with environmental assessment. Depending on the comments, they then potentially would move into an EIS. So it's at a minimum an EA, could turn into an EIS just depending on the comments received through the 10J process. The second question, I believe, had to do with just numbers. What are we talking about here? And we're talking about a very different scenario than wolves. These animals live at really, really low densities. We're talking about at the point in time where we have all of the habitat that's available, that we think is available within Colorado, we're only talking about around about 120 animals total is what we believe Colorado could essentially have. So we're talking about a very different situation than wolves in that regard. They live at very low densities, and we would be looking at roughly in the neighborhood of about 15 animals or so. And please, my CPW teammates, help me if I'm misquote these, but it's 15 animals per year for essentially 3 years.
Cindy, as a closing comment, I don't know when your outreach started. I only learned as a committee chair a week ago that this was even happening. So how do we get engaged on a deeper level? We wrote a letter as soon as we knew it was happening to say, please, please, please do it the right way. But how do we become on this list that you engage with on outreach? We gave the same invitation to Jeff when he first came on board last summer. And I find sometimes it's difficult for them to find all the stakeholders on the western slope. And I did talk to the wool growers. They didn't make it to the end of the day. And their one concern with the legislation draft that they'd seen so far, it talked about compensation if a wolverine killed wildlife. And they wanted to make sure that the livestock guard dogs would be also eligible for if they were the ones that had been killed by a wolverine. So that's a piece of information for you. And then a question, how to get engaged as this moves on.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Nancy. I am certainly adding you all, maybe just one of you, like a point of contact. I've got Brittany's contact information to continue to send information to you all. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me directly if you want to have a one-on-one conversation, or if there's another opportunity like this one for us to come back. Hopefully you all do have the bill draft. It isn't introduced yet. I believe it's set to be introduced early next week. So we would really welcome your input, any more discussion, questions. So we want to be available. And if there's any any way that we can do that in a way that we're not currently, we're all ears.
Thank you so much, and Daphne and Brian, both of you, thank you so much for coming on with us today. Thank you, Nancy from Mexico. Thank you, Chelsea, for being here. Thanks to all of you for your thoughtful questions and your interaction with each presentation. This meeting is adjourned.
And I'm going to reach out to this committee because I see active people. When we were dealing with the wolves information, we had a subcommittee that followed it. So it's not any one person. Can you guys sign up?
You want a group to work on this, Nancy?
I am suggesting we start another committee like we did on the wolves, so that they can help you weigh in, Brittany.
We'll touch base via email and see what we can get together with the committee.
Gotcha.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Daphne, and the rest of your team. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Reed, Brian, Daphne. Thank you much.
Thank you.